Hey, this is Sister Cherry Love saying peace and blessings to you all. God bless you on this beautiful, beautiful Friday night. Glory, hallelujah. Hey, Sister Monette, God bless you, sis. How are you? Praise God for you. I was just waiting for the notifications to hit. Sometimes they're delayed. Okay, there. Okay, there. All right, I didn't put it on mute. That was my phone, so I usually put it on mute so I can see in the chat. But I was waiting for the notifications to pretty much hit or whatever, and sometimes it's delayed. So that's what, and I didn't know if I needed to start afresh again, but it went out. So glory, hallelujah. Praise God. I know you guys have had a long day, probably. I was at work all day. I've been getting emails, chats, messages from folk all over the place. I guess something took place on the Bareen's channel. I seen it earlier, and I took a look, and he went for 10 hours. Oh, wow. So discussions do take that long. Especially when you get want something in context, right? Okay, so I guess folks gonna start getting on Cherry Love about being on for 5 and 6 and 8 and 10 hours sometimes because um it does take time to go through a lot of this information. God bless you and welcome, Brother Brian. Welcome to the platform, dear brother. How are you? Let me put this on gallery. So anyhow, it does take time to go through a lot of that information, especially when you're dealing with, the subject of the Bible. The Bible cannot be read or dealt with on a surface level. I know y'all like, she ain't got a pink shirt on today. Yep, that's because I'm washing. I had to get that thing up in there and get the washing and stuff like that. So I'll try not to make this as long, but we're going to recap some of those things. And don't worry, Bareen, if you decide to take it down while I'm in the midst of my show, I took the liberty of downloading it. So anyhow, I heard some real strong stuff came out from Brother Kevin G and Brother 93 came out with guns ablazing. I think even Faithful was up there as well, and he did well. So we're gonna recap some of that, and then I heard also that some folks' tune done changed. Mm, wow. We're gonna talk about that too. So I just named this pretty much Cherry Loves Friday night talk about the Bible and history, and we're gonna recap what you guys seen today. I did see some certain spots that I also want to touch on, and I'm sure Brother Brian probably seen some certain spots that he probably want to touch on. So we'll try to get as much as we can because it is a 10-hour video. So I know how that can be. And I will say on behalf of Bahrain, for those who want to get the full context, and I know 10 hours is a long time to sit through. So here's my suggestion for that. Do what you can tolerate. Some people can do 10 hours. I've talked to quite a few people who can do 10 hours and sit there for the 10 hours and listen all the way through. Then you got some people with a 2 hour span. Do your max 2 hours or 2.5 hours or 30 minutes, whatever your, I don't want to sound disrespectful, but whatever your attention span or your time allows you to do. So take it in portions. So you can thoroughly catch what is being said from both sides. And I will encourage you to take notes. But I will say this, family, to the ones that are in the chat and also Brother Brian, 10 hours, we've done that how many times? Right. Even just on lessons, just going through the Bible, right? Presentations that I have given you, Brother Brian has given you, even Pastor Sean has given you. And then we'll go into plethora of different subjects, tying it all together. And that takes time. And I want to say, I looked in the chat, folks, like, you still on? Oh, this is long. All this, and mainly from the Hebrew Israelites, not so much from the Christians, mainly from the Hebrew Israelites, which lets me know that they're used to a microwavable lesson. That's why you don't know nothing. And over here at Cherry Love's platform, we intend for you all to learn, right? We want you to learn. We want you to understand what you're reading, what's going on, the context. That takes time to go through. Also, if we're dialoguing with somebody, um, I don't want me preferably, I don't want you to hear only 2 seconds of what a person says, and then somebody has to make up the rest or interpret for themselves because they didn't get the full context. And sometimes dialogues do take time. If so, you can fully hear what the opposite side is saying of you or what the same side is saying to you. So that again, dialoguing and research and Bible study should be done in the who, what, when, where, why, how context. And I was just amazed, really, that he did that. So I better not hear nothing. I better not hear nothing coming from that side. Oh, Cherry Love does them long hangouts. Yeah, uh-huh. Hmm. We do. And then I seen the Christians, yeah, that was like clockwork to you because we have done 12-hour hangouts. We done did 10, we done did 9, we done did 8, 4, 5. We done the shortest one that we probably have done is probably 30 minutes right before I had to go to work, or 50 minutes right before I had to go to work. We even did 16 hours. We even did 18 hours. I have a video that we did 18 hours 2 years ago. So again, we used to this. It was clockwork because my class enjoys learning and they don't want no microwavable lesson. They want it all. This is why when you go up against folks from my chat, when you meet them in the comment sections, when you meet them on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever the social media outlet is, this is why you get your behind whooped. Because guess what? You're not dedicated to learning, but you want to claim you the people of the book, but you want to claim most high use you the light of the world and don't even know what's going on in the biblical text. Go sit down. Go sit down. This is clockwork for us. This is what we do. 6 years in running. This is what we've been doing. 10 hours, 8 hours, 5 hours, dedicating our time to learning and teaching and educate Christian education on the biblical text. This is why Christians in the chat, body of Christ, this is why I call you the graduating class. Listen, they got a whole 6 years before they catch up with you. I groomed you all, and I know at first it was tough. Me and Brother Brian, it was tough because some folks, I can't say it, I can't say it. But after time, you all like, okay, some of y'all might step away because I understand you have an outside life outside of this. You have other things to do. Some of y'all have children, some of y'all at work, whatever. But some people, even within, be sitting there listening. Some at home. I ain't got nothing else to do. COVID-19 going on. Let me go ahead and bust down these notes. See, this is clockwork for Sister Monet. This is clockwork for Sister Laya Corn, or Brother Bill for Speed, or Brother Brian, or Brother Mike Ranger, or Brother Eric, and so on and so on. And I'm not saying that that makes us better than them, but I'm saying again, you guys are willing to educate yourselves, and you guys are willing to sit there and learn. I was looking in the chat. I was just like, this is crazy to me. I could not understand, you know, I could not understand, like, look at these people complaining. Are they even paying attention to what's going on up on the platform? No. They spend more time complaining. And so again, I I just don't understand it. Folk you know, folk got it twisted. And so but I am proud of you guys, for those who did sit in on Bareen's um hang out today for those 10 hours. And I know you learned a lot because some of y'all were texting me and keeping me updated on what was going on. Because at my new job, um, I can't be on the phone like that. Only time I can get to you guys is on, my breaks. And so yeah, but I thoroughly enjoyed you guys keeping me updated. I know Brother Brian was one of those people that was keeping me updated. And a few other people, I'm not going to give their names, but they were keeping me updated. And we talked back and forth. And so I thoroughly, thoroughly, thoroughly thank you so much. But I want us to move in quickly. And Brother Brian, I'm going to give the floor to you. So, family, can you do me a favor? Hit the like button, share this to your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, whatever your social media connection is. I definitely want you to do that. And I try not to keep you too long because I know some people who did sit for the whole 10 hours, you're probably tired or they probably not even here and say, I'll catch Cherry Love later. And that's fine. I'm not offended at all. Um, but I do see some spots that God just can't sit down on and can't keep quiet on. We got to speak on it. So please continue to support this channel with your prayers. For those who would like to donate with your pennies, nickels, and dimes, please do so if you can. If you can't, that's fine. Just give us your prayers. That's of much value more than money as well. But we just use of course, we're in the age of money. So I need the little help until, I don't, because if I didn't need you, I wouldn't ask. On that note, but again, for us to keep going and bring the thorough, good information and teaching that we do bring to you, you're not paying for the gospel, so don't get that in your mind. Basically, the only thing that your money is helping to do is to keep the Zoom going, the Wi-Fi going, and for me to edit. I got 12 videos that I've just finished editing, and I will be putting them out at the right time. So yeah, I know you like she ain't did no editing in a while. No, that stuff takes time. And then sometimes I have to revamp. Brother Brian can tell you because he does videos now on his channel. So please like and subscribe on his channel and go and check him out. And he can tell you that stuff takes time, depending on the system that you're using. So again, I bless you all. God bless you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I look forward to a productive fellowship and a productive conversation with you all. I do welcome your comments as well as your questions and your participation. And a lot of scripture, because I know we're gonna need a lot of scripture after after the report that I received. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So let me stop bumping my gums and turn it over to our beloved Brother Brian. God bless you and welcome to the panel, dear brother. Come on here, dear brother, and greet these wonderful men and women of God. Hallelujah.
God bless everybody. Glad everybody is here tonight. Remember, context kills false doctrine. I said that quite a few times in the chat. And just like I've always said, these articles they read are out of context. But of course, it's always they want to act like they actually reading this stuff. They're not reading it. And even if they could, they can't comprehend what they're reading.
Amen to that, dear brother. You know what? That came up. Actually, I was told I didn't hear it. I heard part of it. I didn't hear all the rest of it because I had to go into work. But that conversation came up on Bahrain's channel that these people have a reading comprehension problem. How long can I ask this before we go into the video? How long have we been saying that? How long have we been saying that these people have a reading comprehension problem? I don't know why Pastor Sean it's not doing it. So I don't know, just like the notifications, it was acting up and it's not doing it. So I don't know and I can't force it. I tried twice. I did try to let you in, but it's not doing it. So I'm gonna have to move forward because it's not doing it. Okay. Oh, and just in case, because yesterday, a couple of days ago, I was having some problems and I got knocked off, and I had to fight to get back in this room. So I don't know, and I just tried. It's not locked. It's not locked. So I don't know what's going on. I will have to talk to the Zoom administrator, um, to see what's going on with the kinks in the system. So I'm going to have to proceed forward. It's not doing it. So anyhow, okay, let me go ahead and push on forward here. Um, all right. Let me get the screen share. Okay. All right. So anywho, um, let me see. Can y'all see my screen, Brother Brian? Can you see it? Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, you can. All right. Was it first? No, 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 not First Timothy. Okay. Well, actually, yes. Second Timothy. I want to start with two scriptures before we go into what we're going to recap. Um, I want to bring some verses out, just real quickly, and I want this to be on your mind as we go through this situation, Brother Brian, and to the rest of you. So it says in Second Timothy chapter 4, verse 1. And me and Brother Brian, we talked about this late last night. Um, I apparently Bahrain went live again yesterday, and I heard that that was a hot mess. But Kevin G did very, 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 very well. Me and Brother Brian, we talked about it, and he bought this book chapter and verse up, I believe, or it could have been me. I don't know, but I believe it was him. And it says here, family, I charge thee, therefore, before God and the Lord Jesus Christ. Is this right? No, 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 I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Not this one. I'm sorry. Go back. I'm wrong. Right here. But actually, chapter 4 will be good too. It says here, this know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. And it gives a list. So that was number one on the list. Lovers of themselves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heedy, high minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with divers lusts, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. Now, as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, so do these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds, reprobate concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifested unto all men, as there also was. Now, I'm going to stop right there. And real quickly, I'm going to look up that word reprobate for a second. I'm going to look up that word reprobate because that was also mentioned in Romans chapter 1 regarding that God gave them over to a reprobate mind. And it says here in the Greek,
Strong's G96, adokimos, adokimos.
adakimas. And that word here is not standing the test, not approved, properly used of metal and coins, that which does not prove itself such as it ought, unfit for, unproved, superiors, and reprobate. Strong's definition says here, rejected by implication, worthless, literally or morally, cast away, rejected, and reprobate. That's not good. That's not good. I just want to make that very clear. The second scripture that I want to bring before you tonight, Titus chapter 3, again, verse 9. And y'all already know what First Timothy chapter 1, verse 4. Chapter 1, verse 4 says. It says the same thing as Titus 3:9. But avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and striving about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain. A man that is a heretic after the first and second admonition, sorry, I always mess up that word, reject him, knowing that he that is such is subverted and sinneth, being condemned of himself. After the first and second try, let him alone, right? But of course, this is being ignored by a lot of folk, right? Being ignored, especially by Hebrew Israelites, and they continue on with this. And guess what? By them continuing in this matter, and Brother Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is why they're getting embarrassed, because you're literally rebelling against what God said. God said, don't do this, but you continue to do it. So, going over here, Brother Brian, did you want to say anything on those two scriptures as well as that definition that I gave? Pulled up.
Yeah, I was going to pull up that commentary that I pulled up last night.
By all means, please do.
On that Second Timothy. It says the last days. This phrase refers to this age, the time since the first coming of the Lord Jesus. See note 1 Timothy 4:1, times of difficulty. Difficulty is used to describe the savage nature of the two demon-possessed men in Matthew 8:28. The words for the times had to do with epochs rather than the clock or calendar. Such savage, dangerous errors of epoch cut off will increase in the frequency and severity as the return of Christ approaches. 2 Timothy 3:13. The church age is fraught with these dangerous movements, accumulate strength as the end nears. Matthew 7:15, 24:11, 11 through 12, 24, 2 Peter 2:1-2. The list of attributes characterize the leaders in dangerous seasons and descriptions of unbelievers similar to the Lord's. I mean, why does this thing keep cutting off? Mark 7:21-24. Having the appearance of godliness, denying its power. Appearance refers to the outward shape or appearance, like the unbelieving scribes and the Pharisees, false teachers, and their followers are concerned with more external appearances. Matthew 23:25 and Titus 1:16. Their outward forms of Christianity and virtues makes them all the more dangerous. Weak women, weak in virtue and knowledge of truth, and weighed down with emotion, spiritual guilt over their sins. These women will easily prey for deceitful false teachers. A knowledge of truth. Use the same phrase equating is being saved. Here, Paul identifies those women, 2 Timothy 3, and men who are often jumping from one false teacher or cult to another without ever coming to understanding God's salvation, saving truth in Jesus Christ. The present age, since the coming of Jesus Christ, has been loaded with perilous false teaching that can't save, but does damn. Janus and Jamboree, although their names are not mentioned in the Old Testament, they were likely of the Egyptian magicians that opposed Moses. According to Jewish tradition, they pretend to be Jewish proselytes, instigated the worship of a golden calf, and were killed with the rest of the idolaters. Paul's choice of them examples may indicate that false teachers at Ephesus were practicing deceiving signs and wonders. The truth, see note 2 Timothy 3:7, obsess. The same word is translated debase in Romans 1:28. See, no, there comes from a Greek word meaning useless in the sense of being tested like metal and showing to be worthless. And I'll stop there. That's what we read last night. Basically, Janus and Jambres were the magicians that convinced Israel to worship idols, and they ended up acting like they were proselytes, and they came with the crowd, but they wasn't really proselytes. It sounds familiar.
They were fakes.
Yep.
They was phonies. They was corrupt. In street terms, they was lying, right? And from the little bit of what the reports that I've been getting back and the little bit that I've seen, that was exposed today, right? And it's been exposed quite a few times. For me, 6 years worth. Faithful, Kevin G, 93, Garfield have exposed these people, right? Plethora of other Christian apologists. So we all got different years of exposing this occult, but people keep constantly running to the lie, right? And I can tell, I'm going to say it. Brother Brian, I'm going to say it. I can hear the disappointment in Bareen's voice. He knew that 93 and Kevin and Faithful and them was telling the truth, and there was nothing he can really do about it. Right?
Yep. But you notice one thing, somebody that was missing in action and never showed up.
Oh, Dante was missing. He was MIA.
No, he never even put his eyeballs in the chat.
Not one time.
Nope.
Not one time from what I heard. Okay. Ethel, Sister E, she tried to call herself coming against Brother Kevin G, and respectfully, but I'm gonna say this I'm gonna say it in my way. She got popped in the mouth. Go sit down and be quiet, because you don't know what you're talking about. She commented here and there, but it wasn't going, it really wasn't going on, especially in a certain part, in some certain sections. She shut up. And I wish she would remain that way, because darling, you've been doing a whole lot of lying with the rest of your cronies. And today was a complete embarrassment, right? Kevin G was up there last night and embarrassed them again. RNO did it yesterday morning again, right? And then I know that they're not intending to do that, but see, we don't have to make a fool of these people. These people do it well on their own. Okay, and I'm not being disrespectful, and I'm not trying to be hurtful or anything like that, but y'all know me. Cherry Love do not know how to be fake. Phony, I don't do, and I do not know how to beat around the bush, right? I tried a few times with y'all, and y'all can see right through that. It don't work for me, right? And every Christian apologist comes with their different flavor, right? What I've seen, and I'm going to jump around in this because it's so long, but I would encourage you all, because see, even when we have 2-hour videos, sometimes we don't finish those. I will encourage you all to go and watch it. To those who did not watch it, and take it in portions, okay? Because I know 10 hours is long, but I'm not really worried about y'all, because you know why? This is what we do. 10 hours is clockwork to us. This is what we do on a regular class. When we talking about Jesus, when we talking about the Trinity, when we talk about faith, grace, mercy, salvation, and all that stuff, right? Because we want you to be thoroughly equipped, and we want you to have the knowledge, the truth of the Bible, right? We care about what goes across these airwaves, right? Or should I say internet, right? So, but unfortunately, for that side, oh, you still on? Oh, wait, Bareen, you pulling a Sister Cherry. Oh. I said, damn. Y'all don't want the information? Y'all don't want the information? No, they don't. They want something that's quick, fast, in a hurry, microwavable. And when we dealing with the biblical text or when you dealing with history, that takes time. When we do our thorough studies to bring a lesson to you all, that takes time because we care about what goes across to you. So I just wanted to emphasize that again, right? And so I will have to say, I don't know. Bahrain, welcome to the club. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he just did this to try to outdo Cherry Love. I don't know. Right? But I'm glad that he went that long so we can hear all sides of the spectrum. And a lot of people seeing how false and unlearned the Hebrew Israelites are. And the most thing that came up in my emails, Cherry Love, y'all was right. All of y'all Christian apologists were right. They don't have reading comprehension skills or just sitting there denying it, Brother Brian. Go ahead.
They deny it. And I'm going to tell you right now, Sister Sherry, and they got terrible eschatology.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even know what they don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to that either. And these books that they're reading, it drives me nuts. I read these books and thinking, this is not what this book's saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and all I ever do, and this is what always trips me out with Dante. He comes, oh, where's your source? Where's your source? We don't have to bring sources when you brought the source and we're debunking your own source.
Right.
Your own source is pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't fool me because all I can do is just read it.
And he don't fool nobody. He don't fool nobody. And 93 said it. He said we took Dante's source and debunked him with his own source because he didn't vet or read his sources all the way. How long we been saying that, brother Brian? For a long time. And
the sad thing about it, Sister Sherry, is these books. I've seen them over 5 years ago, and every one of them are nothing to them. Oh, you got it. A lot of times they're in the same section of what it's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it don't make no sense.
Nope.
All right, so let's go on in here. I mean, all of it is pretty good. I just don't know where to start. Brother Brian, do you have a timestamp to suggest, or I can just pick anywhere? Because the brothers, I mean, Kevin G and 93 and Faithful, they was just, I mean,
start at the beginning with Kevin G, show what he did, and go to Faithful, show what he did. Because
okay.
I mean, I didn't watch all of it because I thought he was getting ready to go off at 10 o'clock, so I cut it off.
Okay, no problem. I'll take 5301. Okay. I'll take, well, yeah, right up in here. 53. Yeah, 5333. And we're going to be skipping around in this. Okay. So it's not that I'm not trying to get this in context, but because it's so long, and I do understand people can, say that about my videos because it's so long, but like, I just can't pick between Kevin G, 93 and Faithful. So what I'll do is take 2 from Kevin, 2 from 93, and 2 from Faithful. And then we can jump back 2 from Kevin, 2 from 93, and 2 from Faithful to God. We can try to do it like that.
Yep.
Okay, because it was just that good. It was just that good. The brothers, they put that work in. All right, family, here we go.
Called Spanish people, they called them black, they called them niggers, they called them white. What's the other derogatory term? I don't know what other terms are out there because I don't want to be offensive either because I feel like just hearing them come out of my mouth is kind of offended me a little bit. But this is what they called them. It's called whitewashing. No, man, that's the most fool. there's no evidence of whitewashing, man. We need to get
Okay, so
past this
again,
bull. Wait,
again,
hold on,
that's
hold on, hold
why
on, bro.
that's
I'm not
go
done.
ahead. Go ahead.
We need to
Go ahead.
get past this BS, man. I'm sorry,
No, they got no. This is what people
bro.
this is
It's
what they
terrible,
believe.
man.
It's
But
conspiracy.
see, this
This is
is
what
what's
they
Yeah,
believe.
bad,
We
brother
got to
I
deal
Kareem.
know
with
the
it.
conspiracy theorists,
But
bro.
we
When
got
I
to. But
asked
yeah.
him, when I asked
Hold
him,
on, Kevin. Let him talk. Mhm.
and it's obviously clear, when somebody's called a wretched Negro, he says that the Englishman look. This is coming from a fellow countryman of his,
Do we
a
have
person
pictures
by
of
the
those
name,
Jews?
of Garcia de Rendesende. He wrote this, not an Englishman.
Oh,
So
bro.
he's very familiar who he's talking about.
Okay,
So
do we have pictures?
Hold on. Let him. Hold on. Let him freestyle.
We
Kevin, let him
have
freestyle.
Kevin G on record saying that someone being called the wretched Negro does not mean he's a Negro. Okay.
Hold on. Could you bring that comment back up? That was that Abu posted. Please post that. Okay, look what he says. To be
To be
fair, the
fair, the
source did
sources
not
did not
exactly.
actually call them wretched Negroes, rather the Portuguese, not Spaniards, text employed Negroes, which the book the gentleman cited interpreted as wretched.
All right, thank you. See, so when you actually look into this stuff, you get a clear explanation about what's going on. We have
Hey,
just
I will
sincere,
go
pause
to the
just
original.
five
bro.
by
Hold on,
five
man.
seconds.
Look,
Let me
I'm
point
not.
out
I'm
something.
not for.
Yes, sir.
Here's what I want everybody in the audience to do. I want you. We know Gideon. We know Gideon like the back of our hand. Watch when Kevin G brings out something that's going to knock Gideon in the dirt, and he knows it, and then he'll come back with some kind of straw man to try to get it thrown off. And if you pay attention to the chat, they do exactly the same thing. The moment they're debunked, the straw man comes in. Watch it when he does it.
And I do apologize. God bless everybody in the chat. If I didn't greet you, I don't want to seem rude to you. So God bless you and welcome again. To those who just came in, Monette, my sister, my twin, Freddie Mill, I love you. I love you so much. Sister Lily, brother, the bad guy, brother Eric, Laya Corn, and the rest of you, brother Willie, all of y'all. I love you so much. I didn't want you to think I was being rude to you. Because y'all make this channel what it is as well. So God bless you again and welcome, welcome, welcome to all those who are just joining and to those who joined when I first started. So God bless you. Okay, Brother Brian, let's go ahead and see this. Okay, because I got plenty of texts, emails of what you just said, bro. What you just said. So let's see it.
What is talking and saying, oh, they whitewashed and did this. That's BS. That's bullcrap.
No,
Let's see
because
those
no,
facts.
Kevin. But hold on, Kevin. You coming with some stuff? If people been reading these sources for 2-3 years, sharing these sources online, posting them in the Rumble Room on YouTube, all over the place, and now you coming with something else, talking like this stuff is all nonsense.
No, because if you just read it, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So
When
let
they
me
read it,
read it.
Brother, hold
bro,
on, hold on. You read it and say, go ahead. Let Kevin finish that thought right there.
all right, listen.
Here
I'm
go
gonna be
no Home
honest with you.
Depot again.
When they read this stuff, they don't use reading comprehension, bro. I'm gonna be honest. 99% of the time, when they read sources, they read it on through skipping commas, skipping points. They don't even know what they read. And that's being
because
100%.
That's because they're coming with a crazy preconceived notion already. So they're reading into text. They're
They just
reading past
and not
stuff
even
that's right
hearing
there.
what's being said. They're not hearing what they're saying. Like the other brother last night, when he read that, he actually thought it said, though they remain the same, and those mulattoes who were crossed between black and white,
Taz,
and but mostly they were black. He thought they was talking about three groups of people. When it was talking, bro, this is what I'm talking about. Is how they read it. They read straight through it. They think they understand it, but they don't. They
all right,
don't,
now,
man.
all right, hold on. Now, come on, Yosef. Come on, brother. You said you wanted to read it. You said
I'm sorry, I got to stop it right there. Again, the same complaint is coming up, right? And I'm talking about not just us on this level, but I'm talking about well-known apologists like Dr. Michael Brown, even Michael Heiser. A few can tell that these people don't know what the heck they reading. They don't. Me and Sister Nicole, literally, and I wish she was here right now. She could testify. Her and I said, this is sad. Now, I'm not making fun, Lily T, so what all of y'all, so please don't take it that way. But her and I literally had a 4-hour conversation pointing out different points, Brother Brandon. You and I have had dialogue on this in private, that these people don't read, they don't have reading comprehension skills. It's like, and I don't know to blame the school system. I don't know if to blame their mama and daddy. I don't know if they skipped some classes, but some went down. Or when they joined this cult, all the common sense left out the back door. I don't know what the answer is, bro. Come on.
Well, I think, I mean, they have a presupposition for first thing.
Mhm.
So when we come across these texts, and I question the reading skills too, but I'm a benefit of the doubt type person. I give people the benefit of doubt. So Sherry knows this. I've defended certain people. She'd be like, I wouldn't defend that, but over a while I'm saying, yeah, you're right, so Sherry.
Yes.
I've done that. I try to give people the benefit of doubt. I try to think that they're actually gonna understand this, but man, either they're doing it on purpose or they really need some help reading. And I think that's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. One sister contact me, Sister Stephanie. She was like, Sister Cherry, I can tell that they have a reading comprehending problem, but she said also I think it's denial. So, and she said a little bit of both or a lot of both. If it's a lot of both, baby, listen. These people in trouble.
Yep.
They in trouble.
Well, you heard what was presented, whitewash. Okay. Here's the thing about whitewashing. You call it whitewashing, whatever, but it's hiding stuff from people on purpose. Well, wouldn't you say that what you're doing is not doing the same thing?
Yeah.
Because I see what it says. There are people out there, I don't know if they just don't want to read it for themselves or they're afraid of it, but they deliberately ignore certain things. And it makes me go, is it education or are you deliberately doing it? If you're deliberately being ignorant on purpose, that's not good.
That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Purposely denying God's word or ignoring God's word, and I mean maximum portions, right? They dismiss 90% of the text. Then now we on the subject of history. You can say we're on right now dealing with the subject of history. 90% of that's being ignored. I don't know how these people function throughout their life, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's dysfunctional. It's dysfunctional all the way. Go ahead, bro.
We become a nation of all in together. We become a nation of if it's a meme, we believe it, or if it's one page, we believe it. It's one scripture out of context, and we apply. Most time we believe it because we saw it on Facebook. Nobody fact check anything, whether it's the Bible, whether it's. I told a person 4 times today to go read 2 Corinthians chapter 30, verse 31, and he would get where I'm telling you that something is, and he would not do it. He was so busy trying to respond to me, and I'm like, there's no way you're going to read this passage. There's no way. You're not reading it. You're not, you basically think that you know every single thing when I'm telling you, I've read what it says. I know what it says. I'm pointing you to the scripture. I can't hold your hand and make you read it. I can't.
That's right. That's right. That part.
Look, I'm going to just be blunt. If you have a problem reading comprehensive and you know this is a problem, please come see me. Because we'll have private conversations, and I'll read it for you, and I can bring whoever you want to on and let them read it for you.
Brother Brian, we literally, myself, on behalf of Sister Nicole as well, we literally, and not only on this platform, but it was another platform that I was on. We literally offered, if anybody who is struggling with comprehension or with reading, we would keep it private. We wouldn't
Yep.
tell no names. They don't even have to show their face.
Nope.
We offered classes to say, listen, we will go through this with you. And I think we had one I had one brother show up. Nicole wasn't available at the time. Um, and I think his name was Freddie or Frederick or something, because he came up on a platform before. He showed up and we helped him.
Yep.
And he was like, there it go. Okay, I get it now. And I
Yep.
worked with that brother for about, I want to say, about a year, almost a year. And he's doing well. So, I mean, like,
Yep.
this is
Get a,
sad. Like, this was
I
this.
get a lot of them too, so sure. I get a lot. I get some that's willing to say, hey, Brian, can you explain this to me, or or could you get Sis Sherry to explain it, and I send them over there, if because maybe Sis Sherry can deliver it different than I can,
Mhm.
but I see it a lot, and there's nothing. I mean, the problem is man, pride is woof. Pride
Yeah.
is a rough creature.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
And
is.
sometimes being a man, I understand we got to suck up our pride and admit we're wrong sometimes, and it's hard.
Mhm. Mhm.
We have to
And
drop our old head and walk up them stairs and say, hey, you know what, I was
what
wrong.
you know what I will say, I'm glad that this happened, because now they're getting it from the mouth of other people,
Yep.
other apologists, and even outside folks that were saying the same thing. They have either they're in denial or just basic reading comprehension skills that they don't possess. So can't nobody blame Cherry Love and say that, oh, Cherry Love is being mean. Cherry Love is just trying to insult. Cherry Love is just being ignorant. No, Other folks done said it too, and other folks see it. And I'm talking about a lot of people. A lot. A lot. When I checked my phone, when I left out, I had over 126 messages. Right? I haven't even checked my voicemail. My voicemail is full. Okay, from the Wi-Fi number. It is literally full. So I can
Yep.
imagine what's being said. And I wasn't even there. I heard little skid bits. People were keeping me updated. Brother Brian, you were one of those people.
Oh,
Okay.
yep.
Can't blame me. Okay. I don't want to hear
And
it.
and also another thing, if people keep you ignorant, they can control you. Just remember
That's
that.
right. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. That right there, Brother Brian. That part. Thank you for
Because
saying that.
because this guy right here, we've dealt him so many times. We've caught him in so many lies, and instead of admitting that he's lying, he goes,
Mm-hmm.
so he knows he's lying to the people out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the cheerleading squad in the chat that no
Oh,
matter what Gideon says, he's going to agree or disagree with Kevin G. And it's like, dude, man, Kevin G is bringing the facts. I mean,
it was a couple of them that said that Faithful was lying, even with the source in front of them. Said that 93 was lying, even with the source up there. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm with you, Freddie. I'm with you. You said not. I'm 99.99%. It's denial. Listen. I'm not going to take that up off the table. I'm not going to say you wrong, because you might be wholeheartedly right. I'm not going to dare rule that out. You know I'm not. Because I seen that too. When Faithful literally had the source up there reading from it in context, they said, oh, he lying. Are you dumb?
mhm.
What do you, are you blind? Yeah, spiritually blind. We know that. But we're talking about history here. Really? Really? And he's reading directly from it. Like, and I seen one sister up in there, and she was like, I'm a school teacher, and I can literally see that this, yeah, something is wrong here. Y'all got a problem. The man is showing you the source. He's reading from the source. He can't be lying. What one other person? Oh, that don't say that. Excuse me. Read your screen.
Where's that screen while I'll just break it off the top of my head. They was one time today, I know I heard it. This guy says, show me, his name was Charles Jordan. He says, show me where it says that they got they got a white person got darker and darker.
Mm-hmm.
It clearly said the hue, and the word was hue there, and a generation after generation they got a darker hue.
Mm-hmm.
It clearly said that in the text. Faithful read that thing 5 times, and I was thinking he must not know what the word hue means. If it plainly says that these Jews married black women and their kids turned out, and their black kids or mixed kids turn out to keep marrying into a darker skin tone, they're going to be a darker skin tone. This is, Kevin G brought it out last night. A black is a dominant skin color,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, I was like, it clearly says that in the text.
Yeah.
A darker hue generation after generation.
Bro, let me tell you how bad it was. People were contacting me all over the place. Cherry Love, you need to get here. This is embarrassing, sis. And my Facebook inbox is like, I got so many messages that done came through, 199 there. I was only able to read 2 of them. And I can, how it shows you a skit of it. And this was embarrassing, Cherry Love. This was, the brothers did well, drug them, Cherry Love. And I didn't get a chance. I'm going to read them. Don't worry, y'all. I am going to read them. But I can just imagine the little bit that I did here. I can just imagine what you guys had to sit through and how it went. And Cherry Love is quiet on that end, but now I'm responding. I can just imagine, Brother Brian, the level of, I don't want to say remedial, the level of anti-intellect coming from that side. I had people, let me tell you how far this reached out. I had folk from Australia, from folk from the UK. Now I'm going international. I had folk from even the Middle East reach out to me. Okay. I had folk from 3 or 4 people from the Caribbean, right? And Africa is just off the chain. So I just like, are they teaching you guys over there in America? That's how bad it is. This was what was said to me. No lie, Brother King, and he put it in the chat. He or she put it in the chat, because I don't know, King, if you're male or female, so I don't want to just throw a gender on you. He said this was embarrassing. I was being told this all day today, family. No lie. Freddie Neal is just going off in this chat right now. And I'm not going to stop him. He was like, they're in denial. This is embarrassing. These people are off. What are you reading? Look in the chat, Brother Brian.
Yep, that one guy, what did he say? You sent it to me. One guy said they're getting their face kicked in.
Yes. Yeah, and this is from people not just in America. I'm talking about internationally. Right? So you can't blame Cherry Love, right? To the Hebrew Israelites, you have literally embarrassed yourself. We told you to stop, right? Told you to stop, right? But that's okay. That's why Cherry Love says she's going to take her hands off of it, right? And, when you hit the ground like hard, I'm going to be right there to show everybody your face cracked and on the ground. Y'all are terrible, man. Y'all need to stop this. You need to stop this. But let's keep going, Brother Brian. Let's see what else happens, right? All right.
So you had to poke up on your phone.
I'm gonna read the original in
All right,
Portuguese.
Kevin, don't say nothing. Let him. Yeah, we gotta get all of it.
You can put up the other guy's statement because I was reading that, so I'm speaking directly to that. This is it. It says, "Mas apostolos ercamo muy grandes lobritiendo muy infidos sam maranos o que marano no se fi muy infis bazato que nele velum saarum dos negros abravenis doctrinals." So again, I'm not inserting that. The translation inserted wretched, but they did not insert Negro. So again,
Right. So
in its original Portuguese,
Hold on, let him.
it's saying the Negro Abravel doctrine.
Okay. Once again, they were called that. Do you know why? I'm referring you to the book.
My brother, I
Renegade
told you
History.
why. So I'm asking
No.
you
Oh my
why they're
God.
not Negroes when they're called Negroes. So you need to
I'm
explain
telling
to me
you why they're called Negroes. The reason why they're called Negroes is because you got to read the book of Renegade History of the United States. That book goes into the history back in Europe when they refer to anybody who was not Anglo-Saxon from the Isles of Essex, from the Isles of Sussex, and from the British Isles going and touching into what you would call
My
Germany.
brother, this don't have nothing to do
Oh
with the
my
British
God.
Hold up,
Isles.
hold up, hold
Let
up.
him talk. You
I'm
But
just
it
finna
read.
does
Let him
not
explain
though.
talk.
something.
Hold
This,
on, let him
Bro,
talk. Let him talk.
listen.
This
So,
it's
Sherry,
hard. It's hard.
what Kevin G is talking about is you got to understand the blue blood mindset, the blue blood, the royalty, we better than thou type mindset. That's the way he's talking about the British people. They're very, very prideful people. That's what they are in certain cases. But that's what these people were doing. They're very prideful people, and they taking a Jew which was hated and putting him. Basically, what it's saying is they putting them down. They're putting them down because you even see people like what's his name, Tassus, do the
Uh-huh.
same thing.
Yeah.
They're dogging out the Jew.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it makes a lot of sense because around I see Tacitus was what year? Let me see.
It was in the first century. He was a Roman historian, and
Okay, but first century when though? Wasn't that around the time of 70 AD or a little bit
yeah, it
before?
was somewhere in there, because he talked about Christians, and I'd have to look it up, but he wrote, and he was a historian. It just but here's the thing with the way they treated the Jews, they also treated the Christians just as bad. And people missed that part because they were treating the Christians, they drew a horse head on top of a guy on a cross, and it said in the outline, Alexander is
And we
worshiping
looked
his
at
God.
that picture, right? And we looked at that
Only
picture. And
picture of
yes, Sister Hilda, they did an amazing job. We looked at that picture. And here's my thing. Remember when I told y'all when we had that lesson on the Ichthus and recap on Ithacus and the Jonah and Constantine? What did I tell y'all towards the end? Follow the Caesars. Follow the timeline. Follow the scriptures. Follow it was something else that I gave you and follow the Caesars. Didn't I tell y'all that? And if Tacitus, if I'm correct, was around that time, a little bit, either a little bit before 70 AD or a little bit after, Rome was pissed with the Jews. So why would they speak highly of the Jews? I mean, oh my God,
Yeah.
Go ahead, take
And
it, Brian, because I feel myself.
and that's the thing about it. When they sit here and they read these sources, these 1800 sources, who is the author? These are racist people. They're racist. It's all get out. The most of them believe in Darwinism and evolution.
Mm-hmm.
This
Oh, you
is,
can thank Dante for that.
they look down. They look down on different races that don't match who they think they are. They raise themselves up like they some kind of god.
Mm,
I mean, Caesar thought he was God. I
mm,
mean, why are we so shocked that they're prideful people? That's a sin. Pride is a sin.
mm, mm,
These
mm,
people are
mm.
prideful, and you can read
Okay,
it in their work.
yeah, thank you, Brother Remy. You said Tacitus was born 55 AD to 120 AD. Okay, so it was up in that time frame. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was around the time that the Jews. Remember, we had a thorough class on 70 AD. Remember, that's why I told y'all to learn
Yep.
that early AD history. Mama Millicent is doing it, and I can name quite a
Yep.
few people who are doing it. Now y'all see how
Yep.
important it is because these people don't know history. So again, right there, up in that time
What
frame, right? When
what
he was
time
in
he
power.
say? What time's out? What time
He
frame did he
said,
say, sister?
Brother Remy said 55 AD to 120 AD.
Okay, what was happening during that time, sister?
Oh my God, it was a lot happening. Okay, so this
The
is after
Jews were revolting against Rome for almost
Rome,
70
and
years.
then of course the Christian persecution was going on, and all of that, which they refused to speak about.
Yep.
So
Yep.
again, here, why would Tacitus speak highly of the Jews? Of
Yep.
course,
There you go.
he was gonna speak low of them because Rome at this time is pissed off with the Jews because the Jews at that time, especially what kicked off the Roman revolt, they figure since Rome is already in their own civil war because they were having an economic downfall, this is a time to what? Revolt against Rome. And that's what they did. And they end up getting their behind kicked. Listen, and it went on for 60 years. So again, they're not talking about these prominent things. They're not even talking about even the three different wars that took place around Jerusalem, like the battle of what? 70 AD, number one, the battle of Masada, the battle of Kittos, and the battle of Bar Kokhba. So actually, technically four. So wait a minute, you're missing a strong point of history. This is why I said, Brother Brian, they are dismissing 90% of the information, and you think you can go out there and teach people? Give me a break.
Yep. The Romans, the general, and I forget his name, he took and salted the whole area where Jerusalem is. And
Yes.
salted it and to where nothing would ever grow again. But guess what? It is growing now.
It's growing now. Right.
Yep.
All right, come on, let's keep going because we can sit here all night. Here we go.
I can't lie.
This
Come on.
information
I'm
about them being called Negro is known. This is known. It's in the history books. There's a reason why they call them that. They weren't calling them that because they look like black Africans or anything like that. That source has been debunked. I pulled up pictures of how they look. Even if we go back to anybody's source that they pulled up, they always say they came and admixed with. And here's the thing that's crazy. You made a comment earlier. You said they had to get the black men had to get white wives in order to that book is a cover up, Kevin G. Okay, bro, there it is right there. There it is right there. That right there is that's your mind. I'm sorry, I can't cover for that. My insurance only covers a little bit. The rest of that, if y'all in y'all world saying that book is a cover up, you have to prove it's a cover up. See what I'm saying? It's a conspiracy mindset, bro. It's a cover up. Come on, how's a whole book a cover up?
And I even wanted to go back to that Pharaoh and Moses and Pharaoh house, and you know how people automatically think all of the Egyptians, all of the pharaohs were African Nubians, and some people arguing only the 25th dynasty.
And they hated the Nubians.
Going back, So
the Egyptians hated the Nubians. If you look on the walls of Karnak, they did not want to be associated with the dark-skinned people.
A lot of people can look at the pictures and then try to explain away the pictures, how the Nubians, how the Egyptians view themselves, Nubians, even when we're dealing with what reliefs when we're dealing with pictures of the Jews being carried away, Assyrians and all of that stuff, and picking who have fringes on and who's wearing different. It's a lot. Hair texture,
but that's a moot point that Kevin G's trying to make.
A moot point?
Right, because when you
Let enough, him talk, Kevin.
Even when you look at the sandals of Tutankhamun, he has Nubians under it. But Even Tutankhamun was still a black man. Today there's black on black crime. So what? There's not black people. I mean, come on, Kevin G. I mean,
Wait a minute. Wait.
that's illogical
I'm gonna
to
drop
think
that
just
link if anybody
because
want to jump
they were
on.
killing black people.
That part, Brother Eric, that part. Just wanted to say that part, what you commented when you were in Bareen's chat, that part.
They were not black themselves. That's crazy. That's
Right, but hold
crazy.
on, bro. You saying because Tutankhamun, you calling him a black man because of the skin tone, right?
I'm calling him an African because what we consider an African, he fits all of those criteria.
What do you consider an African?
What do you consider an African? Because I'm saying he's an African. You're saying he's not. So what do you say is an
I
African?
never said, bro. I never said anything about him not being African. See, this is
Okay.
another thing too. Is listening here.
Right.
Because I never said anything about the brother not being African. What I said was
Africans are black people.
They were not. You said Africans are black people.
Right.
That's not true.
What you say?
I mean, if
82 to 87% of the world is considered melanated or dark skinned.
Right.
Only about 17 to 20% of the world is considered what you would call in today's modern terms white.
Let me refine that for
But
you.
you're not saying that white people don't have no melanin. You're not saying that.
No.
They do
Okay,
have
go ahead.
melanin, but they're on the
Very lighted.
scale
Yes. Okay.
melanin.
Okay. Go ahead.
But most of the world,
Tutankhamun would be considered a black person today, Kevin G. He would not be considered.
No,
yes,
he would not. Okay, so for instance, would you call somebody from India black?
No.
Okay.
No.
It depends. A lot of people, like I said, Renoko Rashidi, some people would. There's mad dark black people in India like me.
They're ancient black people.
Plenty, millions.
Oh, bro.
They're ancient black people.
Okay, Africa is not, bro. Here's the problem that you have. You're associating black with Africa. Okay? If you look at most of the world, go to Australia, the natives, they're black. Go to Papua New Guinea, the natives, they're black. If you go to Okinawa, Japan, the natives, they're black. If you go to Philippines,
they're a very ancient branch of black people.
Okay, bro.
Both of y'all say the same thing right there.
Ancient man off the back is a melanated people. That's not the argument here.
Yes, okay.
No, the ancient man is what we would consider the black person today.
No, it would not.
You're trying to hide it behind this word melanated. He would be considered a black person today.
No, he would not, because I asked you the question, is a person from southern India black? You said no.
No, listen what I'm saying. The ancient people, they were black people.
No, they weren't, man.
They lived in their areas for thousands and thousands of years, and they became something different.
Okay, what this idiot doesn't understand, right? So let's go back to ancient times. Let's say Brother Eric, right? And let's say his ancestry is from India, right? We're just going to take it to India, right? And let's say that Brother Eric lived in India, and Brother Eric is of a darker hue, right? He's Indian. Why would his ancestors, right? And we see that color does change throughout the years, but if his ancestors, how can I put this, Brother Brian? If his ancestors, let's say they started out light and they begin to mingle, and as time goes on in the family, right, in Brother Eric's family, right, if they continue to integrate, I'll just put, I don't want to say integrate, but if they continue to marry, have children, and they get darker and they get darker, one light, one gets or one dark, and they get darker and they get darker, and then one darker and another one darker, but they're still part of the same family. How is it now that Brother Eric is separated from his ancestors? I hope I said that correctly. I hope you caught it. Gideon, he been smoking too much weed. He really needs to leave that cannabis alone. Because it done fried his entire brain. If a Brother Eric traces his lineage all the way back, right, and he's Indian, let's say he's Indian, from India, And these people, some are light, some are dark. And then he sees that it ended up migrating from light to dark, or went from dark to light, however it goes. That's still his ancestry. That will still be his
Yep.
ancestry. Go ahead, Brother Brian, because this is giving me such a headache.
This is somebody that knows absolutely nothing about the biology of a human being. Oh man, we studied genes in science class. Did he skip that day or something?
He
I
skipped
mean,
all of his
if
classes.
somebody, okay, you know, they always tell you your product of your I think it's your mother's side. So okay, I got blue eyes. My mama's got brown eyes, my dad's got brown eyes, and my brother's got brown eyes. And I come out with blue eyes. Well, where'd that come from? It come from my mother's side. That's how genes work. That's what makes people what they are. It's what makes people, well, feet size, height, all of that's genes. Different people have different genes. Some people have long hair. Some people bald headed. Some people have curly hair. Some people have thin hair, thick hair. I mean, it's just gene. Some people, when you stay out in the sun and you're out in the sun a lot more, your skin gets darker. Why? Because your body's way of protecting itself from the UV rays. I mean, my grandmother and them, they stayed out and they got really dark. They stayed out in the sun all the time.
Right. Like my husband, he is really light skinned, right? His mom was really light skinned. His dad was really light skinned, right? His sister is really light skinned, but his older brother is dark skinned, right? It can happen. And then if my husband, like when we took the kids to the amusement park to Great America, it was blazing hot that day. It was like 95 degrees, probably hotter than that. And he stayed out in the sun, and of course he got sunburned. But when he took off his shirt when he came home, guess what, Brother Brian? My husband ended up getting a tan, right? I mean, he was dark on his arms, dark on his face, dark on his legs, because he was wearing shorts that day. And so again, about the melon or whatever, and of course it's made to protect us from the UV rays of the sun, but it still kind of affects our skin. Now, again, like I said, the majority of his family is well, I won't say majority of his family, half of his family, it seems like they're light skinned, and then the other half of his family is dark skin. I mean, dark like me. So wait a minute, they're no longer his family. They don't come from the same ancestry. I mean, this is ridiculous with these people.
Take for instance, one of the problems that associates with African Americans when drinking milk. Why? Because it has vitamin D in it. Their body can't absorb so much vitamin D because they get it from the sun.
Right.
So vitamin D, once you have a lot of vitamin D in your skin, you can't drink milk. It causes you to have problems. And people, it's genes. I mean, it's like people are made different. Everybody ain't the same. God didn't say, "Oh, everybody the same." No, He made us all different.
Right. He did. And I don't know why these people are fixated of thinking that God just made, just them. Well, then where the rest of these here people come from? Right? Did they just fall out the sky? I mean, stop it. I mean, like, we can clearly see in Genesis 11, right? Let me go there real quick and I'll come back to the video because we're going to mostly be on the video. Genesis chapter 11. And Brother Brian, I want you to read verse 1, 2, and 3.
It says, and the whole earth was with one language and one speech.
The whole earth was of one language and one speech. Okay, continue.
Yep. So they were pretty much one set of group of people in the whole earth. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the Shinar and dwelt there. So all these group of people dwelled in one little area. So more than likely they all look the same. And they said to one another, go and let us make a brick and burn them thoroughly. and they had brick for stone, and slime had their mother. And they
Mm-hmm.
said, "Go and let us build a city and a tower, whose tower may reach into heaven, and let us make a name for a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of earth." And the
Mm-hmm.
Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, "Behold, the people is one, and they have become one language, and they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which imagine to do.
Now
Go, let us go
hold on,
down."
stop that, stop.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, go to 7. Read
"And let
that.
us confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech."
Now
So,
hold on, brother Brian. In this here, real quick before I let you go, in this, now I gotta correct something. In this, it says that what? That all the people were one. It never
different
said that
areas
they
on
were
purpose.
right.
And I'm pretty sure I didn't say, "Okay, I'm going to punish them."
It never said that they all looked the same, right? It said the people were one, right? Let me see, where was that? Behold, all the people were one. Did I just miss it? Okay, let us go down. Okay, but verse 6, right? Behold, all the people is one.
Strong's H259. Echad.
It
Echad.
didn't say Yaqid, only one. These people were unified. It said that God confused the languages. He never messed with the skin color. He never messed with the blood. He only messed with the dialect. The people are achad, unified. It's not an absolute one, right? They weren't just one, they were unified. They weren't just one particular people in that way. It never said that they all looked alike, did it? No. Said they all shared the same language. And God confused the language. That's what the difference, that's when the difference came in. And they were achad, they were unified. Right? So this narrative that Hebrew Israelites put out there as if everybody is just straight up black. Wrong. Or even on the opposite side, everybody just straight up white. Wrong. They're most likely, all of them look different from one another, unique. The only thing that they shared together is one language. And that's the only thing that God messed with. He confounded the language. That Brother Brian, this is elementary school. I don't understand why we have to continue to go back here and explain this. And not to mention, this was the very first scattering, by the way.
Yep. And but see, when God created the earth, He created earth perfect, and man was perfect no matter what he looked like. I mean, that to to look at the skin color is, to me, it's just, I don't know, man. Sometimes it just gets to the point, it's like, damn, man, there's more to talk about in this Bible than skin color
Because
when
you
it's
know
barely
what?
even mentioned.
Skin color, race has become these people's God.
Yep.
That's why they talk more about that. They insecure as hell. I said it, clip it. I don't care. They're more focused on that, and they can't tell you nothing about Christ. They can't tell you nothing about the real movement of God. They can't tell you any of that. And that stuff is important. They can't tell you any of the important stuff. Only thing that they run to, are we in the book? Like Mr. Johnson said, when I read this book, and the book is about me. Who told you that, sir?
Yep.
This book ain't about you.
That's a waste of time.
come on, let's continue because
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
not trying to go there. I'm not trying to go there, Brother Brian. Because listen, when I heard that man say that, I could have just came up on the platform and just slapped him stupid. Are you serious? But see, that's what they think. Clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee. They think that this book is about them, and it's not. It's about God. Uh-huh. Here we go.
As it goes for the Indian.
Okay, no.
But in their origin.
Okay, bro. The
Native American come from the Khoisan stock. That's an African stock.
Okay, no. See, you got to stop. What you're doing, you're applying the modern world. Okay, that's a very good question, Floyd. I'm appreciate you asking that because that's exactly what I was about to get into. What is black to you, brother? When you say
that can
black,
help clear some stuff up too. That can help clear some stuff up too. His phone died or something. But go ahead, Kevin.
I mean, I don't want to overspeak or critique. See, I'm gonna calm it down a bit because I'm not gonna go in on him if he's not here. I'm gonna let him come back and I'm gonna address it. But here's what I just want a basic fact for everybody to understand. Most of the world is melanated. That's a fact. Okay, Africa is melanated. Asia is largely melanated. South America is largely melanated. Heck, even the Native Americans are largely melanated.
But you wouldn't call them all black. Like some people would pull that up in conscious teachers would say everywhere you go, you see the black man because you see dark people in the down under in Australia. You see darker Indians over here before Christopher Columbus. So they'll say black people is here, black people are everywhere you go.
Right. So what they're doing, they're making a judgment on phenotype. Anytime they recognize a phenotype, they're thinking, oh, these must be black West Africans, and it's not the case. So just like
this is connected to the whole outer Africa theory. Everybody was darker, they became lighter as they spread out, and then did they end up mixing?
I mean, yeah, you could connect it with the outer Africa theory. But that outer Africa theory wasn't people that were from West Africa. The outer Africa theory proposes those that came from out of the steppes of Ethiopia. We're talking about the highlands.
For people that believe the origin, the origin of all humanity. That some that would argue that. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, exactly. So then he's using these modern terms based on Egyptians, like, oh, Tutankhamun was black. He's okay. You see what I'm talking? Man. All right,
I'm gonna put the link back in there. Yeah. I don't know if he or somebody else want to jump on. I don't know if he I don't know if his phone died or whatever. He was in the call. Let me see.
Okay, so I'm gonna move it forward because, like I said, it's a whole lot up in here. So let's move it.
And what basically in the technical term, what they're doing, they basically believe in basically the Hebrew Israelites believe like the NOI out of Africa theory. They believe they supposed to be the Bible, but they don't believe the Bible because they believe in evolution. And they believe this man came out of Africa, he got lighter. That's what they believe. That's.
Oh my God. Oh my
God.
Yep. Okay. So wow. Oh man. Oh, Brother Brian. Oh wow. Okay. So now I'm jumping into where 93 is. Okay. Because I played a good portion of Brother Kevin G, but he's gonna come back in, of course. Now we're at the portion where Brother 93 is on the panel, right? So here we go.
Become white.
Being likened to dark or being likened to me and our people was an insult to those people, and that's what they did. And I demonstrated, and I will continue to demonstrate that in my research. So when you see a dark Jew, you need to discern between, is this really a black person, or is this really a quote unquote what they like to say, quote unquote, swarthy Jew? Because you got to understand white supremacy. Even the smallest little drop of what they consider
they
other,
put you,
they put you on the other side.
You on the other side, like the one drop over here.
Exactly. So they've been that extreme since the beginning. White supremacy has been the same. They called modern Jews that Hebrew Israelites disagree with, they called them the N-word. I ain't gonna say on your platform. They called them that.
So when did it change? When did they accept them into the fold? When did they stop calling them niggas or Negroes? Excuse me.
If
they have always been this type of phenotype, that's what I'm saying. That doesn't logically add up.
Look,
you know when?
I could be wrong, but one of the last epochs in history that the Jews, the modern Jews, y'all don't like, what were likened to black people was the Nazi regime. But some
And
people
that was
might
in the
still have
40s.
that.
That's recently.
Right, right. And some people might still be saying that. We still be playing with the Italians. Yeah, you know who y'all come from. You know what y'all look like. So I say, just like Barine said about mulatto, y'all need to do the research and go deeper and discern, is this a non-black person or is this a black person? Show the images, show the pictures, because what's his name? Baruch Spinoza, we got his images during his
Okay.
lifetime. He's called
So,
a dark Jew, and he's not.
right. So to respond to you and to what Brother Berean was saying, it's not so much that they bring it out, Brother Berean. That's their trump card. And that's why when if I have a choice to speak of the information, I speak of an east-west migration from Ethiopia to
Mhm.
West Africa, because it can get so easily convoluted when you're speaking of the Spanish Jews, because like you say, it seems that they bring it out that they were right, but that's all they're bringing out. And they're hiding the fact, whether they know it or not. Well, a lot of them are. They're hiding the fact that these so-called white or swarthy Spanish Jews have their origins in the black Israel.
Or is
So
it? And you think so? You think that has been sufficiently proven?
I think it has been, because
If
once
y'all think
again,
that's been sufficiently proven, do me a favor, type 1.
because once
Or
again,
because there are
Hold
because
on.
people are out here
what
arguing the exact opposite. On Faithful 93,
right,
what's the guy in the
right,
video that I pull up on Team Home Team? That
right,
video, Kevin G, they're arguing the exact opposite.
Brother
Nefertiti,
Garfield.
right.
they're arguing the
So
exact opposite. That the evidence is showing us that
right,
them people came in and these people became proselytes and they married black
right,
and they
right,
made the mulatto class. That's a
right,
whole different thing right there.
right. So the evidence isn't showing us that. The conclusions are telling us this. So what we got to do, Brother
Mhm.
Berean,
Mhm.
our methodology must span
Put your
centuries,
pause it
hundreds
right
of
quick.
years. And I'm saying that because when you look,
Okay.
I got a book that I read. It's called The History of the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to know when we get through it, when I go went through it, uh, there's Mizraim Jews, there's Morocco Jews,
Mm-hmm. Yemen
there's
too.
Jews in West Africa. Some people say they convert. I don't care. They still call themselves Jews. There's Jews in Europe. There's Jewish Nazi Jews. There's Sephardic Jews. There's Iraqi Jews. There's Japanese Jews. There's Australian Jews. There's Jews in South Africa. There's Jews in New York. There's Jews in Los Angeles. Why do we these people? This is Oh, the Sephardic Jews were kicked out of Spain. Where do you think they went? They went to the Caribbean. When they went to the Caribbean, do you know that the Jews that come out of the Caribbean went to New York?
Mm-hmm. And a
The
lot of them
same
went to
Jews,
South America, Brazil.
the same Jews that are in New York are the same Jews that were kicked out of Spain. Their family were kicked out of Spain. A lot of this is why I never understood. If you was going to make claims, why do you have to have the Spanish Inquisition?
Mm-hmm.
You, to me, the Spanish Inquisition cuts you because the way the Roman Catholics, it was the Roman Catholic and the Roman monarchy was in Spain. It was two. They also had a king. They also had the church. These people were trying to convert as many people as possible. Plus, the Muslims were attacking. So the best way they saw it is kick all of them out. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why what became of the Spanish Inquisition. And the biggest sign for Jew, which is interesting, is red hair. I
Now,
mean,
let me ask you a question. When the
mhm.
Spaniards kicked the Jews out, was it because of their skin color or was it because of their religion?
It was because of their religion. They were rumors going around the same way the rumors went around in Hitler's time that they were eating babies, they were blood doing all kinds of stuff. They were poison. They got accused of stealing money. They got accused of poisoning the water. They got accused of all kinds of stuff. Uh, the Muslims were the Muslims were taking over Spain. And the sad thing about it is Jews always seem like they prosper better in a Muslim country because Jews in Europe couldn't even be doctor. I mean, they barely could. They couldn't make loans because when they made loans, they got people in debt, and then when they got people in debt, well, somebody's got to collect on them. And the Jews, they collected money from the Europeans, and they hated it because the way they viewed the Christians viewed it was ungodly to collect interest on money. But the Jews saw that a Gentile you could make interest, and they made interest off of people. And when you get in debt, the same way Hitler got mad at the Jews because he accused them of stealing money. I mean, what's the difference now? I mean, you do it now. It always the Jews' fault. The Jews' fault.
Okay, here we go.
They own the banking system.
Of course.
Yep.
Look at this is where I start at. When you look at the first century writers like Strabo and Tacitus, clearly defining these people as Ethiopian. And what's funny is when they talk about Moses not being black, they say, oh, he married an Ethiopian woman. So, that kind of, sophomoric logic, But when we look at Tacitus saying that these people look like Ethiopians, then they change the Ethiopian to looking like somebody else. So that's where I start at. I start at with Strabo, and I start at Tacitus describing them as Ethiopians.
Hey,
go ahead, Kevin.
Where did he meet his wife, by the way?
Where did who meet his wife?
Moses.
Where did he meet his wife at?
Which one?
The Ethiopian.
Because Zipporah is not the Ethiopian wife he's talking about.
No, that's fine, bro. But where did he meet her? Where did he meet her?
Zipporah, he met her in the Sinai Peninsula.
Zipporah, his Ethiopian wife.
The Cushite that Miriam was mad at.
He met her in Ethiopia. He married her in Ethiopia when he conquered Ethiopia for the Pharaoh.
This is the problem.
Wait, Moses.
When we say Ethiopia, we keep thinking
Did you hear that,
modern day Ethiopia. The reason why Africa is called Ethiopia is because that's a Western that's a Western understanding of it. They call
that,
Africa
Ethiopia.
It's the land of the dark people. It's bigger than the map.
Right. That's what they called it, but that's what the Europeans called it. But when you read the Bible,
did you hear what he's saying?
Ethiopia.
Yeah, I heard it. I want this to go through before we comment.
Okay.
Talking about where the descendants of Cush, where Nimrod is
after the flood.
Babylon.
That's right.
So it's not talking about the land of Africa. So when you saying that the rivers and everything, or we talking about, like a brother in the chat, he was like, well, you said Ethiopia was not in Africa, right? Because Ethiopia is translated Cush, and the land of Cush was in Babylon. It's not talking about the modern day Ethiopia that we're talking about. Because then we got to ask the question, where was Babylon founded? Was it founded in today Ethiopia? No, it wasn't. Babylon is over in Mesopotamia. So that was the land of Cush where they settled.
93, let me ask you a question. A lot of this go back to, because we hear people saying, well, Moses and Paul were confused for Egyptians. We know Alexander marched 300 years before, and people argue about the 25th, a couple of Nubians that were on the throne in the 25th dynasty and stuff like that. What were the Egyptians? People talking about what the Egyptians look like. What do the Egyptians look like? Did they differ themselves from Nubians to you?
Yeah, but I'm not an expert on that's not my area right now. But as far as Kemet, of course they're different from the Nubians. I mean, they are both people of color, but the Nubians are darker.
Okay.
Customs are different. They had a beef that go back for a long time. But what I want to say is, because the brother Gideon was saying, what the first century, right? Like, they can be dark. Like, I don't understand why somebody who's not your people have to automatically be white for them not to be your people. They can be dark. They can be brown skin. They can be tawny. Why
especially when so many of these Jews are saying, to be us, you have no color. This thing is not about color. especially when so many of them are saying that.
Why isn't African history not sufficient for our people? Why do we always have to be exotic Negroes? Why we're the Moors? Why? Oh, we're Native Americans. Oh, we're the ancient Hebrews. What's wrong with good old West Africa? Because they don't have a written history? Because we don't talk until Europeans and Arabs come to us? Why do we have to be these exotic Negroes? We can make our own lane. You guys want to be the Hebrews, but you don't have no real ties to it other than reading into sources. In my opinion,
You said reading
scripture.
into sources. Yeah, that's beef, Sister Lewis. Good morning. That's
So,
beef. You
so
said
Brother
reading into
Berean,
sources.
That's an excellent point, Brother 93 just made. And the reason why I believe I can answer that question for him is because these people hate themselves. They hate the way that God made them. And I think it's sad to the point that you would deny your own history, because Africa has a beautiful, rich history, right? A beautiful, rich culture. But you got to go and hijack somebody else's. Why? So you can feel important. That's why I said, family, that these people are seeking attention. As if God don't see all of us. God knows we're all here. He knows the full count. Listen, God knows how many hairs is on your head, on your body. He can count every strand. You can't, but he can unless you're bald, right? But these people are not, they're not happy with who they are, right? Where they came from. But in some what's that continental distance or whatever. But in some freaky kind of way, they want to attach Africa into their story to validate their story. It's a bunch of lies. Like I watched the camps before them, dealing with the moderates. I watched them for a few months say we ain't African, we hate Africans, we da, right? But then you use Africa in your story. How the hell does that work, Brother Brian? That don't you hate these people, but then you hate these people, you hate the land, but then you're gonna use the land in your lie, in your story. Oh, when we migrated from Israel to the worst point of Africa, and that's where the white man picked us up, the children of Israel, because of Deuteronomy 28. Shut up. That whole story has gone down the toilet, it's fried, it's cooked. Then you messed around here and made up this crazy 12 tribe chart. And moderates, I'm not buying it. Y'all, we don't hold to the 12 tribe chart. Well, guess what? I don't buy it. I believe you do. Because if you ask the majority of them, Brother Brian, what tribe you come, or what they gonna say? Oh, the tribe of Judah. Who told you that? Where you get that from?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what the 12 tribe chart say. See, y'all think folks is dumb.
Yep.
Come on, Brother Brian.
I mean, I think 93 said it best. Just because there's an oral history and we in the West, a lot of things in Africa are really being discovered now. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, because there was it's just because you didn't know, we didn't know about it didn't mean it happened. The oral history has always been there. It has a very, very good oral history.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And let me say this, Mama Millicent. I seen what you put in the chat. You said, amen. It is so sad. They reject God's love for you who created, he created you in his own image. Exactly. But let me say this, Mama Millicent. The reason why they reject God's love is because, number one, first of all, anytime you hate yourself trying to be something that you ain't, you definitely reject God's love. So I don't believe when they say, oh, I love God, I love God, I love God, right? Shut up. No, you don't. Because guess what? How the hell you love God and you hate your fellow brother who you see every day? How the hell do you love God and you hate how God made you? Shut up talking to people with that lie. Not talking to you, Mama Millicent, but talking about your comment. Your comment is 100% correct, but they can't love God and they can't love themselves. So how the hell they gonna love somebody else? Go sit down. Bunch of doggone hypocrites, Brother Brian. Bunch of foolery. Who you think you fooling? What does the scripture say? Love thy neighbor as thyself. How the hell you gonna love somebody else and you don't even love yourself, let alone God? Go sit down.
Yep.
That's why a Hebrew Israelite can't come to me to this day to tell me nothing. I don't want to hear nothing that you got to say.
Yep. They really and truly hate God, to be honest.
Yeah, they do.
Because they're unhappy in the life that God has put them in.
Well, I guess they'll be more happy in hell, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Yes,
well,
so.
you know, I've had this same problem. I mean, you know, I used to complain and then I had to stop because I realized that, you know, I'm making myself sick. I mean, I'm just being unhappy about situations when you ought to be appreciating God that you woke up this morning.
What did the scripture say? Hold on, let me go back to it. What did the scripture say? Hold on.
Ungrateful.
Going back to it. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Go back to it. Let me see. Second Timothy, chapter what? 3. What does it say?
3.
What does it say? On what? Unthankful.
Yep.
Unthankful.
And the KJV uses ungrateful.
I'm in KJV right now. This one say unthankful. Unthankful, ungrateful, okay. Same damn thing. Same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. I said it. Same damn thing.
Yep.
Then they want to play transliteration and then you want to play victim. Ghost. I'm not for it. I swear I'm not for it. After what I heard, all that I got, don't nobody say nothing to Cherry Love. And I will put this out here directly to Brother Berean. You better not say nothing to me. You better not say one word to me. Because everybody said it. Cherry Love wasn't part of that conversation. My butt was at work for the past 8 hours. Listen. When I check my phone sporadically, Brother Brian, I come back. When I started out, I had 20 messages. I checked them. The next on my 4th hour, I come back, I got 76 messages. When I came back on my break, I had so doggone many. I said, I can't go through all of this. From Facebook, from Instagram, from YouTube. I mean, my email is ridiculous. Just from today. Of everybody saying, this is embarrassing. This is the faithful in them, whooping them. And I want to say to my Christian brothers, they did a wonderful job whooping they behind. I'm not sure what 93 is, but he did a wonderful job. And Garfield did a wonderful job. And so, again, listen, don't say nothing to me. This is my first time. Shut up. I wish you would. And I'm going to give you the wrath of God. Shut up, because everything that was said on this video from the reports that I received from people letting me know, keeping me updated, they saying the same thing, Brother Brian, that we said years ago. And folks say, well, Cherry Love, she's so rude. Brother Brian, he racist. And Pastor Sean don't say nothing to them. And they rude, and they evil, and they ungood. Shut up. Shut up.
Yep.
Shut up.
Have I become your enemy because I told you the truth?
Come on. Come on.
Yep. Have I become your enemy because I told you the truth?
I got about, listen, because I divided up, listen, from the addresses that I have. Do you know I got just from Africa alone 50 messages from Africa alone calling these people retarded, asking what they being taught over there in America. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. Because if I can, and I'm going to see if I can. Because I don't want people's public, some people give me their private emails. I'm going to see if I can find a way to crop it out to show you some of the emails that I received today. Baby, it will put you to shame. Shut up. I will embarrass y'all. And I'm just telling you about it, and it's embarrassing. I'm looking in my chat, and they saying the same thing that I received. So I wish anybody say that Cherry Love is lying. Open your mouth. And I'm going to say this calmly. Marine, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. And if you Hebrew Israelites come and crawl up out the bushes, try to play victim, I'm going to bust your head clean to the white meat. I am not in the mood with your embarrassing self. Y'all don't need nobody to make you look stupid. You do it on your own. You do it very well on your own. You don't need Cherry Love, Brother Brad. You don't need a Berean. You don't need a Faithful to God. You don't need a Kevin G. You do it well on your own. And guess what? You got your ringleader, Dante. What about Thorson, helping you to look like a bigger idiot? Don't fool with me today. I will cut you sunder. Y'all bet if you ain't no Christian, you better stay away from me. That's your best bet. I'll say it again. You ain't no Christian. Don't say nothing to me. Here we go.
That's beef right there.
Right. So this is what we got to get established and put light on whenever it happens.
Yes.
We talked about Moses marrying an Ethiopian wife, and Kevin G went to no source, but just said what other people said. I need you to show me
What are you talking
where
about?
his.
Hold on, Kevin. Let him
I
talk.
need because you didn't. You just spoke. You just say how you feel. You didn't give us no source of that. His wife was not an Ethiopian from Ethiopia.
I wasn't disproving that. What are you talking about?
Yes, you did, Brother Berean. Didn't he stop me? And he asked me.
I asked you a question about it. I didn't. What are you talking about?
Okay, so his wife was from Ethiopia.
So I asked you, where did he meet her? That's all I asked you.
And I said he met her in Ethiopia, which is the Horn of Africa.
Right. I'm pocketing that. I'm gathering information for you. I wasn't debunking that. I'm getting where you. I'm trying to see how you understand it, where you're coming from. That's why I fished and said, where.
Well, see, when you don't, I'm saying, bro. What you fishing for? Just ask a direct question, because you insinuate, you made it seem like Ethiopia wasn't in the Horn of Africa.
Be using you using presuppose, insinuating.
Because because when I say you presuppose or you're making assumptions and you're presupposing that Mesopotamia was in the Garden of Eden when it didn't explicitly say that. So that was the first lie. That was the first lie.
I don't know what
so
when Kevin did. Hold on, I'm sorry. Kevin did on this morning, Steve. Maybe before you jumped on, he did bring out. He brought up.
You see this? You see this fool? Kevin does need to provide sources, and he did. And he did. Shut your mouth. And by the way, pretty much after this, she does shut up because she don't know what she's talking about. Because it gets worse. It gets worse, right? From what I was told, it gets worse. Some people gave me some timestamps, right? Mm-hmm. Some people gave me some timestamps. It gets worse. And Brother Brian, I think you've seen a little bit more than I did.
What he's sending me? Well, I put a video in the back chat. This is right here. is what he's finna make his argument on this Garden of Eden. Man, he is ignorant as a man I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I'll get to the video in 1 second because I want to get to these 4 parts. Then we'll bring out that stuff. I just I just wish these people would actually pick up a book or actually Google actual sources. And when you do Google a source, actually read it in context, right? Kevin G gave sources, citations, sources, right? Shut up, man. Be quiet, right? That's not only to Ethel, but that's to the rest of these people. Y'all, listen.
But the source is the Bible. The area that Kevin G is speaking of is his it says the Ethiopian. The Ethiopian area was bigger than it was because it covered some part of the Sinai Peninsula. That's all he quoted was saying, you know, that the Kush area was different than it is now. That's what he was pointing out. That's all the source and then Ethel, she don't know. She just wants.
She don't know scripture. She don't know history.
She's up there parroting Dante. Dante tells her to do that.
That's it. That's it. That's all. But again, like you said, Brother Brian, if y'all go back and review the chat to those who did not watch this, if you do watching in this full content, notice in the chat, you don't see Dante nowhere. I asked and I checked, right? I'll go back and check again. Maybe I was wrong, but I don't think I am because a lot of folks will tell me your boy wasn't there. Really? What? Hold on. He shouldn't even be in the chat since he got the truth. Why you didn't bring your behind up on Bareen's channel? Why you go on the platform, Dante? Ethel, why you didn't go up on the platform? Oh, right, you was at work. Okay, she was probably at work. So why you didn't go up there? You know, they went for 10 hours, right? But okay, you know, maybe they was at work, maybe, right? Highly doubt it, but okay. All right, so let me pull in a little bit more because it gets well, actually, this is a lot of meat up in here. I remember this part. I do remember this part. So sorry about the background, y'all. Here we go.
Out a few things. He brought out a few things. This is how come I said even with Tim and RNO and when other people are jumping on, we gotta have. That's why shout out to Brown. That's why I asked Brown to jump on and pull some stuff up on the screen and to kind of help because we gotta see it. People gotta see there are people writing down. We gotta make sure.
Oh yes, brother Kevin G. Yes, sir. And I must say, sir, you and 93 and Faithful did a good job. Bro, I was receiving messages all over the place worldwide about you all and how y'all just destroyed, even though I know that's not what you was up there intending to do. But again, the information that y'all brought out destroyed them. Okay. And I have to say on the flip side, my compassionate side, it was sad. It was sad. It was really sad. Victory on y'all part, but sad on their part because guess what? Bro, it is what it is. Okay, it is what it is. Let me see. Hopefully, this thing here work. Okay, because I know it wasn't working for Pastor Sean. Did you see last night too? Yes, sir. I was told about that too.
Yep.
I was told about that too, and I came in tail end of it, and you did a wonderful job. Wonderful.
Great job last night and great job today.
Great job.
It was ugly last night and it was ugly today.
Great job, bro. I listen, if I had a hat on, I will tilt it to you, Kevin G. You handled yourself very well. Thorough information. I did give you the link. I hope it works for you to come up here if you can. Because I know you'd be having other stuff to do. And if you know, I know you did 10 hours because it was acting up for Pastor Sean. But bro, I am just speechless by what you all did. Y'all brought a lot of clarity. Y'all brought out a lot of things that I didn't even know. And I'm just watching the chat in Brien's chat, and the lack of reading comprehension, the lack of everything. And I'm just like, what planet are you on? Right? I was looking at the chat. I didn't watch all of it because I was at work, but people were keeping me updated from the United States, from what's that song say, from all the way from Tripoli all the way down, however they say it in that song, for America the Beautiful, all the way to the Middle East, Africa, the Caribbean, some people in South America, you know, because YouTube goes worldwide. And I haven't even gotten to all of the messages of what they were saying. They said that you guys did an awesome job, and everybody's trying to figure out where is the Hebrew Israelite brain? Like, and I'm not being rude, but I did look at one comment said that Faithful was lying when he was reading the source in context. And they said the same thing about you, Kevin G, that you was lying, even though you was reading the source in context. And I'm like, do you see your screen, sir, ma'am? Can you read? Do you understand what they're saying? I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that. Yeah, from Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Thank you. I was thinking about what was it, but you caught it. You caught it. Thank you so much, Kevin G. I was just like, what's wrong? What is why do we have to do this? You know?
Yep.
Go ahead, Brother Brian, before I start this video.
And the real question is, where is Dante? We get that. Nowhere in sight.
Evidence in the chat. Yep. Don't start with me, sir. Listen. Now, I'm not gonna look at Kevin because he's gonna make me laugh. I'm not gonna look at him because he's gonna make me laugh. But I'm just like, where is your mind? Like, do you hear what they're saying? Do you see the source? Can you read what they're bringing out? Then when Garfield came up there, and I said, "Oh Lord," and then he came up there yesterday morning. I think it was yesterday morning or yesterday evening. I'm losing track of my days because of this. I mean, the stupidity. And I'm just looking like, and then Garfield, he comes up there and he makes it worse for them. And I'm like, oh, Garfield, please, Garfield, please. And he goes in, and then 93 goes in, then Kevin G, then here come Faithful. And it was a ping pong match. And it was like playing dodgeball and getting hit in the face with the ball. And they don't dodge, they just stand there and get hit in the face. I'm like, duck, slide on the floor, do something. They just pow, pow, pow. But that's what happens.
They'll be looking at where's that duck? Where's that duck? Lop.
Listen, can I put this disclaimer out here? Now I can't control my brothers when they read. They can't help it that they are educated and they actually take time to study. So on behalf of Kevin G and Faithful to God and 93, and I have to even throw in Garfield, they can't help it. When they read something, they read in context, and they can't help it. So I can't control what they do. Yeah, yeah. So it just comes out. It's like a natural reaction, and I wasn't there. I was at work. And Brother Brian is just as bad as they are. So yeah, don't blame Cherry Love. All right, so let me go on back to here. Kevin G, if you can try to come up here, because I know the Zoom was acting up. And and we're playing doubles. Shut up, Kevin. Please don't say nothing else. I'm not paying attention to your comments, sir. Listen. Here we go. Don't you do that. Brother Brian, you are bad, sir. You are bad, bad, bad Christian. Listen. Here we go. Come on, y'all.
We're getting this stuff out, and that's the first step. And then the next step, 93, is when we do get it, when we look at it, is it saying it the way these people are saying it's saying it? This is the main thing right here.
I don't believe so. And look, with this whole thing with the
That's
Dante
beef.
Porter, I know he probably don't want to ever debate me, but I still would formally challenge him and his brother Tazarah to debate me and brother Faithful to God, because obviously he keeps making videos and mentions he must be important enough to talk about and talk back to if he keeps responding to our videos without actually watching it. So if we can have the opportunity after we do our next presentation or whatever we decide to discuss, I would formally challenge them to a debate on that information we put out. And if I'm wrong, I'll come on your channel like a man and say I'm wrong. And I might not even
Hey,
speak
yo,
about
we're
it.
faithful at. We're faithful at. Somebody get your man. How 93 done came and blew it up. I said we was leading up to something, going somewhere. Cause and everybody, we already know, I done said it, people want Dante here because Dante has so much information out there. So much information.
And his sources are our sources.
And you see, and that's the thing. And if this is the thing, then most of the stuff, even if half of the stuff is being read wrong. Okay, that's how come Kevin G came on when he started saying his comprehension. If half of the stuff is read wrong, that's a serious problem. On top of the fact, what Mike and I were talking about, scriptures, I'm Judah mourneth, black unto the ground, and how people are, it's a comprehension problem
on both
all
sides.
around.
On
Yes.
both sides. On both sides.
So Brother Beran, that's why, and I realized that's where we started from, and Kevin G deflected. That's why we have to have a firm foundation and a proper methodology. We started in the first century.
Wait a minute, did Gideon just hear what Berean said? He said it was a reading comprehension, bro. Sir, did you just hear what he said? You're not understanding what you're reading. Here's my thing. I disagree with Berean, but I don't hate Berean. I want to say, Berean, I hope you caught that even after you said it. And when I say it, people want to jump down my throat. So I guess it's okay for everybody else to say it but Cherry Love. And that's fine, whatever, because I'm going to say it regardless whether people like it or not. But here's my thing. Gideon, did you hear what Berean said? Berean, did you hear what you said? And it was like Berean didn't say it. Sir, talking about Gideon, do y'all Hebrew Israelites even understand what you're reading? I don't think you do. And you're going out on partial information, wrong information, spewing whatever you can make up. History is clearly saying, I don't agree with you. The Bible clearly says, I don't agree with you. But yet you guys want to force this narrative anyway. Berean just even said it himself. It's a reading comprehension problem. Okay? Oh, it gets deeper. It gets worse. Because they end up talking about that. Okay, I was told they end up talking about that. And I heard a little bit of it, and it is. Uh, bro, listen, Kevin G, even if you were whispering, your whispering spoke volumes because they couldn't debunk what you were bringing out. Okay, they couldn't. And it was completely going over their head. I'm with Freddie Mill. Freddie Mill and a few others, quite a bit, was like their denial. They're in denial. They're denying it purposely. Then the other half is saying reading comprehension problem. Then we got another sect that said it's both. I don't even have room to disagree with anybody at this point. I don't. I don't even have room to disagree with anybody. Everybody is saying it across the board.
Yep.
It's like hitting social media like wildfire. Go ahead, Brother Brian.
Well, their own sources don't even say what they're saying. That's the biggest problem I see. It's like we keep saying over and over, read comprehensive. Either that or they really just lying. Because we even caught Gideon using some book, and it was like 1830 or something like
I
that.
remember that. I remember.
And we pointed that out to him, and he want to say, well, this is what it says. Like, no, it don't say that.
It's ridiculous. I remember when Faithful was up here, Remy was the host because I stepped away to go grocery shopping. I sure did. And I left all power and control to Brother Remy. Faithful was up here and he was just taking poor Gideon and just dragging him by the face. Not that he was intending to, but Faithful can't. One thing I do know about Faithful to God, Faithful to God cannot stand people to lie on history when you got the truth right there in front of you. Okay, I'm like that too, right? Especially when it comes down to the Bible. Kevin G, I believe he's like that too. 93 is like that as well. You can't, truth is truth. It says what it says. History happened the way it happened. We cannot go back and change it. Okay. The fact that these people are pushing a narrative that neither does the Bible or history says, it looks, I mean, come on. When does the madness stop? When does it stop? You're not hurting anybody else except for spreading the lie, but you're really hurting yourself. And I mean, and if that's what they want to do, fine. We can't control Hebrew Israelites what you do. We're not seeking to control what you do, even though that's the narrative you put out there too. But again, if I see a cliff and you're telling me, oh, go towards the cliff, I have every right to say, no, I'm not going towards the cliff, because if I keep going and go over that cliff, I'm going to kill myself. Therefore, I'm not going to listen to you. You're giving people the wrong directions. You're giving people the wrong information. And y'all bogus for that. And you don't want to get called out on that. I'm telling you right now, lying, it's not helping you. It's not helping. I don't care how many people you get to join your movement, or that's whatever you want to call it, because 1 minute is a religion, next minute is a nationality, next minute is a movement. Whatever it is, I don't care how many people that you get to join your movement, nationality, religion, whatever, it's built on a lie. And you're going to have to answer for that lie, right? You got to meet God at the end of your life. And you got to answer to him. Even if you skate through this life with that, you're not going to skate through God. I just want to put that out there. You might want to stop lying. Here we go.
Tacitus,
But
and he went off to
besides
something
that,
else.
one of the things that threw us off from the gate when I came on, when you brought up the Abramson, what's the other guy's name? And when we pulled it up, and he lily white. And I was like, man, this is picking up from last night. Go ahead.
Brother Berin.
Hold on,
Look
Kev.
at the origin. Look at the origin of those pictures. Those are not contemporaneous with his life. Those are after his life.
93. These pictures looking something type different from what folks saying.
Man, we're gonna have pictures of them looking all types of ways, yo.
I'm speaking of him in particular because, of course, there were so-called white-looking Jews along his time. Because again, we must remember with the Inquisition and the new conversos, it was that was in their psyche to separate themselves from the ancient Israelite.
Yo, Gideon, I got a question.
That's what they did.
I got a question.
But I still want to start at first century because that's where we start from. It's not like we're pulling out our head that they're black. We're actually reading this. I know. That's where we start from. But go ahead.
My question to you, because you're an Israelite
Okay,
brother.
before we get to that, Gideon said that they start from first century. Sir, the Israelites go all the way back to the BC. If that's what he's trying to say, then how are you if you start at the first century, then how are you connecting yourself? Shut up, Cherry. Just let it go. Here we go.
On here, as far as the expulsion from Portugal, right? So some would admit there's some white Jews, there's some black Jews. Were both of them targeted by the Inquisition, or was it only the black one? Were both of them targeted for disenfranchisement, or was it only the black ones? My question is, if there are two classes of Jews, white, black, who you think the authentic ones, and did they treat them equally with the Inquisition? Was it about the fact that they were practicing Judaism, which is a heresy to them, or was it about, oh, let's get these black Jews away from us? Is it a xenophobia?
It's a little bit of both, because what you're looking at is they persecuted the white Yuhadim as well, but it was more stringent on the black Jew because...
Okay, he just debunked himself.
He just crushed himself.
He just crushed his own self. Let me tell you why. Isn't there a claim, Brother Brian, don't mute yourself. Isn't the claim that the Hebrew Israelite movement said that nobody else has gone through this other than them?
Yes.
He just debunked. Take it, Brother Brian. Take it.
You know what? Here's where he's wrong. Let me tell you where he's wrong. It had nothing to do with the skin color. It had everything to do with religion. If you being a Jew converted to Christianity on the spot, they would not persecute you. It was religion and religion alone. It had nothing to do with skin color.
Wow.
The reason the Spanish Inquisition happened is because the Catholic Church has always believed we conquer. And the way they conquered then was through converting people at almost like Islam at the edge of the sword. And they were converting these Jews and Muslims because it was against the law to be anything other than a Catholic.
Yeah.
You had to be a Christian. They wanted them gone. They persecuted. They put them on them little wheels that turn them around. They did all kinds of stuff to make these people convert to Christianity.
So now he just admitted that this split. He just admitted, because I do believe that Israel was a mixed multitude. He just admitted that the white Jews went through persecution, or lighter colored Jews went through persecution, as well as any darker skin colored Jews. And again, I never said that there wasn't any black Jews. We can definitely see that they come in all different shades and colors. But, and again, the Bible shows that Israel was a mixed multitude. And he just, I can't even, Brother Brian, I can't. I just, the stupidity is just overwhelming. And then you just, like, that's why I said the last time I told y'all, I said, let a fool talk long enough, he'll begin to expose himself.
Yep.
Let a fool talk long enough, let him talk, and he'll begin to expose himself. Maybe I don't know. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I don't know exactly what Bahrain is doing. I do I agree with it? No, I don't. But I'm just if he literally ignores this part, listen,
Mm-hmm.
shut up, Cherry. Shut up. Just shut up. I just
Uh, I wanted to read this,
Yes,
but
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
uh, the ferocious persecution lasted 12 years, an intentional impulse of the spread of every Jewish community in Spain. The misery and the loss was appalling, but as a result, served to do is reveal the magnitude of the Jewish problem. Notice that Jewish problem in the eyes of authority west of old Moorish kingdom, the Granada. The Rasos Catholics entered the fallen city, triumphant over the 2nd of January, 1492. The debacle added yet more Jewish communities as well as Muslims ones to the Spanish state. Dealing with the Jews, open or secret, was now the principal active of the government. All Gauls were full. Tens of thousands were under house arrest for starving, despairing, and ending contract between converts and Jews by the continual means of inquisitional investigation, egged on by rapacious followers anxious to loot. The Rios determined a gigantic act or of the prestige of the final solution. On May the 31st, they signed an edict of exclusion, promulgate a month later, physically driving from Spain any Jew who would not accept immediate conversion. They were then 200,000 Jews still in the kingdom. It is indicated of the demoralizing state of the Jewish community and also the attachment of Jews, nevertheless, felt for Spain. The country were they and enjoyed more comfort and security in the past. There was very large numbers, including the senior rabbi, and most of the leading families chose to be baptized. See, notice they're being baptized by the church. That's a sign that they have
Mhm,
converted. And
mhm.
100,000 intruders across the frontier into Portugal, for which in the turn they were expelled the Jew 4 years later. About 50,000 went across to the straits of North Africa or by the ships to Turkey. Notice they went to North Africa, Morocco, and they went to Turkey. By the end of July 1492, the explosion was accompanied fact. The destruction of Spanish Jewry was the most monumental event in Jewish history since the mid second century. There had been Jews in Spain for earliest classical times, perhaps even since Solomon's day, and the community had developed marked characteristics in the dark and early Middle Ages dispersed Jews then to see the fall into two main groups those in touch of Babylon academics and those linked to Palestine. There was too much such communities, even each was in the synagogue, the Maimonides, which is that's one of the rabbis' Prusta, and a third synagogue of the Karaite. From the 14th century, however, it is more accurate to speak Spanish or Sephardic Jews. The term is a corruption of an old name from Spain and Ashkenazi or German Jews. Raiding, raiding from Rhineland. The Sephardists create their own Judaic Spanish. And I'll stop there, but notice these people, if they converted to Christianity, they were not asked to leave Spain.
Boom. Here we go.
By default of them being black, that makes them of the original stock of Jacob. That means they did not intermix. So that meant they still had a strong foundation of Torah within themselves. It was only, and just for the purpose of conversation, it was only the coon Jews, just to make a separation. And I don't want to make it seem like they were all coons, but that was what was happening with their lineage or their physiognomy. They continued to change. So the more you became looking like a white person, the more you were acceptable to them. Just by default of you marrying a white woman made you more acceptable to them. So if you were Negro, that means you stayed an original ancient Israelite.
How
So
did I just want to know how did they get from this to almost everybody messianics looking at those other same Jews looking at them and reading Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, not just the camps, how all of y'all don't like them when it seems like y'all was so connected.
well, see, you
They
this what
deep
I
into
look
the
at.
language, they deep into
When
Torah.
right, when you look at their records, and I'm speaking of the Ashkenazi, they themselves tell you they are of converts. So when you look at the conversion of the Ashkenazi Jew, or rather the Khazarian Empire, that went into all of Eastern Europe. And you also have to look at some of the Sephardic Jews, some of those white looking Jews, and maybe some mulatto looking Jews went to places far away as Poland and Dutch to establish trade posts. So the what we got to understand about the Sephardic Jew was they were the ones that held all of the knowledge once the Moors got kicked out of Spain. And when the Moors were ruling Spain, they left a lot of administrative duties during some of those ruling dynasties. They left the Jews to do that. So when the Moors got kicked out, they kept the Jews to do those functions until they did not need them anymore.
When did the Moors get kicked out? Did they get kicked out with the Jews?
1492.
Yeah, they got kicked out with the Jews, but
711
even before that, with the Reconquista, I don't have the exact date in front of me, but with them kicking them out of the last place they were in, which was Granada. So when they kicked them out of those places and they retained supremacy, meaning the Catholic Church, they kicked out all of the Moors and kept the Jews there for, like I said, the administrative roles and for the
And
money roles.
They took on their estates and stuff like that of the Moors, correct?
That's correct.
In some instances, correct.
Like Yahya Negro, who people think is an actual Negro, but he's named after the estate that he took.
So when you're looking at this process,
right before you came on, we brought that up too.
So when you're looking at this process, you're looking at black Jews who are in administrative or in government concert with the European, and they're going to marry through court alliances the white people children. So by time they're going to become white. And the doctrine that they hated, which was the Jewish doctrine, that's something that
that's a lie. What he saying
himself shunned away from.
What you say, Brother Brian?
Just flat lied. I just, I read why the Jews would be able to stay in Spain is how they were made to convert. If they didn't convert to Christianity, they couldn't stay in Spain. And it had nothing to do with color.
That's why I ain't saying nothing, because the folks in the chat already know that he's lying. Because we touched on this. I'm just waiting for a certain part here that we all know he's lying. We all know it. Okay, these people are more intelligent than what they really try to put. What they try to think that they are. Hebrew Israelites like to mess with your intelligence, right? But y'all not stupid. Y'all not stupid at all, right? He's lying, right? Brother Brian just read what happened, right? But let's keep going. Watch this.
So when you guys run to the Sephardic Jews, that's very easy for a person to be like, yeah, they were white. So
we're not running to them. We respond. Everything we do is in response to the Hebrew Israelites. You guys came first. We didn't say, claim you a Hebrew so I can debunk you. You guys come to us. I walk down the street. I get heckled by them. I didn't say come outside and heckle me while I'm at the skating rink or, going downtown to the library. So you guys came with
this why I say that. Because I would say 20% of the Israelites in America, however many may be, 20%, in my opinion, are Sephardic. The rest come from the east-west migration that we see in Africa. So I can prove that the Israelites are black without even going to Spain. And I really don't go to Spain. It's that east-west migration we see that filled up the bulk of the slave trade that made up Israel.
Right. Let's get into this though. How did Yahya get the name black?
He might not know that, so I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar
Yeah, but we know. Yeah, we know. Over here we do. And I'm glad Kevin G asked him that question. And it's funny that he don't know that, right? Okay. Hold on. How you spell that man's name? Yeah.
Y-A-Y-A.
Y-A-Y-A. I think that's it. Let's see. No, not that one. Yeah, no, that's Dante's Line website. Oh yeah. Okay. He's in here. Yaha M let's see. Boy, oh boy, they show enough. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yah Ibn Yishu. This is him. This is him. I think this is it. Hold on. Not that one. Hold on. Okay. 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 I was just trying to find so I can keep it simple because we still got quite a bit to cover. Okay. And he swore up and down at this man is that him? No. That's that. Why he got these things up here like this? I'm trying to see. Okay. Okay. I think this might be him. Let's see. Okay, bring it down. Let's see. I think that's my. I know I have it on that video. Okay. Because Kevin G brought this out. And I was trying to see if I can find his picture. Let's see. Yes, yeah, that's not him. It's not him. No. I'm trying to see if I can find his picture. Because Kevin G spoke on him when we did that. And I didn't want to change the video. Let's see. They usually have the pictures of them up here. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Well, this is the information. They don't have his picture up here, but I have it on my video. If this is the same guy, Yaishi. No, that's not him. Hold on. Or is it? Is it him, Brother Brian? Yeah, my Negro Ben David. Okay, I think this, let me see. No, because it should have been, let's see. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Let me see. Usually they have the pictures up here, and they don't. Not this time. I don't know why. Okay. Hold on. Well, I don't have a choice. Give me a second. I don't have a choice. So y'all bear with me for 2 seconds. Bear with Cherry Love for 2 seconds. Okay. Okay. And it's funny that this keeps coming up, right? It's real funny, right? Okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. So, share, copy. All right. Give me a second, y'all. I'll put it in my history. Okay. Okay. Good. We're going to come right back to this. All right. Give me a second. Just allow me a chance to do this. This is very important. That's the only reason why I'm doing this. And we're going to come right back to this here video. Okay. And I'm going to make it where you can find it. And I think it's also on Brother Brian's channel as well. Okay. Give me a second. Let me come back in here into the chat. Let me come back over here to you guys. Okay. So I'm going to make sure you guys can find it on my channel, and it's on Brother Brian's channel as well. Okay. Okay. Find this video, archive it. Okay. This is what it looks like from my channel. And I think it's from Brother Brian's channel too. He's the one who told me to clip it. And I'm glad he did. Okay. It looks just like this. Okay. You need this. You know why? Because this video keeps coming back up, doesn't it, Brother Brian? It sure does. I think this video is the most banging video that hurts them, their claim, right? Let me show you why. So now that you know what it looks like, you can screenshot it. This is the video that you're looking for. Hebrew Israelites caught lying on history again. That's the name of it. Okay. Now, let me show you why I said that this video is so important. Because what we're talking about right now, first, let's see. Brother Brian, are you still there? Brother Brian, hold on.
Yep, that's Mama Nadi's.
Uh-huh. Yep. And who was he?
He was the one that encoded the Talmud and the Mishnah, or something like that.
Okay.
Like one of the supposedly greatest rabbis of the Jewish history.
Okay. Now, let me take you in. Brother Brian, who this man? Look at your screen. This is Moses ben Mamian.
Hello.
Uh-huh. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, I'm back. When I cut the Wi-Fi off, it takes a few minutes for me to come back.
Who this man, Brother Brian?
That's Mama Nadi's too.
Mm-hmm. And he was a
Mhm.
Sephardic Jewish philosopher who became one of the most prolific and influential of Torah scholars of the Middle Ages in his time. He was also a preeminent astronomer and physician, serving as a personal physician of Saladin. Um, he was basically, let me just jump to the meat of it. During his lifetime, most Jews greeted I can't pronounce his name, writings, Maimonides writings on Jewish law and ethics, and a claim to gratitude, and even as far as Iraq and Yemen, and rose up to become one of the most revered head of the Jewish community in where? Egypt. His writings also uh, uh, I can't get that one. Anyhow, but y'all see it, particular in Spain. Nonetheless, post-humanists acknowledged among the foremost rabbinical decisors and philosophers of Jewish history, and so on and so on. And guess what he was called? He was called Swathi. He was called Swathi, right? Right. Does this man look like me, y'all? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. And not to mention the guy that they're bringing up, Yah. That's what I'm gonna call him, Yah. Look what it says here. I believe it's either this gentleman, the first one that they have targeted here. It says flourished in Lesbon, the 11th century, died about 1150. He was held in high esteem amongst the Jews and King Alfonso. I honor him for his courage. After the conquest of Saturnium, the king presented him with two countries, houses that had belonged to the Moors, wherefore he assumed the name Negro. This man was not black at all. So if this is the gentleman that they speaking about, I'm gonna blow it up big so you can see it. Right here. Let me see if I can come back over. All right. It won't let me come back over. Yeah, this man, he took over two houses, one belonging to the Moors, and assumed the name Negro, black. So does that make him a black man? I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions, right? I just showed you just two parts of it, and it says here, I'm gonna have to go down a little bit so I can read this here. It says Portuguese families of the Middle Ages, members of which prominent in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Turkey. Certain individuals, Brother Brian, of the family bore the additional cognomen negro with reference to the Moors, from whom several of their estates had been obtained. The more prominent members of the family are as follows. This guy, the one we first looked at, Joseph Yahazakin, grandson, um, Solomon bin Yaha, and so on. It gives you the whole entire list in the Jewish encyclopedia. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but yeah, they got a big problem. They got a huge problem. So, I mean, do we got blacks owning blacks that are Jews? I'm a little confused here. That's why I said, listen, the response that I got from a lot of people who watched this, I wasn't there. I couldn't stay for most of it because I was at work, but they said it was quite embarrassing. And now I see why. I already knew, but now I really see why. You can't deal with information on a partial level. Brother Brian has been saying it for a long time. Context kills false doctrine. And I will go as far as to say context kills false history. This is just utterly ridiculous. And listen, we're in the age of technology. And you telling me people can't even spend 10 to 15 minutes, less than that, to actually look at what? To actually it can look up information and actually take a couple of minutes to actually read in context. You got to go out here on public platforms where people going to see it all around the world and embarrass yourself. Okay, fine. That's what you want to do. Fine. But don't blame other people when you get disproven. Don't cop an attitude. Don't try to play victim, because guess what? You're going to have some folks, and I'm one of them, who just simply ain't going to care. If you out there lying, we're going to debunk that lie. Y'all barked up the wrong tree when y'all started barking up the Christian tree, baby. Y'all, here come Kevin G. I think, yep. They let him in.
Okay. Remember Heidi's.
Okay, let me God bless you, brother Kevin G. Welcome to the platform. It let him in. I don't know why. It didn't let Pastor Sean in. I don't know why. Okay. Trying to get this cursor to act right.
And guess what? He was.
Hold on. Let me bring this down. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Trying to get this thing to act right. Okay. Kevin G, you're in? Okay, you in. Bro, this was a lot right here. And I'm just looking at the embarrassment that's taking
Okay, all right.
that took place on this platform, bro. First, I want to say a beautiful job, and God bless you and welcome. Come and talk to us, bro. What happened up here?
Well, first off, what's going on, Brian? How you doing, Cherry? God bless you. Yeah. What's up, man? Yeah, I've been at this all night, and then all this morning. And then I took the family out to go to the movies, and I came back and they were still talking about it.
Yeah.
That jump was like for 10 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, where do I start? It's
wherever
like
wherever you want to.
Well, here's the thing. So this almost didn't happen, y'all. Like both of these almost didn't happen. Because it started off by Bareen. You know, he has this way of like provoking you a little bit. So he provoked me a bit because I put up a chat probably what was it, Wednesday, Thursday? Was it Thursday? It was Wednesday night. I was in the chat and I put up something saying this girl kept asking for my credentials. She kept saying, "What are your credentials? What is your education level?" And I kept saying, "What do you mean my education level?" And she says, "What is your education level? What degrees do you have before we could believe you?" And I said, "What?" And I said, education level. And I put a question mark. So Bareen posted up on this page. It says, education level. He says, "See, Kevin G is saying the same thing. Kevin G is saying, what's y'all education level? Because y'all not understanding this." And I said, bro, I wasn't even saying nothing about what he talking about. I was paying attention to the girl who was responding to me. So when that happened, it was Lovely Lady. I don't know who that is. Do y'all know her?
Yeah, she be in Bareen's chat.
Yeah, if y'all can recall, it probably was somebody named Lovely Lady or whatever like that. So I came on the panel. I said link, and he had to be the link. So I got on the panel, and I was gonna correct myself on what he's talking about. I said, "Hey, Bareen, that wasn't what I was talking about," because I ain't want to insult nobody, because I wasn't trying to insult nobody. So when I said that, I think the brother brought up something about some facts, and I said, and I think at the tail end of that, I said, what did I say? I said, y'all gotta forgive me, I'm kind of fried, being on.
Oh, that's okay, bro. That's okay. You put that work in. You put that work in.
I appreciate it, but I said, what did did I say? I said no. He brought up WIDA, right, in West Africa, and I said, well, and I was just thinking, well, since I'm up here, I want to address that one point. I said, bro, I'm not talking about anything you talking about. I said, but that thing about WIDA is incorrect. That actually means serpent. So we started getting. He acknowledged, though, Second Exodus. He acknowledged it. I would say with Second Exodus, he brought up some bad information, but at least he was very respectful. And so he was like, yeah, Kevin G's right. It does mean serpent. However, it does also mean Judah and this, that, and the other. I said, well, that's not true. And I wasn't nasty with him, nothing like that. I think Second Exodus is a good dude. I got nothing against the guy. It's just that I hope he changes ways. So, that was pretty much it. But then at the end of that, Brain was like, well, we're going to end this. And I guess you guys can get into it later. No, I'm sorry. This was during the day. I guess you guys can get into it later. This was yesterday during the day. And he said, Kevin G, did you want to go ahead and continue this, say around like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock? And I was like, no, I got a dinner around that time. Maybe we could do it around 10. And he says, all right. So, okay, we did it at 10. When I came in there, Kareem really was, I don't know. I'm not saying he tried to set me up, but it was somewhat, it felt like a setup. Because when I came in there, he brought Dante in there. He brought Second Exodus up in there. And he also brought the brother, it was a third brother. I forget his name, Tazariak or something like that. Tazariak or something like that. Tazara, yeah. And he brought him up in there. And I'm sitting there to myself like, when I'm talking to Second Exodus about some of the objections I had, Dante came in there real arrogant. He's like, oh, I got a lot of sources for Kevin G to be proven wrong, this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking to myself, they're trying to jump me in here. And so something told me before the 10 o'clock time came up, I remember it was hitting 10 o'clock, and I said, I did obligate myself to go in there. So I'm not going to be a punk. So I'm going to go in there. I'm not going to cop out, because I'd rather show up and do my best rather than talking in the background like, Kevin G said he'll show up at 10, but he never showed up. So I was like, which story do I want to have? I said, I'm going to show up. So I showed up, and I don't know what it was, y'all. I'm going to be honest with you. I had nothing in front of me. I had no sources. I had nothing. I just came in there to talk. In fact, when y'all listened to the show last night, my beginning statement was, I came in really for this. But then this came up, but I had no problem talking about it. But then when Dante came up in there, I guess Breen let him know, hey, Kevin G gonna be in here. You can bring out your sources and stuff. So Dante came in pretty much ready. Man, that was the grace of God right there, because I wasn't even trying to argue with nobody. And when he came in here, when they started talking about things, some things just popped up in my head like, wait a minute, I read about this. Wait a minute, I know about this. Wait a minute, this book right here, I got a copy of that book. So as they each went through their information, I just responded to it and just pretty much debunked whatever they were bringing up. Like, I had no clue Second Exodus still believed in that King's Fountain painting. The painting we already debunked months ago. You don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so we debunked that painting. And man, it's just everything they brought out. And Dante's, man, Dante brought up some source, a book talking about someone proved that the Israelites were black and this, that, and the other. Bruh, that paper was not talking about that at all. That whole conversation was about reading comprehension. Because what that paper actually was saying was that it was a group that was from a university that was studying a black American Israelite. And they wanted to say, okay, is their claims true? Or can we really validate this? Can we really validate this? Is this true? Are they the black Jews and this, that, and the other? So they decided to go through all of their evidence. But guess what that paper really said? That paper really was saying that when he was reading it and I was looking at it, and he didn't know I had it. So as he was reading it, he thought he was just rambling on and everything was going to sound good. But what I did, when I heard something like a key word, I went and I read that carefully. And you know what I did? I muted him. I muted all I turned off my audio. I didn't want to hear him. So I just read it carefully myself. And then I turned the sound back on. I continued to listen to him. Then I heard something else. I turned the sound off. And then I continued to hear it. Then I turned the sound back on. So what I was really doing was I wanted to make sure I understood what he was saying. because I was fully ready to say, hey brother, you're right. You got it. This is something I may need to look into. Because I said I didn't come up here to argue anyway, so ain't no sweat on my back. But when I saw he was blatantly not understanding what he was reading, I cracked a smile. I said, I got his behind.
Ah,
I was looking at, and then when he said, and then at the end part, when I saw more, and then I read ahead of him because I was reading faster than he was. And then when I read ahead, I saw those last two paragraphs. I said, oh, and then remember, if y'all was listening, I told him, you gonna read it all? And he was like, brother, it's 20 something pages. I said, I'm patient. Go ahead and read it all. And he was like, all right, I read it all. So I'm sitting there just waiting for him to read it all. And he reads and he reads and he reads. He goes through the source. Oh man, I was itching. I was like, man, this brother's gonna embarrass himself. And I'm sitting there just cringing, like, oh man, he's gonna really read this part. I can't believe that. He didn't. He stopped right when those two chapters were. And here's the crazy part about it. Did you know you had to pay for that book, that PDF?
really?
Yup. When you go online and you try to get to it, you can't just get to an open source. You got to pay
Right.
for it. So what I did was I had an account already with a personal use only academic site.
Uh-huh.
And so when I went in there, I put the title on, I was able to grab the book already.
Okay.
So that's when I was like, wait a minute, I think I have this book. So I went in my academic site and I pulled it up from my library. I said, okay, cool. Yeah, here it is. And then that's when I started reading along with them. But anybody else, they wouldn't be able to read it. And that's the thing that clicked on me. I was like, that's not fair. Say if somebody went on and Googled the exact paper he found, but they won't be able to get it. They wouldn't be able to get it.
Oh.
If you look up that very paper that he pulled up, you would not be able to get it unless you paid, I think it was like $35 for the paper. Or if you had an academic account already somewhere that you can get the archives, because there's like an archive that all the universities are tied into. So I have two accounts. I have one with, I think I have one with Cambridge and I have one with academia. That's another
Uh-huh.
site. So academia, I get like emails daily with new papers that are being posted. So when I had that paper and I read it, and then he went through it and he stopped right at those last two chapters. I said, you ain't gonna read the rest, are you? And he was like, I read it all. I said, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. And so I went in and I read the rest. And here's what that paper was really saying.
Okay. Give it to us.
Okay, here's the summary. And anybody, I pay anybody $100 if I'm lying. This is what the paper was actually saying. It was saying, okay, what's up with the Black American Jew? Are they really Jews from descendant or did they convert? What is the basis of their claim? We're going to investigate the following points, A, B, and C. So then they go through A, B, and C. Now, the stuff they listed as far as the practices of the tribes and what they were doing in Africa, they always said that these were either in proximity of Jewish groups that already migrated there, you know what I'm saying? Or that these people were actually picking it up from Judaism and wherever they went. And every single one of those tribes that was practicing the form of Judaism or included it in their stuff was always in close proximity of an actual Jewish community that settled there and later on left.
What?
They were influenced by Judaism. So then when you go through and at the end of the paper, they concluded on 3 reasons why these people were following this. It said, number 1, it could be by Islamic influence. Because they said the only real practices in writing within the families is Islam. Because the people there clearly wrote and spoke Arabic. That lined up with the actual evidence we pulled up when we saw the Ajami script and with the pews. Remember that?
Right.
Then they said that the other thing they could chalk it up to was the heavy influence by Judaism practiced by the Jews that were once there but left for other economic opportunities. And the last thing they said is that the rest, but they said, this is what they said. And if I'm paraphrasing it from my memory as much best as I can, they said, above all, the source of why these people believe they're Jews is left up to the psychology of the Black American. That's what they said. They said the heaviest reason why they think they're Jews is because of their psychology. It's because of their mental views on identity and them wanting to seek to be a people.
Oh.
They and pretty much saying like a lot of them are dissatisfied with being Africans. They're dissatisfied with that. They're dissatisfied.
Oh,
Yup. They said above all, we chalk it up to their psychology. And then I said, bro, this is what this paper is saying. And then when he went through there, he did not bother to refute it. He left. He left.
this was yesterday.
Yep, this was last night. After I did that and we were talking about it, he did not argue it no more and he left. I was surprised. I was like, he's gonna come back. He never came back. He was in the chat room for a little bit and he said, you know, little things here and there, and then he left. Now I'm not saying that he ran, but my thing is that he didn't refute it. He didn't refute that part. And that got me. And then I went and I read it. I read it again actually after the whole call. I was like, let me look at this again to make sure I'm not wrong. And sure enough, they said that. I was like, wow, this is the paper this dude always uses. And basically they concluded saying that, and then he tried to say, well, no, we were focusing on the truth in it. We were focusing on all the truths they were saying. I said, what truths? He said, the stuff they were practicing. I said, right, but when you read it, don't they mention that it was in close proximity to what they were at? And they were around these people who were practicing this? And here's what's crazy about this. This is so mind-blowing. There's a guy by the name of Derek Lang who wrote a paper on how African tribes copy and they do things based upon what Judaism practice, right? Circumcision, all that stuff and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And even he said that we can conclude that these things were influenced by the Judaism that was around them at the time. That made so much sense to me because think about it. Why didn't these people never have a written history?
Right.
Everybody in the Middle East has a written history. Everybody in China or around Asia has written history. If you look at
China
the Levant,
goes back 4,500 years.
right? If you look at Europeans have written history. Muslims, even when they were traveling in the interior of Africa and going around, they had geographers and they had written history. Notice that these people in West Africa never had a written history. So where did they get that? Think about this for a second. No history of written history, no large cities, no architecture, no advances in technology, none of that. But they had the Torah, spoke Hebrew and everything else. But when you look over there, guess what the most influential and most educated and richest people were in West Africa?
What?
Muslims. Always been Muslims. If you look at
and
Mansa
you know
Musa,
what? When we were studying the trans-Saharan slave trade, that's what it said. And when we looked at the dialogue with Jay Smith, he brought that out as well when he was talking about the massive enslavement of Black people from the Muslims. Right. Oh my God, right now.
Right, but that's the thing though. But because if you look at the paper that Dante brought up, this was those guys that in the study, that was one of their conclusions as to why they think that they might have been influenced by it. It's because of their ties to an Abrahamic faith already, which was Islam. It was never tied to anything that was systematically in their family and what they practiced and did. Because if think about it, because here's the kicker that I noticed, and this is something I noticed and everything that people have been reading and looked at. Notice that everywhere where these Jews went, they had a written copy of the Torah.
Yes.
And they always built a synagogue and kept it in there.
Yes.
We can't find one scroll from any of these African Jews.
No.
And they should have a written, because that's the law. They should have the law with them all the time, which these other Jews did. The Sephardic Jews did it. The Polish Jews did it. The Ashkenazi Jews did it. The Yemenite Jews did it. The Syriac Jews did it. Everybody has a written Torah, a written law with them, or some form of they remembering or having or reciting this stuff. You don't see that in West Africa. All they have is the practices, which shows influence. It doesn't show a hereditary religion. It's influence because they were practicing Judaism. They were practicing Judaism.
Oh.
The same way they practiced it, the same way the Sephardics and the Polish Jews did. They didn't have their own fashion of it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have its own, what's the best word to describe it or phrase? It didn't have its own genetic marker. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I
So
get what you're
let me
saying.
get it. It's similar to an accent, right? If I speak English, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's something to remember. 1 second, my cough here. And no, I'm not sick or anything. It's just, sometimes it's a
No,
little.
that's fine. That's
But
fine.
let me give you an example. When you study a language, right? Let's say you speak Japanese or something, or you speak English, but you want to speak Japanese. Anytime you learn a language, you don't learn the slang and you don't learn a particular region or accent, right? So a man who comes to America and he's studying English for the first time, his English is always going to sound proper, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to have his own connotation or twist to it that shows that he's either a native speaker or that he's been speaking the language for generations and it transformed into something else. For example, if you got somebody from New York and you talk to them, they're like, yeah, son, I've been doing that all day. You know what I'm saying? They talk like that. But then you talk to
Mm-hmm.
somebody from the South, they speak English too, but they're like, yeah, that there though, And they like it's you, but that's their version of it. That goes to show that English was always in their family and the English mutated and adapted based on the environment that they've been in for a long time. Now, here's something that I noticed. When you notice with the Jews in West Africa, they have no personal sword or they have no personal flow to the practices of Judaism. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In other
Yeah.
words, none of the parts of Judaism that they practice adhere to anything that they do culturally from the standpoint of like I don't know. That's just my view. It could probably be debunked. I mean, I don't know. This is just a thought that I have, but I'm thinking to myself, like, shouldn't it be more Africanized or shouldn't it be more a little bit changed? These are personal things I'm thinking, right?
Yeah,
Not
you
like,
can say that because
yeah,
even with Christianity, like that, you can see with the different cultures, like the Chinese. We looked at an example of that.
yeah,
They're practicing Christianity, but like they call Jesus Shundi. And then it's in their own flavor. So you'll see it, you'll see traces of it, the basis, the strong foundation of it, but then it comes out maybe a little different within their culture, how they express the expression will come out a little bit different. So I understand what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
Get that part.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, that's just my thought on it. Like I said, I could be wrong on it, but I mean, that's just my thought. Like, I'm looking for like for instance, they practice it. Are they carving shofars? Do they have a synagogue where they go in and they have the Torah, right? Like,
Right.
it would be totally different if we went into West Africa and we saw they had a synagogue with the law on sheepskin or something or goat skin, and it was
Mm-hmm.
rolled, and they actually had like some sort of priesthood and mediation inside the temple to go in there and read the law. And this has been there for years. And we see the Hebrew. It will be a lot more evident, in my opinion. And they will have some sort of written history as well. And you know what else is very crazy?
Mm.
If there were scores of Jews in there that were from Africa that were there from 70 AD, why would Sephardic not Polish. So why was Sephardic or Portuguese Jews not call that place home? Why in the world would they feel like strangers in a place that had plenty of Jews already?
Mm.
That's another thing that got me. Like when they got there, they should have been like, "Hey, it's a Jewish community right over here. We should be comfortable and do this." But they didn't do that. When you read all the records, especially the record the brother brought out last night, Second Exodus, not Second Exodus, but that other dude, Cesaro or something, whatever his name is.
Uh-huh.
This brother's source, man, oh my gosh, it was terrible because it showed that when the Jews came down there and they took for the African wives, they made mulattoes. That's a big L.
Mm.
That's a big L. They
Mm.
made mulattoes, and then when we read that that was another thing. The reading comprehension of reading that the brother kept reading it as though it was three types of people. It basically we read it so many times I pretty much memorized it. It said of those that are there, a few of them stayed the same, meaning they looked the same. They didn't look mixed or anything. The
Mm-hmm.
others, it said the others are mulattoes, which is between black and white, but mostly they look black. What this brother was reading and tried to say that there were a few that were same. There were some that were like mulattoes between black and white, but most of them were black like the natives, meaning that the rest of them were all black. That means that they were black. And I said, no, bro, it's describing the mulattoes. Notice here, it's saying that they look mixed, but they look a mix between white and black, but they look mostly black. I said, you do know that that's what dominant and recessive traits, right? If I had a white wife, or, you know, if a white person get with a black person, chances are the person's going to come out looking black, right? They're going to come out looking some way like, oh, you could tell, okay, this person's black to some degree. You could tell that. But you're not going to tell if they're mixed on some cases. Like me, you know what I'm saying? I'm mixed, you know what I'm saying, with a lot of different things. But when you look at me, I look black. Like, I know people that they have a white parent and a black parent, and they look black. And you wouldn't tell, like, oh man, you know, you was mixed. And sometimes it's the other way around. You'd be like, oh, I had no clue you were mixed.
Right.
But that's the thing. That's what that paper was saying. And I mean, like, that was terrible. That was terrible, man. What else came out? They try to redefine what mulatto mean. I never heard this definition for mulatto before.
Yeah, I was told that today too. That like when Faithful brought out, I think when he came on and he brought out this article here, I seen comments that was saying that Faithful was lying. And I'm like, are you reading the source? He's reading directly from it. He's not changing anything. But I took it like, you know, from what I was told, and when I got a chance to see a snippet of it, because I was at work, I'm like, these people are in straight up denial, which, and it's funny that you brought up that what that paper said, bro. I mean, a lot of people are saying what that paper is saying, that these, I don't want to sound disrespectful, and I'm not making fun. So please, nobody take it the wrong way, but it's like, it's a mental condition. Something's going on.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. They refuse to understand what it's saying. I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is not me being mean either or saying anything. After last night and after today, especially today, I am more than convinced that it has to be a mental issue or something to that degree. And this is why I say that, because one of the brothers was very adamant in making me bring out the Jed match of stuff, right? He says, have him bring up the DNA. Let's get to the DNA. Let's get to the DNA. And then they wanted me to speak so much on it. So then I pulled up the paper and I read it verbatim. I didn't offer my opinion. I didn't say, well, that means this and this. No, I just read it and I say, hey, if y'all want it, and I put the link in the chat. And here's what's crazy about it. Here's the thing. First, we looked at the historical information. They didn't like that. What do you like that? All right, so first, No, so my wife, she told me to keep it down. She said good night.
Hey sis, how are you?
Hey, they say hi, Jazz. She said good night. So check this out. Here's the crazy part about it. And this I actually sat there and I was like, right at this part here when they was reading this, I actually was sitting there and I was staring. I remember staring into the trees and I was just like, oh my God, yo. Because here's why. Okay. First they were like, bring out sources. Just like I saw you had Sister E's comment. Oh, Kevin G didn't bring no sources. Yes, the heck I did. Yes, I did. I brought out my own sources on everything that they brought out and what they were saying.
I caught that part. I caught that part when you were bringing out the sources. Yes, and she was wrong.
Because I mentioned books. I mentioned books that did. I mentioned articles. I mentioned scholars. I mentioned a lot of stuff that people could look up when I'm getting this information. But here's what's crazy about it. They were about sources, right? So I sourced up last night. I was using their sources last night. And because I was just showing you, no, you're reading this wrong. And to me, it was just like, man, this is easy. Like all I'm doing is telling them what they're reading wrong because it's clear if they're reading this wrong.
Right.
And then when they were like, oh, no sources, they were calling me names last night. They were calling me Wiki G because I brought a Wikipedia once or twice to read something. They called me weak. They were like, oh, he got weak sources. They got more sources. Then Faithful in 93 came on today. And they provided the sources from their presentation. Then they were like, no, the DNA. Then we talked about the DNA. Then I brought up Jed match. You know what they said after that?
No, I didn't get that part.
Oh my God. They said when they saw this, they couldn't stand it. And they said, bring out the DNA. We talked about the DNA. You know what they said to DNA? They said DNA is trash anyway.
What?
Yup. Honest to God. They said DNA is trash anyway. I said it right there. Go through that. Can you give me control? You can't give me control.
Yes, I can give you control.
No. Just scroll through. Put your mouse over the thing until you see where the screen is shared. It's way later. Keep going all the way. Okay, right here. Okay. Keep going. Okay, here it is right here.
Right here?
Go ahead. Just click once. Don't play it yet. I just want to see what shows up. Okay, so this is where they're talking about DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, keep moving your mouse until you see my screen. Yep, the same way you were before. Okay, that's my screen. Go ahead and click that for me. Now look, listen here what I talk about the limba. If you can go a little bit before that screen shows up.
Yes, I'm making it extra bigger.
Now notice if my memory serves me correct, I even said I'm not gonna put my opinion in it, I'm just gonna read it. So move the mouse over to the left a little bit until you see the beginning when I actually put that in. Okay, right here. And play that for me, if you don't mind.
Okay, here we go.
Offerings to our God, if there be love in Gentiles, and for us, love fulfills us. So it's the mercy that we have on each other, which saves each other, saves us both. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to see. It's a spiritual Israel, and this is why I say I need to talk to Mike Holloway. It's also a spiritual Israel, as we can see that Cornelius. If we study Cornelius, we can see he was forever giving to the saints. He was always giving alms to the saints. People in Israel spoke highly about Cornelius, which wasn't an Israelite, for the things that he was doing for the Israelites. And they accepted him in the church. He was accepted as a brother because it's nothing new under the sun. It's just like when the white people used to help Negroes in civil rights. They use other prejudiced white people used to call them nigger lovers or nigger lovers. They see them white people as niggers, and it's gonna be the same thing. White people that's helping Israel in their plight are gonna be seen as Israelites. They're gonna be seen as one of us.
Let me jump in.
No. You can go to the back. Thank you. Faithful could go to the back, or Faithful can't help himself. Garfield, a lot been said about DNA. We're gonna get on the subject of DNA right now. A lot of people have been talking about GEDmatch, how GEDmatch been used, all type of. You've been around for a good bit of this thing. We're gonna start with you. When people start talking about markers, E1, B1, I'm limber, I'm this, I'm that, I'm not a Negro. What's the problem with this? What's the problem with this DNA and how this thing's been used?
The problem for everybody that they forget is that all the tribes come from Jacob, allegedly, right? So if Jacob is a real guy and it comes from him, that means every single person that claims DNA must go back to one root. That's the problem that they're gonna have when they use the DNA. So they could misuse and say, I got E1, B1A, I got the lemba. The lemba, you see, the hypocrisy is the lemba that they said 50% are connected to the ancient Near East. Those lemba carry the J marker. And the lemba in their oral tradition says they come from white Europeans. That's what the lemba says. Nobody repeats that. So if you go to my channel, Dagger Squad University.
You spoke to that professor Sister E had on, that 93 was trying to tutor.
That's about to Benjamin, right, Tudor Parfit. He says it in his book, and he said it live on the air. They say they come from white Europeans.
Where he said that at, Garfield, on your show, out of his own mouth?
Out of his own mouth, my brother. And it's in his book, too. The quote is in his book. Faithful could pull it up for you right now. The issue is
Black Jews are back.
I told you, said Faithful can't help himself, y'all. He can't help himself.
Hold on, Faithful. One thing I want to say about DNA. Just remember, though, they're using the J marker with the lemba. And I said this to Sister E before.
Let me say this to the moderators. They coming in. Let them come in. Let them come in, because you know what? They hurt right now. All right? They hurt. Let them come in, as long as they not being disrespectful or cussing or anything. They allowed to come in and speak, right? Let them come on in, because y'all hurt right now. And you know what? You should be. This is why we told y'all to stop this line. We told you that, but this is what you wanted, right? And you got what you asked for. And I'm not saying that to be malicious or to be disrespectful, but didn't God say, "Thou shalt not lie"? Yeah, he did. So let's continue. Moderators, let them come in. They can voice their opinion if they want to, as long as they're not cussing or being disrespectful. Let them talk. Let them talk. It's okay because the victory was won already. So let them talk. Come on, here we go.
They did not test the woman. So when she claims lemba, it's not applied to the woman. The females don't have the connection to the ancient Near East. It's only 50% of the males that they tested.
What about that Kohan thing? That's connected to lemba?
To the lemba, yes. Actually, the J marker, that's how they use. But you know that the research came out that the lemba J marker is really not connected to Israel.
Hey, I got the source. I got the source right here.
It's connected to Arabians, the people in Arabia, not connected to the Levant. So what happened now is you can't even use lemba. Go to Google. Just do a simple Google search. Lemba revisited, and you'll see the Africans in South Africa Medical Journal write about the lemba. They are not connected to them. So that's even thrown out the window. Another thing is
Garfield, I'm gonna read this.
Hold on, no, you
hold on 1 second, Kevin. One thing I want to also add on, this is not DNA related, is the wider thing. You see that wider thing that they said yesterday? The indigenous people in Robin Law's book on West Africa, he found what the indigenous people call their names. They call themselves a specific name. Remember, it's Europeans that come in and call them that name. It's not the indigenous people naming themselves Judah, Wida, or Glehe, or Gluhe, which is the indigenous name that they call themselves. They mispronounced it. That's how it got into Judah. People don't realize that. That's the thing that the brother came on and said yesterday. Wida, yes. We are not connected to Wida. We need to stop that. It is not true. The indigenous people is documented calling themselves a name, and it's not that. So that kills that whole argument. Go to Robin Law's work. That's what I wanted to show on my computer last night, Bereen, but my computer was.
I remember, I hit you that you said it was actually.
Real quick, I got the source from Tudor Parfit right here. His book, Black Jews in Africa and the Americas. Can I show this real quick, and then you can put Kevin G. Let me do this real quick.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Faithful. Let me just say this. I'm gonna be on Sonata today at 2 p.m. Me and Captain Cesar are having a sit down. Yeah, we're having a sit down today at 2 p.m.
2 o'clock. We're gonna be there.
All right, cool.
All right, appreciate it.
Now look what it says. Look what it says right there. To them, the DNA results appeared as a vindication, talking about the Lembas, a vindication of the efforts made by the Lemba to have themselves recognized by other Jews as Jews. The results have been taken as a weapon against what such groups perceive to be racist and exclusive attitudes in Israel among Jewry in general. Lemba informants now insist that they have the same blood as Jews. This fact confirms for them what they have always said, that they were phenotypically different from their non-Lemba neighbors. Those Lembas whom I have discussed the results with often recall the fact that they habitually refer to themselves as the white men who came from Senna, and that the DNA evidence proves that they were once white and that they were Jews.
Hold on, stop right there, Faithful. Stop right there, Faithful. All right,
That's
93. 93.
No, we're not going to stop there. To them, the DNA resulted appeared as a vindication of the effort made by the Lemba to have themselves recognized by other Jews as Jews. The result have been taken as a weapon against what such group perceives to be racist and exclusive attitudes in Israel and among Jewry in general. Lemba informants now insist that they have the same blood as Jews. This fact confirms for them what they have always said, that they were phenotypically different from their non-Lemba neighbors. Those Lembas with whom I have discussed the results often recall the fact that they habitually refer to themselves as the white men who came from Sinai, and that the DNA evidence proves that they were once whites and that they are Jews. The whole world, massive interest in these findings has suggested that the Limba DNA results are becoming an evidentiary ground on which historical claims are made plausible or implausible. Cultural, religious, and political practices are made possible, and disputes the adjunctive indeed genetics. This
It gets worse than that. Now I know it gets worse than that. Now, go ahead and play. Keep playing it. Keep playing, because I'm gonna bring out what I'm gonna bring out.
You know what? Hold on, because this is so heavy. This is so heavy right now, Kevin G. I'm gonna turn. I got to make you co-host as well, so you can mute my behind, because I'm fuming. I'm flaming, because we've been bringing this out for so long, and they've been. Shut up, Cherry. I'm giving you co-host, bro. I'm giving you co-host, and I'm gonna let you just rock out. Just rock out.
I got nothing to say.
I mean, y'all done shut my mouth. I'm just. Go ahead. Okay, you want me to continue?
Yeah. Continue playing it. Why? Because it gets worse.
Okay, so
it gets worse.
You co-host, but right now Kevin G hosts. He teaching. Cherry Love so flame right now.
Because understand why you're upset, and you know what? This ain't no appeal because of what you're saying and all this other stuff. There's no appeal to you because you're my friend. It's none of that. I understand the frustration. And you know what? I was a bit frustrated too. I'm gonna tell you why, and I know exactly why because I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My thing is, this is what I have a problem with. I lied about something one time. A long time ago. It wasn't, it was when I was an Israelite.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to bring up sources to say that it was saying something when it wasn't saying it. And then when they asked me for the paper, the feeling that I had to be like, I'm gonna have them read this, and I know they're gonna find out it's not true because I didn't look at everything. So it's like what they're doing with information is that they cherry pick stuff, and they know it's not valid. That's why they're very quick with it and put it out there. And it was just like a feeling like, I know this is not true for some reason. I know this ain't true, but I'm gonna read this as though it's true. But then like everybody getting happy about it, it's like, oh my God. It's like finding out you put rat poison in the ice cream or something crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like selling cigarettes or drugs. Yeah. It's like, this ain't good for them.
Yeah.
So the thing that I was upset about was just like, yo, how did Dante have this paper all this time and not read that and understand that?
He's seen it, bro.
Why? I know it. Then the other thing with the mulattoes, how they read this. But you know what? That's the part that got me. And it was like, you had to, think about everything we went through. Think about the petition. Yeah, I mentioned it. Think about all that crap that we went through. And it was for nothing. Because what wind up being the truth is they're all lies, like the stuff we're looking at. And I got to debate this Thursday with Mr. Blacktastic. That's small potatoes because I know that debate, as long as I present the information and everything, that's the wrap. But oh man, like
you know what? Just Kevin G, you the host. Cherry Love gonna be quiet because I may say something.
Okay, yeah, don't.
No, you hosting right now, cause I'm flaming. I'm so flamed right now. I may say the wrong thing, So I'm gonna put myself on mute, and whatever directions you give me to go, I'm gonna do that. I'm here. But I'm gonna exercise Timothy 2:12. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm taking it out of context, but I'm gonna exercise Timothy 2:12 because I'm heated right now. Right? Okay. So you just tell me what to do, and that's what I'm gonna do. You and Brother Brian, y'all running this right now because I'm too flame right now. I'm too flame. I am too pissed right now. You understand? I'm happy that y'all got a flawless victory, but I'm pissed right now. So I need to exercise Timothy 2:12. Okay. You act as host, you and Brother Brian. I'm here. Y'all give me directions what to do. I'm gonna sit in the back seat, okay?
That's what I what. But you know what though? It's the history of everything. I mean, if you think of everything everybody's been through so far, like Faithful went through a lot, and Abu went through a lot. I mean, I want people to just think about all of this, the drama and lies that happened. Abu was accused of being vocab in disguise. I mean, bro, such crazy claims.
I was accused of lying. Brother Brian was accused of being a racist. You were bro. Right. I'm gonna sit in the back seat, okay? That's what Cherry Love needs to do. Okay, I'm right here. You can whatever you need me to go to, that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna sit in the back seat, okay? Can I do that?
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm flame right now. So you just tell me what to do. I'm going on mute, okay?
Yeah, just keep playing it pretty much. I mean,
okay. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So Cherry Love gonna shut up. Kevin G and Brother Brian, ask your questions to them. Cause I'm so heated right now. We done been through so much, right? And folk called us liars. Folk called us all kind of stuff. And I understand, Jesus said that we will be persecuted for his name's sake, and yada, 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 and so on.
But that was unnecessary drama. That was unnecessary.
Unnecessary drama, bro.
It could have took some common sense and people to be like, you know what, let's find out. Because here's the thing, it was so crazy. Their salvation was at stake. If you really think about that, right? They were so busy in trying to win an argument, but didn't realize how much lying and stuff they had to do and name calling and slandering and all that stuff just to get there to that point. Now I'm gonna be honest,
lesbian and all this other stuff.
Yeah, but
Christ, y'all forgive me. I'm gonna take the back seat, okay?
But you know what? I'm gonna say something too that's really objective. I think that bad things came out of both sides, right? But here's the main point. Ugly behavior wouldn't have been begotten if people were honest in the first place. So let's say they did draw out something negative out of me, or they drew out something negative out of LaRon, or they drew out something negative from you, that people get the name call and doing all this. That wouldn't have happened if the advent of dishonesty wasn't introduced. If dishonesty was not introduced in the first place, I think a lot of these issues would have been avoided. If people stopped trying to lie about Jed match, or people stopped trying to lie about DNA results, and people stopped lying about
papers. Sister Salam. They harassed Sister Salam. They slandered Garfield. They slandered me. They slandered you, Brother Brian, Pastor Sean, Faithful, all of us. And we've been telling the truth the whole time. I'm going to take the back seat. I'm going to go sit in the back, okay? I'm right here, but I'm going to sit in the back because that's what I need to do, because Cherry Love got a mouth. And listen, God's still working with me. Listen, body of Christ, please, I beg your pardon, but Cherry Love got to sit in the back seat on her own channel right now. Kevin G and Brother Brian, they got you. They got you, okay? You in good hands. I'm still here, but I'm going to sit in the back, okay? So I do apologize, but I feel Kevin G knows where I'm at right now, okay? So go ahead, Kevin G. You tell me what to do. I'm going to sit in the back seat, okay? All right.
I guess we could keep playing that video if you don't mind. I know you thinking about things, but
what you just read from that was from his book?
Yeah, that's the book Black Jews in Africa in the Americas, page 163.
Black Jews in Africa and the Americas, page 163. Somebody said, I have the, all right, where's, let me put that other screen on. I'm putting his screen down. Kev, this is your screen right here, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. So
Come on
this
with it,
is
brother Kev.
now what this is Denkus. Now who this is?
Do
This
this
guy
slow.
actually
Do
made.
this slow.
Okay, this guy here actually made the Jed Match Oracle. That you guys, he's a geneticist. This is his blog. Now, this is a paper that he pulls up on the chromosome haplogroup C, and also he does an analysis on the J haplogroups coming from Limber. I'm going to go ahead and read this verbatim. I'm not going to go ahead and put my opinion in it.
Thank you.
There are some haplogroups like R1b that garner lots of attention and public interest. Then there are others like haplogroup T that most people don't even know about. This haplogroup's fame was largely due to the fact that Thomas Jefferson belonged to it, but since that time, T was called K2. Most people probably forgotten about that too. A new paper studies this mysterious haplogroup and uncovers some structure in it. Moreover, interestingly, it joins T with somewhat less mysterious haplogroup L that is quite common for the Caucasus through Iran and South Asia. The internal structure of the Y chromosome phylogeny, is getting resolved. The Limba evidence is also interesting. This population was theorized to have a Jewish origin on the basis of its processing of 6-marker Cohen model haplotype within haplogroup J, when it was later recognized that this was insufficient as the Jewish marker because A, it could not be found on different lineages, J1 and J2, not even on non-J, and B, it could be found on how frequencies in non-Jewish Near Eastern populations. The case for the Jewish origin of the Limba largely crumbled. This is probably another blow to the theory, as T1b does link the Limba to the Near East, but not particularly to Jews. Alternatively, modern Jews are a very restricted subset of ancient Jews, a possibility that probably needs to be entertained, although it will be difficult to test. This is out of Human Biology, pages 38 to 53. And if you look at this, this is, I can go ahead and read the abstract if you like.
Go ahead.
I think this is actually on another, no, this is the same topic. I can read the abstract. All right, so it says increasing phylogenetic resolution of the Y chromosome haplogroup tree has led the finer temporal and spatial resolution for studies of human migration. Haplogroup T, initially known as K2 and defined by mutation M70, is found at variable frequencies across West Asia, Africa, and Europe, while several SNPs, that single nucleotide polymorphisms for those who don't know, are known to mark internal branches of, make sure I'm at because I'm getting lost in the line here, haplogroup T. This low level of phylogenetic resolution has hindered studies of the origin and dispersal of this interesting haplogroup, which is found in Near Eastern non-Jewish populations, Jewish populations from several communities, and a patrilineage of President Thomas Jefferson. Here we map 10 new SNPs that, together with the previously known SNPs, mark 11 lineages and 2 large subclasses, T1A and T1B, of haplogroup T. We also report that the new SNP that links haplogroups T and L within the major framework of the Y chromosome evolution. All right, good morning. It estimates that the timing of the branches events within haplogroup T, along with the comprehensive geographic study of, most of the lines, the major T subclass, suggests that the haplogroup began to diversify in the Near East 25,000 years ago. So this K is kilo 1,000 years ago. Our survey also points out the complex history of the dispersal of the rare and informative haplogroup within the Near East and from the Near East to Europe and the Sub-Saharan Africa. The presence of T1A2 chromosomes in ancient Eastern Jewish and non-Jewish populations may reflect early exiles between the ancient lands of Israel and Babylon. The presence of different subclasses of T chromosomes in Europe may be explained by both the spread of Neolithic farmers and then later dispersal of Jews from the Near East. Finally, the moderately high frequency of 18% of T1B chromosomes in the Limba in South Africa supports the hypothesis of Near Eastern, but not necessarily a Jewish origin for their paternal line. So as you can see, from the person who actually made GEDmatch, from the person who actually coded the information for the Oracle, he explains thoroughly using information that the Limba DNA does not prove that they are Jews, because new information shows that it comes from neighboring populations and not from Jews themselves. So this is a dagger. So you can't use Jed Match anymore.
By the way, real quick, do you know that y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, y'all know that you know these Neftufians that they like to use, right? Brother Brian. Do you know that we have a paper, a genetic paper, where it says that the Neftufians, their marker, even though E1B1B is not connected to sub-Saharan Africans. It literally says that in the paper. That Neftufian marker is not connected. Their particular marker of E1B1B is not connected to sub-Saharan Africans.
Are you saying the Jet Match tool is wrong? Please make that. That's what you're saying. Please make a statement.
My conclusion on this is that the Jet Match tool, as I said before, is linking them to the Limba based on the Bantu DNA. But as far as the Jewish DNA that's being presented, new studies have came out that shows that even the DNA within the Limba is actually false. And then I was surprised when Garfield said that, because the information I found said the same thing.
Yeah, and real quick, so everybody knows, we're not attacking Jed Match. So anyone knows this. Abu's going to be making a video to show how these guys have been misusing. Not that Jed Match is wrong. I want everyone to hear me. It's the misunderstanding. Let me say this.
Right, exactly.
Like guys like Kelly Richardson and Dante, they're misunderstanding what they're looking at in Jed Match. Abu is going to make a video to show the misunderstanding that these guys are having. They're misunderstanding their results. And Abu's going to show his own results from Jed Match to show how they're misunderstanding these results. And I think,
now, when is this going to take place? Abu, you in here?
It'll be soon. It'll be when I say soon, whether it's a month or whatever, it'll come out. But it's already in the works. Just know that it's already in the works. But the point is, Abu already went through everything to show that these guys don't understand what they're looking at in these results. The point of the matter is, this is what happens with a lot of these guys. They read stuff, they look into things, and they have comprehension issues. They don't understand what they're looking at. So they think that because they see a result that lumps them in with like a particular group, that automatically Jed Match is saying you descend from those groups. No. The thing is that, for example, and I explained this like a month ago when I was on your channel, that populations have diversity. So, for example, within the population of Ethiopian Jews, you have diversity of DNA. So, for example, you have various E haplogroup, T, etc.
I will say this. Looking at the comment, big mistake a new Israelite would make is using flawed DNA ancestry tests made by our enemy. But y'all...
It gets worse than that. Now, what I'm waiting for is the part where I'm witnessing to what's being said in the chat, because I'm in the chat looking at what's happening. Now, here's the crazy part here.
Yes, sir.
When Dante and Pastor Kelly and them, and with Sister E, and when Sister E brought those Limba on, they were all over Jed Match. Are y'all my witness on that?
Yes,
I'm not lying. They were all over it. They were like, oh, it reveals it. This information is true. Dante put his information out there. LaRon was going back and forth. It was a big thing about Jed Match. And it was so, you know what's so crazy about it, Cherry? And I'm not trying to rile your feelings here, but remember how they put you on the spot when they emailed that person out of context, and they said, and that whole thing about even Jed Match say that it was that theory was debunked when they misrepresented that email and everything. It made it seem like that you were perpetrating some type of hate speech when that was not the response that they were given. So this is what's so crazy about it. They relied on it. All of them did. Now that we read what we read, this is the response you see down here. The big mistake a new Israelite would make is using flawed DNA ancestry tests used by made by our enemy. So wait a minute. So let me get this right, Cherry. So months ago, when Dante, Pastor Kelly, Sister E, and everybody was taking for it, it wasn't the enemy. It was good. It was all praises to the Most High, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But now that this has been read, look what they said. Now keep playing it, and you're going to see more, because I'm going to mention it.
Yes, sir. Because mind you, I was at work when a lot of this was going on. I only seen little tidbits, but now I'm seeing the whole thing. So now you know what I've been through. I know what you've been through. So you my brother. And I love all you brothers. G-Con, Faithful, I love all of y'all across the board. Shut up, Cherry. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. I'm in the back seat, okay?
Don't worry about it.
All right. I'm trying to play
it. Within Ethiopian Jewry. Those same haplogroups, you can find them in other populations of groups within Africa, right? And it doesn't mean that those groups are all descended from, they're not descended from Ethiopian Jews. They share a commonality in their marker. So when you go into GEDmatch and it has a marker, or in the case of, there are certain markers where it just lumps in an entire group. So for example, for Asians, you could have no connection to a particular group, but because the marker is in close proximity to another marker, somehow GEDmatch does this thing. It's weird. Abu's going to explain it in his video. I'm probably explaining it horribly right now.
And I like to add right quick. A lot of people are saying here it is. Okay, hold on. Pause it right quick.
Right.
Okay. See the name there down there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see two different things. So if you're paying attention to what's on YouTube live on your channel, I'm talking to the audience here in Cherry's chat. Notice it's a woman there named J Jax. I don't know if y'all saw that. A woman named J Jax says,
yes, I can
Abu said Dante was Israel.
Yeah.
But then you see Shari, Anaya now, she has up Dante. So what they're doing now, they're trying to appeal to Dante about this. And here's my belief. He was in the room. I believe he was in the room listening.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? I'll tell you on the side chat how you can find out who's watching the video without knowing who's watching the video. But I know a way to expose if somebody's actually watching without them even commenting.
What?
Yep. It's real easy too. It's real easy. They were in there. They were all in there. They were all in there. They heard this. Now watch this. Keep playing it. Watch.
Okay, here we go.
Doesn't come from
this came from Mendel. If you want to, if you can, Berean, can you share my screen again? Because I'm gonna show everybody.
Wait a minute, sir. This is the stuff like this right here. So, Berean, you are doing black people a disservice by allowing these people to bring confusion into the narrative.
Now you see this right here. Notice now. Notice the response now. This is classic psychological issue here, because first they rely on the information. I'm gonna think about this for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Can anyone tell us that we're not African American? If somebody walked up to you right now, Cherry, and says, I could prove you're not an African American, you will look at them like something's wrong with them.
Yeah.
Like, how am I not? Okay. It will be an obvious thing here. This goes to show that their security is not in Christ.
Yeah.
And you know what? All of this is to expose this mess, because they are cowards. See, they rely on the information. As soon as that information come down and it's proven wrong, then you know what now? I'm gonna be honest, I feel sorry for Berean, because I see him now. He's not a slave, but he's kind of drug around in the neck, and they got this leash on him, because as long as the show is good and for their purpose, Berean is their brother. All praises to the Most High. We love Berean.
Yeah.
But Berean, I feel like he has a whim. He has this thing where he wants to change and start speaking different, because when Pastor Mike was up there earlier, Berean was preaching the gospel. I'm being real. I was saying, oh, snap.
Yeah.
And it broke him. He was just like, no, because people coming out here trying to Judaize and this, that, and the other. And I was like, dang, I agree with Berean. It was crazy.
I was on the platform with Berean. I was on the platform with him.
It was like he was set free from that, because he's like, we got some back in here. Now, here's what's crazy about it. This is what they do when things don't go their way.
Yeah.
They they're okay with saying, oh, bring them up on the panel because we got sources. No problem. Bareen's their friend. Then we start bringing out sources. Oh, Bareen, you are doing black people a disservice by allowing these people to bring confusion into the narrative. You know what, brother Baya? You damn right. It's a narrative, a false narrative.
A false narrative. Yep.
It's not the truth. See, what you should have said if this was the truth is, Bareen, you're doing truth of disservice by making these people come up here and lie about what's true. But what you expose yourself, because in your anger, because you know how you watch a show or movie and somebody gets angry, like, you idiot, if you would have did this, we would have had the money. They expose themselves because in their anger, that greed comes out because it's demonic. That goes to show they're not in control. Now, what these people were doing when they get angry, they let their frustration come out, and that frustration highlights exactly what's important to them. It's not the gospel. Now go ahead and keep playing it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My thing is, we need to make sure we're looking at this thing from every angle. Somebody is right and somebody is lying. We want to bring everything out like they do in the courtroom and let the jurors, that who you 240 something people in here, y'all are the jurors. Let the jurors hear this thing. Let us weigh it out. I'm not of the belief we can talk about DNA one time, we can talk about pews one time. Scholarship don't work like that. Information is coming out, things are coming out. Of course, like Wikipedia, pseudo nonsense is in there, but we have to have ongoing discussions. Like, honestly speaking, said this is some stuff that took place over years and years and years and years and years. We want to make sure that this is not a movement built off of a faulty reading of scripture, reading comprehension problems, hatred towards the white man. It was a good movement in the beginning. Did it shift? And people turned it into a nationalistic movement when there were earlier Jews that said, we just practice this, we believe he Messiah, and all people of all colors could be part of this. We're trying to examine this thing. This is a big, serious thing. So we're trying to examine it. I don't think having these guys on is devil worship. I don't think this is the Illuminati trying to control Israel mind or stop the awakening. We're just talking.
Quick, isn't it funny that their reaction to this is the same reaction they had for the pews, especially when we were putting in that work and showing that these guys like Kelly and them were misrepresenting the stuff on the pews and all the other stuff. But real quick, can you show Abu's comment? It's yeah, there. Oh,
You said, hold on.
Yeah, because this is where I get ready to expose what's really going on in the chat. People can't see what's going on in the chat. I'm sure you guys can see the chat when you look at the actual video itself. But I'm about to talk about that. So this is what I'm about to say right here.
Okay. So keep going.
Yup. Just go ahead and play it right there. I think he lets me speak here.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Well, come on, Kevin.
I don't want to disrupt this. I really don't. I just want to show.
Greetings. This is Abu.
No. Hold on. Kevin. All right, everybody. Oh, Kevin. Go ahead. Say what you wanted to say.
Oh, no. Leave him up here. That's cool. I'm saying what I want to do. I want to show people.
Don't start whispering, bro.
No,
it's daytime.
Yeah, I know, brother.
Go ahead.
Hey, go ahead. If you could share my screen, I want to show where it's coming from. Okay. So, like I said, this is the blog of the man who actually programmed the Oracle. It's not JedMatch. It's the programming of the Oracle. This is his blog. Now, this is the source for that. All that I just stated here, this is the link right here. Okay? This is the actual article that's talking about that. This is increased resolution of Y chromosome haplogroup T defies relationship among populations of Near East, Europe, and Africa. This is the link. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to grab this article. I'm going to go to the chat of YouTube and I'm going to place it in there. Just like that. I'm not hiding nothing. This is what I'm going to also do. I'm going to go back and I'm going to grab the actual blog of the JedMatch creator and I'm going to paste it in here just like that. I'm not hiding anything. So somebody said I'm lying, I'm doing this and that. No, I just read it There's the information right there. You can read it for yourself, and that's it, bro. Appreciate that, bro.
All right, thank you, man. That's
So that's not the part I say, but I think I do say it a little bit later.
So what now?
Yeah, I probably say it a little bit later or something. But
Okay.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, that's what it is. As you can see, it's real terrible at this point. What they're doing now, because I mentioned it, y'all could just take my word for it. Y'all can look at the video yourself, or if we continue to play it, y'all can see that. But pretty much what's being exposed here is that they no longer rely on the DNA. They said the DNA is trash. They said it is worthless. We don't need it. And here's what they said, Cherry. When you play this, you ain't gonna believe this. They are going to call Deuteronomy 28 and 68 their DNA test.
What?
Yup. They said, it don't matter. Deuteronomy 28 is our DNA test. And this is not just one from one person. About 3 to 4 people said this. They were like, Deuteronomy 20 is our DNA test anyway. And then Faithful goes in on Deuteronomy 28. It don't look good at all. So pretty much what they've done, they threw everybody they relied on, Dante, Sister E, all of them, they threw them under the bus because pretty much they said we don't need all that and this don't mean anything. I mean, this is really the true definition of hell-bent. They're hell-bent on just making assertions and just sticking to them no matter what happens. And here's my belief at this point, Cherry. There's nothing you can do to make them stop believing whatever it is they believe in.
That's fine.
I'm not convinced of that, but I feel like there are probably 2 or 3 or one person here and there that's just like, you know what? I knew something wasn't adding up with this. This is what I feel. Hey, if you're trying to stick on to this thing for the sake of keeping so-called friends, because here's my thing that I have with you. Let's say you want to relate. I don't want to bring up relationships because they could be complicated. And I don't want to invoke anyone's feelings.
That's fine. We adults here, bro. We adults here.
All right, but here's my thing with relationships, right? What's the point of sticking around with them if the person is really doing you bad anyway?
Exactly.
Like, for example, why? Like, let's stick with the logic here. Why would you stick with the idea of being friends with someone when they misrepresented you and gave you false information in the first place?
Good point.
So here's the problem. Let's say, for instance, when I'm friends with E, I'm friends with this, I'm friends with that. We come on here, we talk all the time, we have fun. They my friends. But then what you have to understand, even though it's really minimal in your view, you have to look at the other side of the coin. Okay, but if they were, why didn't they look out for my best interests? If they truly believed in this Bible and know that liars and everything will get their part in the lake of fire and all this, and all the insulting we're doing and I'm taking part of, why are they willing to let me join in with them without checking and being true leaders in the community or whatever it is they're leaders of, right? Why, that's the type of question you have to ask yourself. Now, I'm not saying that these people are bad because we're human. Like, honestly, they're all human. But my thing is just that I don't know what's driving them to do what they do. That's up to them. I hope they figure it out or whatever. And I'm not saying that they're without problems or anything, because we all need to work out our salvation, right?
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Kevin G, you and I are brother and sister, right?
Yep.
And I love you dearly, and I know you love me dearly. Bro, if I constantly lie to you, is that me showing you love?
I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't be on your channel anymore.
Oh, okay.
If you constantly were like saying Kevin G's a liar and this, that, and the other and everything, and he did this and he did that, and then because I already have a bad feeling about those type of people anyway. Like for example, like, and it's not me being mean at them. It's just a simple thing of, I can't come up here and rock with you like that. I'm incapable of doing that. Like for example, I'm not gonna name no names, but let's just say it rhymes with Jonathan. You get what I'm saying? Okay, so I can be cordial and say, hey, what's going on? But I can't see myself teaming up and doing something with this person heart to heart, because I know that it's just something there that's just like, bro, I don't know about this. I can't do this. Right.
Right.
Whereas if LeBron called me up, it was like, bro, we need to figure out this thing. It's like an adventure. Like, let's do it. Like brotherhood. It's like because the way we are with each other. That's how it is, right? So there's a cleanness in the relationship where you can be like, yes, you know, I know they got my back. Because I'm gonna tell you something right now. LeBron, I don't care if I've been on Clubhouse and stuff. It could be 100 people in the room. It could be 15 people in the room. If I say something and LeBron don't agree with it, you know what LeBron be like? It's sometimes it's disappointing, but I love it though, because it's like, let's say I'm like, yeah, and that's my thought on Psalms too. You know what I'm saying? So let's say I conclude. You know how LeBron unmute the mic. Yeah. I just like to say that I don't exactly agree with that, but I can.
That's G-Con.
Right, but that's the thing. That does not exist there that I see. They reading sources that's actually contradicting each other. And then what they do, what I don't like it is that they try to sound like real smart about it, like Second Exodus, man. I feel bad for him. Well, I'm not gonna say I feel bad for him. Like, I'm sure he don't want no pity from me. You know what I'm saying? He's his own guy. But my thing is that the thing I felt bad about was that when he brought up the painting, and then he said that this Red Cross they forced him to wear it. Who brought that up? Was that dude Benya?
That was Ben Israel, something like that.
I can't believe they believe that.
Yeah.
When we have sources about who that guy was. Now here's what I'm trying to understand here, Cherry. Let's vet ourselves. I want you to be serious here.
Yes, sir.
What have we lied about so far? Like, because all I've seen us do is read sources. I want to know. Okay, here's what I'm trying to get down to, and this is something I'm trying to understand. When I'm talking to someone and I'm telling them, guys, this is what I read. This is what it says. Here's the link right here. You can read it for yourself. I'm telling you, read it right there. That's what it says, right?
Right.
There is no reading comprehension problems with this right here, right? Let's say, for instance, let's look at this this thing. You see the last sentence there on the screen?
Yes.
Finally, the moderately high frequency of 18%, give or take, of T1b chromosomes in the lemma of Southern Africa supports the hypothesis of a Near Eastern, but not necessarily a Jewish origin for their parental line. Now, did any problems regarding reading comprehension get involved there? Did I read that clearly and thoroughly the way it says?
All the way through.
Okay.
It's good.
Did I make up anything?
No.
Okay. Then you know what? Who should you be concerned if you were on the other side of the fence, like i.e. them? What would you be concerned about? What Kevin G said or what that says? What should you be concerned with?
I should be concerned what the source says.
Okay. Am I any longer involved with what that information says anymore?
No, you're not.
I'm not.
You didn't write that.
And that's the problem. They have a hard time finding the demarcation between truth and the individual who brings it. It goes back to the classic saying, don't shoot the messenger. Right? Don't kill the messenger. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like that messenger said in that movie 300 where he was kicked down the well. This is madness.
Yeah.
Because I am just a messenger. Don't use me as a way to convey your message back because of what's here. Go to the information. That's it.
Go to the source, right?
I am no longer involved with this article anymore. It is now in your hands. You have adopted this child.
Yeah. That part.
Yep.
That part. That part. And it's the way that they're doing this is the same way that they do the Bible. Yep. They just, the verse can be sitting right there, clearly, in plain speech, by the way. And it could be the words of Jesus. And they will sit there and deny what he said and go off into this fantasy world. I mean, that's the only way I can cordially describe it right now, because I got right now in my head, I got some choice of words. You got this information in your face, and you sit there and you act like nobody said nothing to you, or somebody's lying to you on this conspiracy theory trip. And then you want to turn around and play victim. Y'all roll with this, what? Not even months, Kevin G. Years, right? Sister Ian and Dante, when they come on the scene, about 2019. And this is what, 2021? And they all rolled with this and gave them kudos on this, even out throughout those years, 19, 20, 21, almost 3 years, probably a little further back. You roll with this lie as if it was factual. And now that you've been disproven in your life, you no longer need it? Just like you did with the pews?
Those pews aren't used anymore.
Huh?
Hold on for a second. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna join back from my phone.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna let you in. You got the link. While he's coming back, body of Christ. A lot of y'all have been with us through thick and thin, through all of this, through the slander, through the heckling, through the lying that they have done, all of that. And now that they've been shown to be disproven, and by the way, there's more information to come. Now all of a sudden, they don't need it. RNO, D Proverbs, Brother AC. Now all of a sudden they don't need it, right? Oh, and Deuteronomy is a DNA test now. Didn't I and Brother Bill and Pastor Sean and Brother Brian? Sorry, because I'm just flustered. Did we not say that they were going to try to link this nationality thing to the biblical text? But they now no longer need jet match. After they, quote unquote, so-called contacted jet match, gave them my video to label me anti-Semitic and the rest of us, right? Oh, okay. My only question to Bahrain, how many more lies do we have to catch them up in before you realize that these people are just not telling the truth? And I'm saying that respectfully, from host to host. I'm just asking, right? This took place all on your channel, and yeah. And all these sources that are coming out on your channel. So what do we continue? What do we do now? We just continue to ignore? Do we ride with the narrative? I just got questions, right? I just have questions, right? A lot took place while I was at work, obviously. These brothers, these Christian brothers, and even the non-believers, Garfield's a non-believer. I'm not sure what 93 Avera's faith is, if but that's at this point, because of the subject. That's besides the point at this point. They came up there and just exposed the hell out of all of y'all. I'm just wondering, what do we do now? You know, what do we do now? Ignore these sources that done came out for 10 hours straight? Hmm? Brother Mike, I'm a little confused here. I'm a lot confused, and I'm not confused on the sources that the brothers brought out. No, I clearly comprehend that. But what I don't comprehend is y'all harped on this, and so you lost the pews. The Bible don't agree with you. You have no sources. Um, Hold on, let me let Kevin G in. You have no sources. And you steadily getting caught up in lies. What do we do now? Hmm. Do we just ignore this and act like this didn't happen? Because listen, this is across social media. I don't think nobody can ignore this 10-hour video.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Oh, I hear you perfectly. You sound much better than
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was using some other type of mic, but yeah, the reason why I'm going in the car because kind of loud in the house, and they trying to sleep and stuff. But yeah, how much longer are you gonna be at this anyway? Because I don't know if you wind it down or whatever.
No, because I need you to take me through some parts. I'm interested. I'm wide awoke. I'm drinking my energy drink, and Cherry Love ain't sleepy. I'm pissed. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pissed off.
Right.
But I'm controlling myself. You got to echo.
Right.
I know you in the car.
Yeah.
But you're hosting, so because I'm in the back seat. I'm in the trunk of your car, Kevin G. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get my butt in the trunk. Forget the back seat. I'm in the trunk of your car, and you're driving this hangout. Because if Cherry Love drives this, I'm going to be extra. And that's what we don't want. So
Right.
you're the host.
Hey, by the way, do you hear echo now when you speak?
Wait a minute, say that again.
Do you hear echo now when you speak?
Let me see. No, I don't hear it. No.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. You sound just fine. You sound like you're in a car, but we can hear you clear as day.
Yeah,
That's
so
fine.
that's unfortunate, but
No. As long as we can hear you, your voice, you're fine. You're hosting. Go ahead. I'm just following I'm pissed right now.
yeah, I mean, I really don't know what else to really add other than if we play it and just talk through some of the things. I mean, it was just a lot like brothers was asking me because what I was doing was at the times when I'm quiet in the videos, I'm not necessarily inactive, right? So I'm in the chat actually talking to people and trying to get their idea in their mind and see what they're talking about. There was a few humble people in there. I don't recall their names, but it was a few people that was like, well, Kevin G, let me ask you this question. And then you could tell they just wanted a genuine answer. Mm-hmm. But then there was others that was just straight up like, Kevin G is they just was talking about it's all foul and everything, but obviously it was because they couldn't get the information out. They couldn't really bring out what it is they wanted to say. They wanted to continue to lie about stuff, and it's just not working.
The strong and wrong method. Remember?
Right. Yeah. I mean that was. Mm-hmm. Can you show how we can know that if somebody was in the chat? No, I'm not going to do that because that's going to take away something. So I'll share that with Cherry directly. I'll send you a message through Clubhouse to let you know how you can do that, though, Cherry. But it's real simple, really. But
they're asking in the chat. Derek Spencer, he says, Kevin G, can you show how we know Dante was in the chat? So I think you grabbed their ear with that.
No, you can't tell now. What you got to do, you can only use this method during something live. It has to be live. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. but I don't want to reveal what that method is or anything like that because
no,
I don't
keep
want
that to yourself.
I don't want to give nobody no tools of mischief or nothing like that.
That's
It's
fine.
not really tools of mischief. I'm just saying like I could see somebody being kind of like
just
crazy
know he
about
was there. Just know he was there.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I find it real cowardice, or should I say cowardly, right? Because he's a male, not cowardice, but cowardly, how he would not bring his butt on that platform with you all after all of that mouth, Ethel, all of that mouth.
I'm gonna tell you something. To be honest, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna just say I'm gonna put an if here, okay?
Yes, sir.
If he did not hear that chat, fine. I don't believe it. I'm saying that. You know what I mean by that. But
yes,
if
sir.
he was in that chat and heard all that, and Bareen was letting people on the panel, bro, don't make another video about Faithful 93 ever again.
That's right. Or none of them.
Because here's my logic on that. You had every opportunity. Now, granted, I may be wrong. You may not have had an opportunity. Let's say you were working and you were just listening in. I understand that. I'm being for real. But here's my thing internally, just basing on your own integrity, right? If you know you had opportunity to go in there, but you did not want to go in there because you did not want the confrontation, or you felt that you couldn't come against it, I think the idea to make a video about anybody regarding that should stop. Because if you did, because think about it. Because here's my thing. You know why? You know what I did on last night?
What's that?
I came in there and I was 1 against 3. I came in there and I didn't run for nobody. I was like, I'm right here. You know what? I'm right here. All 3 could come at me. And they started going in the chat, and then everybody was commenting in the chat trying to say they'll give me them. Now I ain't going nowhere. I know what I'm dealing with. And sure enough, at the end of that, people were like, yeah, man, Kevin G was on it, man. He made a lot of sense, man. And you know what's so crazy? Even the people that was like, they don't like me, they had to admit, oh, this was a good show. See, that's how I know y'all really feeling what's coming out. Because other than that, y'all would have insulted like y'all would have done any other time. But the fact that y'all said that, y'all know in y'all heart is some information that came out that y'all need to think about, for real. Y'all know y'all need to think about it. Y'all know that's the case. We just read what you see on the screen, also what Faithful came out with and what Garfield came out with. The case for the limber is crumbling. It's crumbling. It's not even there. And you know what? That was their You know what's so crazy though, Cherry? Have you noticed that their reliance on whatever scenario that they could find out about, that's what they rely on?
Yeah.
You know what they just like? They're just like evolutionists. Anytime a new theory comes out about how life could have came about, they change their mind based on the research, which as a scientist, I respect, because that's all they have to rely on is that. But guess what? Scientists in their philosophy do not use they don't use the degree of faith that a Christian would. In other words, when God said He created the heavens and the earth and the sea, right? We believe that.
Yeah.
There is no, oh well, we need to change our theory on how that might have happened based on whatever. That goes to show that the Word of God is not my foundation on that. My foundation is based on evidence that I feel is see fit for the situation I am, right? So now, let's take the other way around it. Y'all believe that prophecy dictates how y'all ended up in the land, right? But then y'all always said, oh, we went over there after 70 AD. They said millions of Jews fled into Africa. Was that not the old explanation?
Yes, sir.
Who did they get that from? That was from Rudolph Windsor in Babylon to Timbuktu. Everybody had that book. Rudolph Windsor didn't write anything about anything they talking about now. He straight said after 70 AD, they ran into West Africa. That was always the argument. Then
when that argument didn't fall in, then they tried to say, oh, we ended up there by other means. Then they try to prove the DNA thing. That didn't really fly, but they stuck with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after that didn't work out for them, then they moved over to these Portuguese and Spaniard Jews who during 1492 in Sao Tome Principal and those islands and everything there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then now we're reading and finding information for them. And we're finding out that they were white. They were white looking, or they were dark haired, or they were swarthy looking Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're finding.
That's right. And let me say this to Sister Yolanda. You're a moderator for Bahrain. You said, Kevin G, you do know Brother Bahrain opened it up to everyone who wanted to come in. You're right. And that's the kicker. And he did put the link. Bahrain put the link in the chat. Question, Yolanda. Why didn't Dante come up on that platform? Why didn't Sister E come up on that platform? Why didn't Blacktastic come up on that platform? Why didn't Teo or Yacobia come up on that platform? Why? They were the forerunners on this. Why they didn't come up on the platform and White Kevin G or Brother Faithful or 93 or any of them out? Why? That's the question. That's the real question right there. Yes, Bahrain opened up the chat. The dialogue. He did. Being fair, right? Being fair, right? I will give Bahrain that. Why? The question is why they didn't bring they tail up on that platform to refute what Kevin brought out, to refute what Faithful brought out, to refute what 93 brought out. Why? That's the question that needs to be addressed. I'm not coming against you. I'm not beating you down. I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm asking this question somewhat in a firm way. Why didn't they come up there? Why didn't they refute Kevin? Why they didn't refute Faithful? Why they didn't refute 93? Where they was at? I seen Sister E in the chat. Why she didn't come up there? And I don't want to hear from them, oh, I was at work. Because yesterday morning, Dante made his way up on that platform. Yes or no? He did. So, and a couple of other times that Bahrain went live in the morning. So he can't use that. So why he didn't come up there? Why? Or what's his name? Did Tazara come? Did he come up there? Because I didn't see him.
Tazara, he came on when it was me alone. When it was 3-on-1, he came up there.
When? Today?
No, last night.
No. I'm asking about today, not yesterday. I'm talking about today. I know he was up there yesterday. I'm talking about today.
Nope, he was gone. I ain't see him in there.
Everybody done went incognito. Okay. All right. Your guess is good as mine. The info was for everyone, and folks came in last night, this morning, though the 10 hours. I get that, Yolanda. But I'm asking, where these folk at? Where these folk at? Now, I admit that I peeped in here and there on my way to work, right? And I couldn't finish, right? The reason why I ain't come up there is because, number one, I don't know about DNA. I admitted that on Bahrain's channel, my own channel, Garfield's channel, and any other channel that's presented. I am not a DNA expert. So Cherry Love has to take a back seat on this, right? Doctrine is my thing, right? They're proficient, Kevin G, Brother Faithful, and them, and G Con and them, they know that stuff, right? But I can follow the conversation, right? I'm just not, that's not my expertise. And I let that be known. But hold on. Dante, Sister E, Jacobia, Teo, and whoever else, Mr. Black Tuscan, that they supposed to be all forerunners on this. Why they wasn't in that conversation? Bareen, yes, he put that link in the chat. Why didn't he come and stop Kevin G or Faithful or 93? Why? That's the question that everybody needs to be asking that question. They was what? MIA, incognito, gone, hiding in the bushes. I don't know.
And you know what's so crazy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that I showed up last night because I showed them even one of us could stand up to multiple people in their camps. And when I went up and because after that I got a lot of texts from Faithful, and I'm gonna put it out there because I think it was a good thing he did. Faithful's not one. I don't know if he's one for compliments or doing stuff like that, but after he left and we were done everything, he sent me a bunch of texts. He was like, "Man, you did an excellent job, bro. You did some great work." But he said, "I'm impressed, this, that, and the other." And I said, "Appreciate that, bro. You did some great work too."
Mm-hmm.
Faithful was thoroughly pleased with the amount of information we was able to put out on that platform.
Mm-hmm.
Thoroughly pleased.
I'm sure he was.
Like, cool,
I'm sure he was. But and let me say this one more thing to you, Sister Yolanda. Hold on. Here's the thing. You're right. You said, Sister Cherry, those in the panel who wanted to debate with their sources, and you know this, yes, was supposed to happen for years. And it happened these last 2 days. I would agree with you, and I will partially disagree with you. Let me tell you why I disagree with you. For today, Dante and the rest of them, guess what? They had that conversation with Kevin G yesterday, some of them. Why they didn't come up there when Faithful in 93 and Kevin G up there? That's the question. That's the question. Listen, I get where you coming from. I do. But Anne Bareen did put that link in the chat. I seen it a few times when I was looking in the chat. He did. Why they didn't click on it? So at this point, Dante needs to be quiet. Sister E needs to be quiet, and the rest of them need to be quiet unless they're gonna face Kevin G, Faithful, and 93 head on. And at this point, I looked at that chat. I looked at that chat, and I didn't see this part. And I should have went back because Kevin G, when I looked in the chat later on, and I seen little tidbits here and there, and it kept coming up. And of course, I end up going in the subway, and my signal, because the subway is really, really bad, going underground. Kevin G and Sister Yolanda. But what I did catch, forget DNA. I said, what? We don't need that. I said, wait a minute.
Yeah,
and I couldn't understand Kevin G, but now you're filling in all of the gaps and where it was at. Now I see why they walking away. What you walking away for? I thought this was your trump card.
No, the DNA they relied on a lot, and when the information is coming out, these are the two. See, this is the thing that kills me about this. None of them have a solid foundation of what it is that they understand and believe. None of them do. It's a fact. And the reason why they don't is because as soon as something gets debunked, they're quick to dismantle and be like, or get rid of it. Be like, well, I ain't want that in you. I don't want this and anything like that. It's like, you know what it's like? It's likened to like a child that's adopted or had by parents. And let's say the dad's all about the kid playing football, but then he tells the kid on the side just for justification, I love you. You're my son. I want to take care of you. Now, let's say that boy misses the pass, or he got tackled, or he did something wrong and got out of bounds or did something stupid in the game, right? Let's say that father's like, what are you doing? Are you an idiot? Are you stupid? But then his actions and everything else goes to show he never cared cared about you in the first place, right? So that's what this is like. They took these so-called evidences, they cherished them, raised them, and had them under their arm as though this is what the Lord has shown me. And you know what's so crazy? They actually praise God for the sources. Think about it. Every time they heard any of these lies, they said all praises to the Most High God.
Yes, they did.
Said, God revealed this to us. Oh, we're waking up. God is revealing this. But then when it gets debunked, it's, oh, that was made by the white enemy. Wake the hell up. Why didn't the Most High God tell you that in the first place? Hold up. You telling me that God is going to give you something worthy of praise? Then when something's wrong, you know what they know different than, Cherry? Those in the prosperity church. Because they're the ones who say, God's going to give me this, that, and the other. And when they're disappointed, oh, well, God must not be saying it's my time yet. You know. That don't make no sense. Why would God tell you something to get you excited, but then tell you something else to make you disappointed?
Exactly.
That's a God that plays games. You know what? That sounds a lot like the devil to me. That sounds like the devil will give you something to tell you and invoke you that it's the truth, but then when it comes to naught, you want to let it go and not deal with anything. You know what the best thing you can do in your situation? This is just advice personally. I'm gonna give y'all a personal story. I'm in the process of buying another property, right? And anytime I see something that I know my flesh likes, I always accredit it to the Lord. Oh, this must be God's timing. And I'll go into it and be so into it, deal with everything with it. And my wife will look at me, crossing her arms, looking at me, shaking her head. She like, you always so excited about stuff. And I said, yeah, I am. I can picture this. Look, I can do this. I can remodel this. I can knock down the wall. I can do this, that, and the other. And she's like, you get too invested. So I used to stay up 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning on Google SketchUp, redesigning the house or virtually, you know what I mean? Remodeling it and everything like that. And then as soon as I get excited and find out, oh, sorry, we can't do this. That can't happen. So then I feel this disappointment. And then I asked myself, well, what's the best thing I should do? She said, just wait on God and just shut up about it. Don't deal with it.
I mean, and today was a no call, no show.
Right.
For the forerunners on that side. And this was their opportunity to take y'all down for them to shine. And they didn't do it. Now, I'm not coming against Yolanda in no bad way. I'm just asking why they didn't click that link, why they didn't step up on that platform. Where's Mr. Johnson at? Right? He was in the chat. Why he didn't come up there? He called himself Pastor Johnson, but he ain't no real pastor. It's
that guy, the guy that the guys that be up there with Pastor Mike.
Right, the one that said that you still need
Pastor
to be
Mike said, none of them dudes. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wanna become a student of Pastor Mike. I want to learn some things from Pastor Mike. I really do. Because the dude, why you say that? Now I do. There's something that he brought out that I never learned before. I wouldn't say I want him to be my total teacher, but I want to learn that part from him because that was good. One of those parts he came up with, and see now there you go.
Oh, I ain't say nothing.
I know. Nah, you projected it.
No, it wasn't projected any kind of way. I'm my mind is still stuck with all of these sources and all of this coming out. And if these people don't went MIA all of a sudden, and now I'm looking at the folk in the chat, oh, we don't need DNA, just like they did with the pews. We don't need the pews to validate us.
What happened? I was gone because I went to Clubhouse when that stuff was getting heated. So what happened to Pastor Kelly? Do they still show up on the channels and stuff?
Who? Kelly Richardson?
Kelly Richardson and the other dude.
No. Boom, he done fell off the screen. No.
But they never showed up again?
Nope, not that I seen, unless they showing up on different accounts. But no.
So Pastor Kelly and Boone, they're not up there no more.
No. And Yolanda, she can testify to that.
You know what's so crazy? That goes to show that they were liars the entire time. I can't believe that these people are still doing this now. They're still treating us like crazy. But Boone and Pastor Kelly left. They're gone.
Yeah, gone.
Oh my God, man!
You
know how much drama they gave everybody over there?
Yeah, they just staying on their own channels. Boom, I guess he done blew up. I don't know. He just, he's sticking on his own channel. He ain't got nothing else to say, I guess. Right? And I find it very odd. Now, Cherry Love took a hand off of it because, I'm not a DNA expert. So, of course, I'm going to take the back seat, but I'm able to follow the conversation. And not to mention, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little tired of repeating myself. Honestly, they just not they haven't came up there. I don't know if it's because they don't mess with Bareen like that, or I don't think it has anything to do with Bareen stuff.
The East Channel or anything?
Oh yeah. Kelly has, but not Boone. I haven't seen him. No, Boone got blew up. Sister Cherry, you don't know. There's more discussion that will happen. Y'all acting up this chat. No. They're not acting up in the chat. They just a little fed up. That's number one, Yolanda. Number two,
what does she mean by you don't know there's more discussion now? Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What she's saying is in the future, if Dante and we all get back on the panel again, start talking about this again, and start dealing with it, we don't know what else could be brought out and said on both sides. But I'm gonna be honest, because weren't they already banging on Dante's information for the longest already now?
Yes.
I think they've been banging on it for about 2-3 days, and he didn't make a response to any of them. So he has catching up to do first.
You gotta catch up.
All the information that 93 came out with Faithful, that stuff is deadly.
Yeah, 93
because they
on the first hangout, 93. You know how many slides he said he had?
I don't
Would you like to know? 155. And he got more, right? That's not even including what Faithful got. Hold on, we're not done. That's not including what Abu got.
And they got a whole book.
They just felt your wrath, right? Today and yesterday. And God forbid it if you keep digging. Come on, bro. They still got to catch up with part one. I was in Faithful's chat with part one.
Right, but here's my thing. I think they're gonna put that thing about the paintings in that. They might as well add that to the slides too, because that's another thing or source that they lie about Black Jews being in Portugal and Spain. That is a straight up lie. All of that is a straight up. That one brother, you know what the dude Yazara said the other day? He says in order for you to get the truth on information, you need to look at an older source and not a new one.
Oh, I heard
said,
that.
Where in the hell do they do that?
I heard that.
I said, where in the hell do they do that? So you telling me that you're gonna go and look at old articles and research about COVID-19, but not look at new research on it? You telling me you're gonna look at old research about slavery, but not look at new research? And I could kind of get what he means by saying that, things are more raw than they are now. But guess what? People who write revision history, they don't revise the history. They're revising it based on new evidence. So that's the reason, because you want us to go at the advent of development. But guess what? The development lacks insight. It lacks information. It lacks perspective. It lacks the truth. And you know why it does? Because it's balled up into this mess that they're trying to call truth. Let me give you an example of that.
Okay.
Europeans calling Jews Negroes and Swarthy, right? they want us to do. And this is the most fallacious thing that I've seen throughout all of this stuff, to be honest with you. One of the most fallacious of fallible things here. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not exaggerating. This is the thing that just kills me on this.
Mm-hmm.
In order for them, okay, here's what they're telling us. Hey, in order to be a true scholar of this stuff, can you hear me all right, by the way?
Oh, yeah, you sound good. Go ahead.
In order to be a true scholar of this stuff, we want you to read 15th and 16th century literature with a 21st century lens. That is not how you do research on history. When you do research, when a historian digs on the source, this I know. I'm not a historian, but this I do know. I took history classes in college. I took American history 1 and 2. I took general history, right? What you have to do in order to get context and understanding of literature in the past, you have to adopt the social and political mindsets that these people would have had then. You have to adopt those, because with those, they give you a proper lens on how to actually understand what they had. For example, Cherry, if we dig into the book of Acts or any of the Gospels and stuff, right?
Okay.
Do you think that we use a 21st century lens on when they did stuff then, or do we adopt the understanding of what Jews and Greeks did then?
No, you can't. You can't look through it with the 21st century lens. You have to go back to that time and look through the lenses that they're looking through at that particular time to get a full understanding of the culture context, of the view, the ideal context, or what their mindset was. All of that, the whole full context, culture, religious, whatever you want to throw on top of that. You have to go place yourself back in that particular time of how they thought and how they moved. You cannot do it from this particular time and place it back then. You're going to make too many errors. You can't do it.
Right. You can't do that. And my thing is that's the whole idea about it. So when they read this stuff, they want to say, they say that they were black. So what do you think about that? And then you go, and then here's what you do as a proper historian, right? Or proper, you vet the history properly. This is what you say naturally. You should say, well, why did they call them black? Let's look at why they were calling these people swarthy and black and stuff and all of this. No, bro. If somebody said, what do you look like? Are you black? See, so no, bro. Look, wait a minute. You want me to go back in time, but not really go back in time? That don't make sense. Because the way you want me to go back in time, and you know what though, Cherry? That may be why they got the Bible doctrines all wrong, because they got this century thinking.
We said that a long time ago. Like, I always teach the class, like, for instance, when I was dealing with the Ichthus, I literally tell this class, have compassion for those back in the 1st century and the BC. Number one, remember, they didn't have the technology that we have, right? They didn't have the printing press. So everything is being handwritten. They didn't have the resources that we have now. And if this world is still around 1,000 years from now, things are going to change, meaning that more resources 1,000 years in the future, they may have more than what we have right now. Just like we have more than what they had in the first the 1st century and the BC. So I always teach the class, have compassion for that particular time and era. They used what they had. The resources, what that was technology to them. So you can't just take 2021, like you asked me earlier. You can't take 2021 resources, I'll say 21st century resources or lenses, and place it back in the BC or the AD, because guess what? They're going to conflict. You're going to miss something. So I tell the class to have compassion for that particular time. And Hebrew Israelites are not doing that. They're trying to force their narrative back then, and it's not there.
what they're doing, they're taking, and also not only that, they're taking their emotions from the 21st century and applying them back to it.
Yes, and I think Bareen
Emotions.
said that. Bareen said that you can't look at the BC or the AD era. I think he was the one that said it, and you look through that era, that time with 21st century lenses. He said it wouldn't work. He said it himself.
Right, right. And it wouldn't work. It would not work at all because you're making a lot of mistakes there and you're not really understanding what's going on. But here's the thing. The thing that they're arguing or we're arguing for is saying, okay, let's understand why they're saying this stuff. Let's understand why it is that they actually call these people dark and swarthy. What was the mindset of these people? Do we see evidence elsewhere of this same behavior? We do. If you look at letters from political people in America, especially Benjamin Franklin, Benjamin Franklin wrote extensively about his views on Italians, Irish, Spaniards, Portuguese, and the rest of those Europeans there. He wrote thoroughly about Slavics, Germans, Russians. He wrote thoroughly about how he felt about those type of people. He wrote thoroughly about not only him. You could find writings from newspapers and different articles and political statements that are made about different people. Like, for example, you saw 93's presentation when he brought up about what they were calling Italian gangsters back in the 1920s.
Yes, I was in the chat. I was in Faithful's chat that night when that's part one.
And that makes so much sense to me because when I used to, here's the thing that I knew about that. One of my favorite movie genres was Italian mob movies. And in one movie, this one Italian kid was called a certain name, and he was like, "What you call me?" And then like he just looked like, "Hey, don't bother him. Don't worry about it. He can't win this fight." And there was a bunch of white men that called this Italian kid this name, and I'm like, the feeling you felt. I forget what movie it was. I like to say,
Goodfellas,
A Bronx Tale or something, but I think it's another.
That was good. It could be that, but it was also Goodfellas too.
Yeah, right. You're right. Goodfellas, when they called him something, and he had to accept it.
Yeah.
And it was like he was being called the N-word.
Yeah.
And then I said, yeah, I always knew that. And I'm from New Jersey, so I heard a lot of racial slurs that come from Italians, towards Italians, from Italians, everything, a lot. And they treat us a certain type of way. People treat them a certain type of way. White people view them a certain way. I had no idea. There was Irish neighborhoods and there was Italian neighborhoods, and they talked about each other.
Yeah, and then Mr. Howell, the plumber. Oh yeah, the Italians, they really Israelites.
What? Who? What?
Yeah.
Who said the Italians are really Israelites?
The plumber, Mr. Howell.
Who's Mr. Howell?
Mr. Howell is the plumber guy who made that video when we were looking for Mr. Richard Katz, the Richard Katz that don't exist. And he commented, yeah, the Israelites is really the Italians is really Israelites. I say, what?
What?
Yeah, Bareen had showed it. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Let's see.
But you know what's crazy though? If you go to you know what's so crazy? If you go to Sardinia, which is an island off of Italy, you know those people, they wear turbans and stuff. They very Middle Eastern on that island. So much so, guess what we find there? We find ancient Hebrew writing on that island. Yep. You find temples that are similar to the ziggurats built in Mesopotamia there too. And that's a fact. That's not me lying. That's a fact. I'm not saying that's true. I still have to look into that. I don't believe the Italians or the Israelites, but it's worth looking at. But you know what's so crazy? They were called Swarthy and Negro and Black too. They were called that.
Well, you know what? I'm just, they're not doing the research and they're not looking at things in context. And I will have to add this: they're not having compassion for the dialect back then um, because like what we mean today, they may have meant something different. They're not having compassion for any of that. And that's why I'm like really like, how are you up here teaching anything? That's my whole thing. I'm still trying to find that part with Mr. Howell, because he was up here and he said, I believe he said that, I don't want to quote him wrong if memory serves me correctly. Um, but yeah, they're not having compassion for that particular time, and I think that's wrong. You trying to force a narrative back then that just doesn't belong there.
Don't
Um,
belong.
it don't belong, and then you want to call people liars and all of this other stuff, and uh I think it's wrong. And then you want to call us Christians liars and all this other stuff. Like for instance, hold on, let me get the move that out the way. For instance, like when Faithful going back here for a second, like when Faithful showed this man,
Yeah.
they were, oh well, I think was it, what's his name, Zyra Yara, whatever, the Zaquan Yara.
Yeah. He said, "How do you know what his parents are like?"
Right. Well, wait a minute. We can do the same thing to you, sir. How you don't know that you got Caucasian on both sides of your mama and your daddy?
Right.
You see how that works?
Uh-huh.
This
Yep.
double standard that they have, it's not working. And listen, so what else you gonna drop? What else you gonna come up with so it can be dropped? You lost the pews. You pretty much lost the sources because you really didn't have no sources. And then okay,
The historical sources point to race and ethnicity and identifying who these people were and what the history was actually saying. Yeah, that's lost.
Yeah,
93 and Faithful put that joint in the coffin for real. That's over with. All
they
those
did.
sources. Yep.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, you know what really got me? Let me show you what got me, because this timestamp was sent to me too. I just don't have it in front of me. Is it here? Let me see. No. That's 93. Hold on. I got to play this for you. I got to. I got to. Okay. Is it here? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll recognize when I see it. Uh, this one chick came on. This one lady came on and she spoke. She spoke well. And I get what she's trying to say, but I have to say, baby doll, it's a little too late for that. Here, I think it's right up in here. Okay, let me go a little further. It was a little bit after, let me see, because she came on. Let me see if this is her. Yes.
With a presupposition, somebody's coming, they already got something in their mind, so they can't read the text the way they're supposed to read the text. But we're just trying to figure out who. Go ahead.
I'm pulling up these images. So real quick, because I did this last time and I noticed that
right here.
That's eisegeting the text. That's not right. So let me just say this real quick. Race is not biblical. Nationality is biblical.
Yes.
Color is biblical. You hear descriptions of people. You see all of this throughout the scriptures. Those things are biblical, right? So when we first ask somebody, what do you mean by black? We have to have an understanding of what do we mean by black and by white. We cannot come in to these current to the ancient text with current understandings. That just doesn't make sense. We're
Big
reading
mistake.
things into the text.
Yeah,
The definition of race evolved over time, like literally over time. Like there's certain cases you could look at. Baguette thing. Yeah, his name is Baguette thing. You could literally look it up. It's an Indian dude in 1923 who tried to become quote unquote white, even though he fit the definition for Caucasian, he wasn't white. It like I want us to understand that we cannot read our current understanding of what race is into ancient text. Race literally, and please understand, folks, race literally makes no sense outside of black and white. It doesn't. The moment
And
you
that's the
mention
only way
black and
people can
white,
see it. Once he's arguing that
and that,
those
because
Jews don't
that's
look
what it
like
was
this,
intended to
Jesus
be.
is white, then faithful Jesus that means Jesus is white. We can't. So it's hard to see it outside of that. Some of this
It's
has to do.
hard to see
It has a
because
lot to do
it's
what you're saying, and the other part of it is there's some comprehension problems somewhere in this chat. Somebody's not comprehending something. Somebody's not
but
comprehending
let me
something
say
somewhere in the
this.
chat.
I'm gonna say this and
Can you
try to
speak up a little
be like
bit?
done really quick. I'm gonna say this and try to be done really quick. I do think that that is the plan from the enemy, that we get stuck here on this. At the end of it, I think it comes down to
Hold on,
identity,
hold on, hold on. Pause it right there. Pause
and
it right there.
destiny.
Notice how she said, okay, think about it. Remember
Mm-hmm.
what I just said a few moments ago, where
Mm-hmm.
see something and it appears and comes from God, so they say all praises to the Most High God.
Mm-hmm.
And after the fact, they find out that their logic is flawed because the way they believed it. She just said the very same thing just now.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
I mean, she spoke well, right?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she sure
But
did. Yeah.
but where was all of that like 3 years ago, 4 years ago? You know, I'm just looking at that, and I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or malicious to the sister. I get what she was saying. But darling, y'all the one who kicked this off.
Right. This is their
That's
mess.
this
It's
is
really
your
not
mess.
on our part. Right. That we're not doing that. We're not reading into it with the modern understanding of it. We're not doing that. That's them. So she really addressing them for real. And
Yeah,
then when Barine, when he's in Pete Barine, right? When Barine is like, oh, we got some reading comprehension issues. He knew exactly who has the reading comprehension issues. He knew
mm-hmm,
exactly who has. He just saying, well, somebody got the reading comprehension. He know it ain't us. He
mm-hmm,
knows that. He know
mm-hmm,
that.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. We've been saying that reading comprehension skills was off with them. We've been saying that especially when we're dealing with the biblical text, it's not about race. It's not about race. It's not about race. And now that your narrative is gone down the drain or is going down the drain, now it's not about race. Oh, and now that you see that that what you was trump carding on, jet match, right? After that was blew out the water. We don't need DNA no more. The pews is gone. Notice they don't talk about that no more. So I'm just looking at all of this. I was given this timestamp, and I looked at it and I said, really? Is that so? So where was this almost 3 years ago? I just got questions. You know, she spoke very well, you know, and what she said, I would agree. But I'm not agreeing at the time of what you're saying it at. Because where was all of that when you was reading this Bible? Where was all of that at 3 years ago? Where was all of that? Kevin, do you get what I'm saying right now? Because I got so much running through my head right now, and I'm just smelling hypocrisy all around. And it seems like every time they get smashed, oh, we don't need it no more. Oh, it's not about that anymore.
Right.
So now your whole tune, and I caught it at this timestamp because, like, hold on, let me see if I can bring you down here to this chat. I looked at this part. The tune has completely changed. They thought they had y'all in the beginning. just like they thought they had you yesterday. But the tune has changed again. And I understand that there's more dialogue. If Sister Yolanda is around, oh, I'm praying for that dialogue. I'm praying for more dialogue to come. Because what else is going to come out? If they got caught on the pews and they got caught on this here, when are you going to be convinced that this is a lie? Not speaking to her specifically on that, but I'm just saying straight across the board. When are you going to realize that this is a whole filthy lie? How many more lies that got to be exposed before you understand that this is a lie? That's my question. And it's a legit question. It's not disrespectful. It's not dishonorable. It's not me being vindictive. It's an honest to God question, Brother Kevin G. So how many number of lies do we got to come out and expose them on that lie, on those lies, plural, before folk realize, oh, they lied? Because you lied to me once.
But here's my thing though. That's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on that now that you mention it, because it's like this. You're right. We had the pews, we had this, we had that, we had all that. I mean, even that debate that Dante had with Faithful some time ago, I felt like nothing. Remember that whole 400-year thing? Nobody talking about that. So it's like we going on 2022 and everybody forgot about that. Because wasn't that like his whole thing, that because of COVID is something going on with?
Oh, he's selling books on there, remember?
Yeah, I do. But I mean that there's some dangerous stuff, man. We can't be going out here saying stuff like that. I don't know, man. I'm not that bold to be doing that, to be real with you.
Neither am I.
Nah, bro. That's not. I'm not gonna be doing that. I ain't selling nobody no book about something. I mean, I have a theory. Yeah, I come on YouTube, talk about it a couple of nights. Like, yeah, you know what? I think this or that, right? But I ain't gonna write no book on it and sell it to somebody like I actually believe that. That's crazy. Like, bro, that's crazy. I can't see myself buying myself something, not even anything from a video game to some clothes, shoes, whatever, with money on something that I'm telling people to believe in, and I'm not even too I ain't got the cojones for that. I'm being real. I can't do that.
I don't either.
I can't do that. I cannot do that.
I don't either. And the fact, why would you want what if you got the truth on your side? Why you got to do this? Why you got to lie? Why you making up stuff? Why you not reading all your sources in context? If you got the truth. There I go with these questions again, Kevin G. I'm so sorry. Listen, my mama always told me I question a lot, and then hanging around you and G-Con, y'all just made it worse. Asking asking a lot of apologetic questions, because y'all taught me how to listen, to people keenly, and it's just like a normal reaction for me, and I ask a lot of questions, and I'm just wondering, if you got the truth and God is on your side, why you got to lie? Why you got to make people up? Grab artifacts that don't back your claim up. Why you got to lie? That's all. I think that's the number one question for me. The elephant in the room for me, for Cherry Love. Why y'all got to lie if you in this so-called truth?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Why? What? And I can go and I can break that up. Why history don't agree with you? Why is it that the biblical text don't agree with you? Why is it that your own sources that you bring out don't agree with you? Because like I want to say, I'm going to estimate about maybe 40 to 50% of the sources, probably more, that Faithful and 93 brought out, those were Dante Fortson's so-called sources, and they debunked them with his own sources. How the hell that happened?
It's like sicking your own dog.
I mean,
it's like you walk in somebody's house and they guard dog looking at you, and you look at the guard dog and look at the owner and say sick him, and the dog come out. That dog supposed to be on your side. That's the most
right.
weird.
And the dog turn around and bite you right in the
bite you, right, like the stranger, the owner. But I'm saying that's what it's like. And then you know what? These people just dropping it like crazy. I'm telling you, it's like I don't know. I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to say.
I don't. But I would have one question again for everybody. And even if Yolanda, if you could do me a favor, if you could carry this back to Perrine, how many more lies do you got to catch them up in before you realize that they lying?
That's true. In other words, now you know what? I would think, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would think that Perrine and some of them will probably be more forgiving about this. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they're gonna chuck it up to their perspective on the information rather than them making it up. Now, my thing is that now once this gets proven like it did, for example, I told them they better throw that painting in the trash.
Yeah, who?
The painting about the King's Fountain.
John did a pasta. Mm-hmm.
Second Exodus brought that up last night. I told that bro. I said, bro, don't you ever bring this painting back up again, because you straight lied about this. That's not true. This is not true. Because what you saying, you just repeating what that dude Benny y'all said. It is not true, bro. You need to hang that up. That paper that Tazara came out with, talking about some of their mulattoes and this, that, the other, what he read, I said, don't you ever bring that up again. Don't bring it up. Because it's done with now. We went through it, we read it, and he knew it. You know what's so crazy, Cherry? He knew it. He knew that too. When we read that, he knew it. Because when we read that, he realized when I showed him. You know how you could tell somebody see something? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say somebody's like, man, nah, that don't look crooked. He says, man, that's crooked. Man, that don't look crooked. Man, I'm telling you, look at this. Why would I put this ball on here and it's rolling down this way? That means it's got a lean on it. And then you know that moment of realization, you just like, what you mean? Nah, bro, you know now. you know now. That's exactly how it was in that discussion last night. When we went over all of that, and I was like, bro, let's read this again. The dude JB was laughing because I was making him laugh. And I said, look, bro, let's look at this again. I said, read that part right there. He read it. Then when we read it, then he was caught up. He was like, well, right here. He's like, nah, bro, you see it. You see it. Now, here's what I'm going to be shocked at. He knows it. I'm sure he read it a couple times, and he was in denial about it. He tried to post something on the comment section about it saying, oh, well, Kevin G, he read this story, and he said, the rest of the blacks, I said, nah, bro, you need to throw that in the garbage. Here's why. I gave you point A, and I gave you point B. Don't use it.
Keep going. I'm going to let Wednesday out, but I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I said, you need to just hang that up. Hang it up. Don't ever use it. Don't deal with it. Because a lot of those sources, now they can't use no more. Dante cannot use that paper where it says, what was that paper? About when they trying to find out about the black Jews in America and the research they were trying to do. That paper was not in support of that. That paper was written to research the matter, to find out the conclusions as to what could be possible or why they had this religion. They concluded with all evidence where it came from, what they thought about it, and I mean, basically what I just said, repeating myself, the conclusion of the matter is already been, that's what they said. So if that's what the paper is trying to tell you, and that's what it's talking about, that's what it's talking about. That's it. I mean, ain't no other way around it. I really don't get a lot of this stuff they can't use no more, in my opinion. That's just is what it is.
That's what that is. And I'm just like, and I downloaded both of these videos last night and today, right? I did. And I'm just, when I seen you on last night, I said, glory be to God. And for keeping you, Kevin G. But then at the same time, I had to shake my head at these Hebrew Israelites like, really? You're going to keep doing this? You're going to keep doing this? You're going to just, you can't, that's why I kept saying, y'all act like y'all incapable of telling the truth, not even to save your own soul. This is worth your soul?
No, it ain't worth my soul. But I'm gonna tell you one thing though, they were pricked in the heart. They knew it. That bro, I'm gonna tell you something. Second Exodus, when he read what he read about that word mulatto, and I asked him honestly. I said, bro, I want to ask you one time. I said, what does that word mean? He said that means to worship or change religion or convert to another religion. I said, bro, I'm gonna ask you again. What does this word mulatto mean? Oh, it means to convert to another religion.
This was last night. This was the other night.
This was the other night. He kept saying, I said, read your source on it. When he read his source on it, here's what I did. I said, let me read. I'm going to bring up the definition for mulatto. Because you know mulatto is actually a Portuguese word. You do know that, right?
Yes.
It's a Portuguese word. And the word there actually means to be European and African descent. That's literally what it means. That's where they get it comes from a word of mule, because what is a mule? A mule is a mix between what? A horse and a donkey, right?
Mm-hmm.
It also comes from the word where we get it's another M word, but it actually means to mix together. I mean, or two things genetically by descent mixing together. Then I said, pull up your source. I said, read your source, man. Now, Second Exodus was honest in reading his source, but you could tell in the cadence of his voice, I'm wrong.
Where am I going? I'm in last night's video.
Oh, okay, yeah. You want to go into it? Watch. Because I mean, people said I was funny. I don't know. I don't want to cringe listening to myself.
Because Jason was. I mean, he was cracking up. I mean, he couldn't help it.
That brother was getting weak. Hey, go down towards the end. It's all the way towards the end. Like I would say, yeah, right there, right. So go back. Hold on. Let's go back. Go back a little bit. You're gonna see a face on the screen, and that's the brother from Earth, Wind, Fire. You know, I might be corny, you know, whatever. You know, I'm gonna put that disclaimer out there right now, but I don't know. I was tired, and at this point, I was like, I don't care because these brothers ain't telling the truth.
No, I think that was a good point. That was a good analogy because
okay, here, right here,
right up in here.
Okay. Yep.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay.
Talking about these people. Now he says, others of them are mulattoes between black and white, but the most part as black as the natural inhabitants. Who are the natural inhabitants? The Mandingo people. We all know how black Mandingo people are. I don't need to look up images and show you guys how black Mandingo people are. It's talking about the Mandingo people of West Africa right here. Other inhabitants, Negro tribe. He's talking about Negroes. So he's saying these people are black, like Negroes, as black as Mandingo people. So that's black. That's not Caucasian people. That's not Caucasians don't get that black. So let's keep reading. As black as the natural inhabitants, which are the Mandingos, so we know they're black. They are scattered, some 2 or 3 dwellers in a place, and are all married, or rather keep with them the country black women, of whom they beget children, howbeit they have amongst them neither church, nor friar, nor any other religious order. Now it's going to tell you where they came from. It doth manifestly appear that they are such as have been banished or fled away from forth either of Portugal, which is Portugal, when you look this word up, or the isles belonging unto that government. So what this is basically saying, this is from 1621, it's saying that these Lancados, which we just read, they were Jews, many of them were Jews, and it says they were often new Christians because they were converting to escape the persecution. And we know they were Jews because it says they were banished and being persecuted. And it says at the very beginning where I read, it says they're as black as the natural inhabitants. And the natural inhabitants, it tells you, are the Mandingos. Right here, it says Mandingos. And they're as black as the natural inhabitants. So that's not white people. And this is from 1621. So when you want to get the true secrets of history, you don't go to Wikipedia and use modern references to try and explain things that happened hundreds of years ago. You go and you find a source from that time period. And one last thing I want to show, this book is called For Africa. This one will be quick. It's something in response to something Kevin said earlier. For Africa, containing what is of most use in blue. You all see the title. This book was from 1714. Let's go to page 39. I'm going to zoom in for you guys. Up here, it's talking about whatever, but the point I want to get is right here, or page 39 at the top. It says, so much for the whites, as if he just got done talking about white people. We shall treat of the blacks when we come to Guinea, Negro land, and the Cape of Good Hope, where they inhabit. So he's talking about black people in West Africa. Leo says, which is Leo Africanus, I believe, Leo says there are other kingdoms on the southern frontiers of this country which are inhabited by a rich, industrious, and just sort of people. Judaism was the religion of ancient Africans for a long time and succeeded by Christianity. But Mohammedanism, which is Islam, prevailed in the 208th year of the Hijra, when all the Jews, Christians, and professors of the African religion that could be found were put to death. So I just brought this up to show Judaism. It uses the word Judaism, but it's pretty much talking about the customs of the Torah and all that. It's not talking about modern Judaism. Black people been doing this stuff. They didn't. Christianity was not the first religion that we came into.
Probably skip ahead a little bit.
We had our own religions before Europeans came. And one last thing, just because it says Judaism was brought.
Okay, you said what now?
I think I'm about to speak shortly. He might be going a little long with it, but it's cool. I think I'm about to start up soon a little bit.
Okay. No, that's fine. We patient.
To Africans, that doesn't mean that Judaism is in reference to white people who brought that there. As I just read and showed you, these black people who were literally black, they were Jews, they were being banished. So that right there proves that it doesn't just mean Europeans brought Judaism to Africans. When you see that word Judaism, you can't use modern sources to try and explain things that happened hundreds of years ago. And Wikipedia, modern people, they take advantage of that, and they put in sources put out by modern scholars, and they're all a part of the cover-up. So that's all I had to say, and that's all I had to show.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, cool. So, Bareen, what I like to do, I want to respond to all of that, and I'm gonna make short work of all of this. JB, if you don't mind, bro, I appreciate your help before. If you don't mind, if you could bring up some of that stuff, because I don't have the screen sharing capability, but I want to refute all the stuff that came out of both explanations. So I'll wait for you if you got it up. If you ain't got it, did he leave?
No, I'll try to find it, but look at the screen. You go see the screen? I'm gonna try to hit. Let me see.
Oh, you know what? It's all good. What I'm gonna do this, right? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna share from my computer, and I'm gonna share my screen. All right.
You got a computer? You've been in front of a computer all this time?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Hold on a second. I just got to it. I couldn't get to it before, but now I can get to it. My kids they went to bed. So let's do this. So I'm gonna do Kevin G CPU, and I'm gonna start off first with the claims that were made.
Hey, go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. I think I have some technical difficulties. JB come back. So go ahead and start it when JB comes back. There it is, right there.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, if you peep the painting, he said that the people with the yellow badges, the people with the yellow badges, they had bats. They were the ones taking away the Jews. That's actually false. Because if you pay attention to those people in the painting who had the yellow badges, guess what? They were the Jews with the yellow badges.
And the reason why they had the yellow badge is because they identify as Jews. Now, what is the source for this? Kev, show us the source that the yellow badge actually meant to Judaism. JB, if you don't mind, if you look into the private chat, you're going to see a link that I have right there above where you say, I'll be back, give me 5 minutes. There's an article right there that says the yellow badge. If you could pull that up for me.
Gotcha.
And what we're going to do, we're going to go in and we're actually going to go into the history about this whole thing. Because what was said was not true. So that whole thing about the Red Cross, that's dead. There's no evidence that this was done to Jews that converted from Judaism over to Christianity. This was knighthood. That was order of St. James.
I'm coming back in. I got you. You talking about the yellow badge thing?
Yep, yellow badge thing. Go ahead and pull that up. We're gonna get into that. Watch this.
Coming up, should be about to pop up now.
All right.
Need me to make that bigger?
Yep, no problem.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's perfect. All right, so check this out. We're gonna start reading this now. The brother said something real funny that left about using Wikipedia. Believe it or not, Wikipedia is the most peer-reviewed source in the world. In fact, it could be critiqued and changed at any time based on information that's relevant. And also, when you look at any of the references, it takes you to actual books that talk about the information. Well, we're going to get into this thing here. So it says yellow badges or yellow patches, also referred as Jewish badges, are badges that Jews were ordered to wear in various times during the Middle Ages and some caliphites at various times of the medieval and early modern period by some European powers. And from 1939 to 1945, in the Axis of Power, of course, this is the same thing that the Germans made the Jews wear when they were there at the time during World War II. Yeah, that's just during 1940, around that time, about around 42. Now let's go down here, and let's go to the part where it says medieval and early modern Europe. It says a largely Catholic medieval Europe, Jews and Muslims were required to wear distinguishable clothing in some periods. These measures were not seen as being consistent with Sukkah Judaism, although it was first ecclesiastic. Sorry about that, y'all. My mouth is dry talking and reading for a long time. I need some water for real. Requirement for non-Christians to wear distinguishable clothing. Now look here. What they're saying here is that during that time, Jews had to wear yellow badges on their clothing. Now peep this. Remember what the brother Second Exodus said. They had to wear what? Turbans. And they had to wear cloaks that showed them as distinguishable at this time. If you scroll down, brother, we're going to look at some of these early paintings of these Jews that wore these badges. Uh-oh. Let's peep this. Can we click on the brother there with the blue down at the bottom there who has the yellow ring? Now notice it says here on this thing, it says this is a watercolor painting in 16th century. Not that one, but I'll describe that one. That's fine.
The one at the
This
bottom.
is a Jewish ring of a Hebrew Passover manuscript in Germany in 15th century. The one you see there, the blue cloak, that's called the Jewish ring. And if you notice there in the top, it says there in Portuguese, Judaism, Jew. It says that. And he's wearing his yellow ring. Now look at the description of this man here. 16th century watercolor of a Jew of Worms, Germany, the rota or Jewish ring on his cloak, money bag, a garlic bulb, or symbol of anti-Semitic ethnic stereotypes. This was the painting and drawings of those so-called times he's talking about. And these are the yellow badges that are being referred to that they had to wear. This is all throughout early Europe and what they had to go to. Now, brother, can we go back to the painting of the King's Fountain? Now, what you're going to peep is actual history.
I can't believe they lied about this.
Back to the King's Fountain painting. The King's Fountain painting, as described in there, actually shows what? Jews hauling off a man for being drunk. It's not people hauling off a Jew. And guess what they're wearing on their shoulder? The yellow badges. That is certified history. That brother done lied, talking about those were police that were arresting a Jew. That's not true. That's not factual. That's not even it. And the brother that he pointed out in the middle that said the fire that's under him and he got the thing on his head, that's how they persecute the Jews. That's not even factual, bro. That's not even factual. That man is being persecuted for something totally different. What this source is showing us is these yellow badges were worn by Jews, and they're clearly there arresting the man that they had. Now, let's get over to this claim that was made about the Lancados. Now, what you notice in the Lancados, he didn't want to read the rest of that. You know why? Because this is actually written in a book by a man who is from Portugal. And in that book, guess what he writes? He wrote a book. It's a man named Fernando Tabanez Ribeiro. He wrote Guinea Baloma, Historia y Memoras. And what he's talking about is the history of early Portugal and the people that left and settled in other areas. Peep what he says. Although never in large numbers, mixed race began in Lecanos, and the Jews that went there, what did they do? They took for themselves African wives and concubines and served as a crucial intermediates between Europeans and native Africans. That's what he didn't share with you. Remember when he read out his source from the ancient source? He said they called him mulatto. Why? Because these people were mixed race people that wielded significant power in the early development of the port of Besochel and the surrounding areas. These Portuguese Jews were mixed kids. And throughout the generations, they became darker because of their ancestors, but they were not native Africans. You can even read this in his book when he mentions in 1479 about how Portugal drew the trade network in West Africa, and the only people that they dealt with was those that were of their descendants. He says source. I just named the book. What is his brother talking about?
All right. And if y'all, all right, hold on. If y'all have any questions for, I'm on second Exodus. You heard a bunch.
He had the nerve to type in their source after you just got through.
Man, I don't know why he even put that up there. That's pissed me off now. No, I'm just tired. But that's just crazy. To ask for a source when I just provided a source. Now here's what me and the brother. Are you getting tired of this one? We probably continue this tomorrow. If you like.
No, this is just it's my mind is numb because I can't. You just got through quoting sources and showing a source, and then he types in their source. Yeah. You know what? We're gonna take. I'm gonna continue this in the morning.
All right.
Because I can only take so much of the stupidity. I really can't, because I'm getting fuming mad again. So I need to calm down. So family, we're gonna take a break. Kevin G, don't leave right off back. I'm only gonna keep you for 1 minute. Family, we're gonna continue this tomorrow morning. Because there's more timestamps that we need to go through. And all is welcome to come in and listen. But Cherry Love is just really upset right now. And I just, I came down a little bit, but now I'm going back up. So I'm just going to keep it simple. I love you all. Give God thanks and keep the name of Jesus Christ on your lips at all times and read through your sources.